It's tournament day, and this kid was supposed to fight someone at his own level, but they set him up, calling in the biggest champion of the tournament, and threw him in the ring against our poor little blonde boy. Everyone was shocked, saying he was going to get killed, and that he should just give up. The blonde kid stood his ground, and fought anyway. The fight starts, and the blonde rushes at the guy with full confidence, trying to land a hit, but the guy blocks it with ease and even laughs, saying he's too slow. The kid kept throwing attacks while the top one just kept defending. But then the guy decided to hit back, and landed a hard kick to the stomach, that knocked the air right out of him. The brave kid was getting destroyed, eating kick after kick, and screaming in pain while the other guy just laughed in his face.
I don't want to die. I'm so young.
This fight had turned into a massacre. The poor kid tries to grab his sword, but gets hit with multiple blows to the head, and still refuses to quit. Everyone was in shock, thinking the kid was going to die in the tournament. With an insane burst of strength, he gets back up, grabs his sword and charges straight at the top one. The green goblin laughs, but the kid with all his rage lands a hit on the lettuce hair guy's sword and shatters it. Right after that, he lands a knee that destroyed any future kids that guy might have had. The guy loses it and says he's dead. When the top one charged forward, the blonde threw a punch right to his face that left him completely dazed. The kid grabbed the guy by the hair and slammed his face into the ground over and over again. The top one couldn't understand how the kid suddenly got so strong out of nowhere, but he had a secret that nobody knew about, one that could make him powerful in seconds. Nobody could believe that this kid had just beaten the greatest champion, but to understand his secret, let's go back a few years. This is the writer of the most famous work ever made, and he ended up dying of a heart attack after reading the hate comments. A grim reaper from hell named Kim shows up, and tells him he's not going to heaven because of his sins of writing multiple stories without ever finishing them. As punishment, he's going to be thrown inside his own story and has to survive until the end. The bad part is that all of his stories ended with everyone dead, so he had an impossible mission, and so he was summoned into the story called The Demon King is Dead, as the son of the Demon King named Valier Jr. 17 years old, in the middle of the demonic castle, he walks to the window and sees that the Imperial army is attacking. His mission is to escape without getting killed by the knights. With the castle crumbling around him, Valier needed to move fast, so he runs to an abandoned storage room. Digging through everything inside a chest, he finds a book full of magic scrolls, items he himself created in the story for anyone to use even without knowing magic. He opened the teleport page and tries to use the power, but the magic was blocked by a magic barrier, and he just stood there like an idiot waiting for something to happen. That's when he realized he was completely screwed. Time for plan B. Use a camouflage scroll to disguise himself as a human, sneak into the castle prison, get rescued along with the prisoners by the Imperial army, and find a way to escape. The plan half worked. He made it into the cells, but what he saw was a horror he never wrote. All the prisoners were dead. The only sign of life was a terrified girl curled up in a corner, holding onto someone's body. Valier asks if she's okay, and she just stares at him in fear. He tries to talk to her to understand what happened, but she's in shock. Valier sat down beside her, offered some cookies he had in his pocket, and stayed with her waiting for the rescue to arrive. When the Imperial soldiers finally came in, one of them kneeled in front of her and called her Your Imperial Highness. The girl Valier thought was just a regular prisoner was Charlotte de Gardias, the first Imperial princess, a character he never created in the story. At the Imperial military base they were eating while Valier felt like something was off. A guard warns that he'll stay with her until Duke Solarian arrives to take her to the Imperial palace. The princess thanks the protagonist for his help and asks where he's from. Valier gets confused because he had never heard that word before. Valier realized the situation was dangerous. Charlotte, even being the princess, was being kept isolated. Nobody had been told she was alive, and the knights around her were loyal to Prince Bertus, her half-brother who wanted the throne. The conclusion was clear. Bertus wants to kill Charlotte, and kill anyone who happened to be around. When the guard stepped out, Charlotte, who seemed like an innocent little kid, revealed that everyone outside was her enemy, and that she knew she was in danger. But she has a plan. Find the knight Francis, from the neutral faction. He's the only one she could trust. Valier was surprised because he thought she had no idea what was going on, and since he didn't have many options, he agreed to cooperate. Charlotte will use herself as a distraction for the guards, while he went after Francis. The MC gets worried because it's dangerous, but the girl walks over to his chair, grabs his hand and tells him everything will be fine, and that they need to move because time is running out. Charlotte calls the guards and asks to go see the barracks. At that moment, the protagonist takes his chance and slips out of the tent. Walking through the area, he runs into a knight and asks about Sir Francis. The plan had already gone wrong because Valier found out that Francis had been sent back to the demon castle on Lance's orders. Valier realizes that Lancer already knew about the plan and moved first. Dyrus, a knight from Francis' group, asked what he wanted with Sir Francis. He explained that the Imperial Highness wants to kill the commander and that they need to go after him right now. Valier didn't expect the soldier to believe him, but Dyrus trusted his word for a reason. The MC never could have guessed. The soldier said that Sir Francis had already expected that something like this might happen, and told him that someone in the future would come to warn him about everything. Valier was in shock, wondering how Sir Francis could have known. Dyrus decided to help the MC rescue the commander, but Lancer had heard everything and left a surprise waiting for them. On the way back to the castle, the protagonist sees several chained demons and finds out they're all going to be executed. He thinks that if he got caught, he'd end up with the same fate. Arriving at the castle, they found 2 knights and asked about Sir Francis. That's when they found out they were too late, because Sir Francis had been killed in battle.
Say what?
And the man turns, telling them to leave because it wasn't a place for outsiders if that were the case. Dyrus thanks him, but Valier was in a panic. He knew things were going too well, and now he could understand why Francis being killed by rebellious demons was clearly a lie. Bertus wanted to end Charlotte's life. He wanted to hide the fact that she had survived the Demon King's castle, so as Charlotte had said, he would want to get rid of all possible evidence, even if that meant killing everyone who knew she was alive, and that would include Francis as well. Therefore, Francis was taken to the Demon King's castle and murdered. Valier worries about what would come for Charlotte, but he didn't want to give up. He needed to think about what to do now. Then Dyrus tells him that he should tell the whole truth this time, the real reason for saying that Francis was in danger, and the princess too, which made the protagonist fall silent, hesitating. He wonders if he could trust Dyrus. According to Charlotte, most of the military was on Prince Bertus's side, so he didn't know if Bertus's hands had already reached a low-ranking officer like him, but he had no one else to trust. After that, Valier ended up confessing the truth, from when he was imprisoned with the princess, and how Francis saved them. Dyrus reflects on what he heard, responding that if it was as Valier says, Francis was killed by knights instead of dying in battle against the demons. Valier agrees, thinking there was a good chance that this had happened, and Dyrus asks if he intended to save the princess. If that was the case, then it was all right. Dyrus states that he also intended to save the princess's life, and Valier is quite surprised. The man says he was part of Francis's group, so it would make sense for him to join and trust the protagonist to keep Charlotte safe. If Dyrus said so, Valier was happy. He still couldn't fully trust him, but at least he could receive some help to escape. But Dyrus replied that it didn't make sense to be in the Demon King's castle. They should go back to save the princess. Looking from the outside, the protagonist finally had the chance to see the Demon King's castle. However, Valier asked Dyrus to wait because he had a good plan, and so they entered the castle again. The knight stated that the idea of searching the demon's supplies for items that could help with their escape was indeed clever. But he appreciated that when they arrived in the room, they had passed through there a long time ago, and Valier tried not to look too guilty since he was the one who had checked the room before. Even so, there must be something useful if they took a good look. Dyrus replied that the demons should have looted it after the Demon King died. In any case, all the demons were cursed, selfish, and disgusting, and the protagonist tried not to show any reaction to the comment after everything. Setting aside the fact that he was the one who stole the things, Valier suggested they should look around. That's when he found something, and Dyrus was surprised because he found something useful at a tremendous speed. The protagonist tried to feign normalcy since he had already looked at everything before, and they realized it was a teleportation scroll. Dyrus noted that it was using demon magic. Valier said they should grab a bunch of scrolls that could be useful. He also laughed, pretending it was a coincidence. He found a book full of scrolls, and if they placed it there, it would be easier to grab them when needed. Dyrus thought about how he heard Valier was a prisoner, but still wondered how he could know where the scrolls were. Soon they managed to grab them all, and Dyrus said they should hurry back in time. He asked if Valier could remember the way they came, and while the protagonist was pointing, suddenly the knight told him to be quiet and guided him another way. Valier was confused, but soon Dyrus whispered that there were other people there. They were knights who had entered the warehouse. They were talking among themselves that they saw the other two enter the castle. They were rats hiding inside the Demon King's castle. These were knights from the Duchy of Solarian. Dyrus whispered that things were indeed getting problematic. Bertus's maternal family was one of the strongest noble families in the empire, and they wanted to place Bertus on the throne. Because of this, most of the knights from the Duchy of Solarian were not ordinary knights of common origin. In fact, they were all high-ranking knights with noble status. That's how the protagonist wrote the story. Bertus killing Francis, who didn't listen to him, was probably part of all this. If they fled within this spacious castle, it would be a problem. The knights didn't think they should worry, because they would find those two hiding very soon. Valier wondered if they would find them quickly, and how that could be possible. And soon, the eye of that knight began to shine. The man confirmed their locations, stating that they were behind a stone statue and could now hear their breathing coming from there. Valier was shocked because they could even be heard, and the men raised their voices, saying they knew they were hiding. He drew his sword, saying it would be better for them to come out obediently, and so Valier and Dyrus emerged from their hiding place with no other choice. The knight grumbled because the princess was indeed a lamentable person, making innocent people die with her. Dyrus exclaimed that he was a bastard, questioning if he couldn't even see his own disgrace in trying to take the princess's life. But for the man, it didn't matter what an unknown kid like him was saying out there. He didn't feel good about killing a young civilian, but all of this was for the future of the empire, and Dyrus asked the protagonist to stay back. Valir felt tense. He had gone through too much to escape the Demon King's castle, but now that he was back, it seemed he was going to die. Having to die like this again, it hadn't even been a day since he lost his life due to high blood pressure. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around and noticed that beside him was a gargoyle statue. In mangas and games, they started to move at times like this. And that was exactly what happened. The soldiers froze when the gargoyle suddenly began to move. The commander of the knights was defeated by the gargoyle because it suddenly started moving and charged at them. Valir wondered how this happened. He just thought that maybe it could move, but he didn't understand what made it happen. Dyrus didn't know what happened, but it was their chance to win now, and he grabbed Valir's wrist so they could run away. While the gargoyle took care of the soldiers, the two ran away and seized the opportunity to survive. They grabbed the horse and hurried away. Dyrus questioned why the gargoyle had moved, and Valir replied that he didn't know either, but it was obviously a lie, because the protagonist remembered the status window he saw after coming to this world. And in it, there was a skill called Demon Domination of rank D. Perhaps because he was the son of the Demon King, he was sure he had unconsciously awakened the gargoyle with the Demon Domination of rank D. He just hoped it wouldn't suspect that, but Dyrus stated it was a good thing because they managed to escape safely. Still, Valir was worried because they had almost died, when suddenly Dyrus noticed a new problem. The other soldiers were already chasing them on horseback at full speed to catch up. The soldiers shouted that they should hurry before Dyrus and Valir could escape the forest, and things got problematic. The number of men was enormous, so Valir asked Dyrus to hold on to his waist, leaving him confused about what the protagonist was planning to do. The protagonist mentally begged for something decent to appear, because he didn't want to die there now. That's when he stopped and saw something important, so Valir took advantage of the scroll from the book to use acceleration. He wouldn't let things end like this. First, he would use acceleration to increase the speed of their horse to create a good distance from their pursuing enemies. Thus, they managed to increase the distance thanks to the magic. And Dyrus sighed, hardly believing Valir could know such speed. With that, they couldn't do anything. But he choked next because he saw an arrow passing very close to his nose. Now they were using the distance to shoot at them while running. Dyrus said they wouldn't go easy on them. Valir needed to use something better to deal with the Solarian Knights, so the protagonist chose something that took Dyrus by surprise. He said that this magic couldn't work against the knights who trained in galloping. He thought it was completely useless. Valir knew that well. It was because of the trait he had written for them, as it would be ridiculous for the knights to die from just one spell. He had written a galloping lesson in the temple, so Valir didn't intend to use that on the knights. He couldn't believe that a trait he offered to his characters caused such a problem for him in the present. Instead, the protagonist used an illusion spell on the horses. Fortunately, it was only the knights who trained against illusions, not their animals. The soldiers were confused about why their horses had stopped running, and it wasn't just the horses themselves. Valir was happy to see it worked because the horses began to have trouble starting to run and move. Next would be the charm spell. He continued using different spells against the horses to make them stop chasing them. Only 2 more spells were left, but when he looked for the mental control one, he realized he had run out of spells. Dyrus said their horse was tired. The Solarian Knights would catch up to them soon at this pace. Valir wondered what he should do when he saw something in front of him. They were trapped demons nearby. They had been captured after the defeat of the Demon King's army, but then he felt a strange sensation. It was the same as when he moved the gargoyle, and within seconds, one of the demons broke the chains that were holding them. Dyrus was shocked, wondering what was wrong with that orc because it was heading towards them and worried they would end up dying. But the orc passed right by them and charged towards the men who were still chasing them. The soldiers wondered how the prisoners managed to escape when there should have been men watching over them. But it didn't take long for the orc to start killing the men. They shouted for it to get out of their way. And Valir said they should take advantage of this moment to try to escape, and Dyrus agreed, returning to ride his horse. The protagonist felt relieved that it worked. The demon domination worked now that they could escape, and Dyrus just stayed quiet watching this. It was strange. They kept receiving help from the demons coincidentally too much whenever they were in danger. Still, Dyrus felt it was too early to suspect the protagonist. First, he needed to focus on saving the princess. Soon, the two arrived at the military base, and Dyrus introduced himself because he needed to report to Charlotte's tent. The soldier questioned his affiliation and how a mere lieutenant dared to ask to see the imperial princess. With Dyrus's silence, the soldier questions whether he really thought he would let him enter with that boy, saying he would just let them pass this time and sends them away. At that moment, Dyrus says it's time for Plan B, and he brandishes his sword against the soldier immediately to clear his path. Other soldiers approach, asking what he was doing, and Dyrus complains because they ended up being caught. Even so, he lets Valir go ahead to save the Imperial Princess, and the protagonist enters the tent just in time to see two men with her. They question who he is, making sure to say that they wouldn't let anyone else in there. Charlotte is surprised, but Valir shouts for her to close her eyes, using a flash spell to blind the two men. Soon, he asks the princess to follow him, and he takes her hand, using his mass teleport to get them out of there to the Imperial capital, Guardium. A great light occurs, and Valir completes the prologue sequence, achieving the advanced special historical twist. An important character who was not alive in the original timeline, Charlotte of Guardius, survived, and the future changed drastically because of it, and the prologue ends. The Imperial capital Guardium was where the main story of the Demon King being dead took place. Guardium was modeled after Seoul, the place where the protagonist was born. Charlotte and Valir arrived there after successfully teleporting. Since he was the one who wrote all the characteristics of this place and it resembled Seoul, he thought he would feel emotional upon arriving there. But he couldn't have been more wrong. There was no way he could have written about such a giant place with so many details. The protagonist wonders how one person could write about a city as large as that. Then, Valir calms down because he couldn't get lost in writer mode and focuses more on the Imperial Princess. Charlotte asks if this was the Imperial capital, even when they were currently inside the Demon Kingdom's camp. It seemed she was confused about the destination of the sudden teleport, and the protagonist decides he should explain to her what happened. Valir apologizes for bringing her to the capital without a decent explanation, because when he arrived, Francis had died. Charlotte was surprised and asks if they managed to get there just with Valir's power. He declines because that wasn't quite it. They were helped by another person, and that person was Dyrus, who also appeared with the teleport, relieved for their safety. Valir felt relieved that Dyrus came out unscathed, and he replies that he is fine, but if he had been just a little late, he would have died. Their plan B was something they created in case they failed the infiltration due to the guards being too strict. First, Dyrus would buy time by drawing attention. Valir would enter the tent and escape first with Charlotte. Then, he would escape with the teleport scroll. They should be lucky because only one scroll was left. Otherwise, Dyrus would have died. Then, Charlotte asks who this man was, and Dyrus bows, saying he was the lieutenant, and it was a great honor to meet her. Therefore, he asks if he can explain all the events that have occurred so far. He detailed everything that happened to Charlotte, from Francis's death and the infiltration of the Demon King's castle to when they almost died being chased by the Silurian Knights. But coincidentally, a gargoyle stopped the Silurian Knights at the castle, and one of the demons went into a rage and bought time for them to escape. And there was also the other convenience that they arrived at the Imperial capital because of the teleport scroll they found in the Demon King's castle. Even Valir, if he were in Dyrus's place, would find these conveniences quite suspicious after everything. The fact that the protagonist was at the center of the solution every time made him feel quite guilty. And by the way Charlotte was eyeing Valir, it was clear she was suspicious of him. It would be stranger if she fully trusted him anyway. She was raised in the hell that was the Empire's politics. Honestly, it was better. If he stayed close to her for too long, his identity would soon be revealed. During the walk, Valir knew this would be his last chance to escape safely, and he separates from the two in the middle of the street. Alone, the protagonist feels he is in a hell of a dilemma, having almost died several times. And even having saved Charlotte, he couldn't gain any reward because he was a demon behind the disguise. And he was starving now too. But no one would donate a single cent to compensate for that. If he had known something like this would happen, he would have written a very convenient trait, like a demon could sustain itself using only mana. Suddenly, Valir received a notification from the system saying that using new features, demons could now be nourished solely with mana. But this was a feature that required 100,000 conquest points, and the protagonist was quite surprised. The system congratulated him because he received the authority to interfere in the world since the Demon King was dead. His novel failed, which was classified as a profane abomination of alphabet soup, and Valir felt somewhat shocked but offended at the same time. It seemed like the system was throwing truths in his face and mocking him at the same time just to tease him. The system explained that his actions could change the main story. Additionally, he would receive conquest points as a reward for the events he faced. He could also earn conquest points by completing challenges, so he could check the list of active challenges that would be updated periodically. The system displayed all the challenges, starting with slapping the Emperor's cheek, which offered 10,000 points. The other was getting imprisoned in the Guardium prison, which gave 1,200 points. He could escape after being imprisoned for 2,000 points. Then he could steal from a knight without getting caught, which gave 100 points, or buy a 100 square meter house using only spare change, offering 1,000 points. The list was so random that Valir wondered what kind of bizarre and difficult missions these were to begin with. As a reward for completing the prologue, the special ability to use conquest points was unlocked. The system showed the options for spending points. He could use revision to change the characteristics of the world, give talents to himself, or alter things in history. There was also a preview feature which could be used to check how his actions, decisions, or the use of revision changed the timeline. He also received a warning stating that interfering in events of utmost importance or with main characters could be impossible, or perhaps it would require a large amount of points. Using the ability in a way that could cause a collapse of characteristics could lead to activation failure. If he was unaware of a possible collapse of characteristics and tried to use the ability, there would be a penalty. Valir felt it was too complicated, as the system explained that he could not remove added or pre-existing characteristics. The system showed that he was capable of directly interfering with the characteristics of the world through the use of conquest points. Important events might not be able to be revised or require a large number of conquest points. An ability cannot be used to cause a collapse of characteristics. Attempts to force this would be penalized. It also offered a summary for the idiot who didn't like to read even though he was a writer. And again, Valir felt frustrated with the sarcastic system. But it didn't matter now. He needed to hold on. It could be complicated, but it seemed that a stolen ability to stay alive could be useful. He had few points and needed to check what he could do now. Then suddenly the system asked if he would like to see the writer's advice. He could choose between clear advice and vague advice and asked what the difference was between the two. The vague advice asked how so many people were kidnapped in the Demon King's castle, and Valir was left confused because it was like a riddle. He wasted 150 points for nothing, and the clear advice told him to go directly to the magical item shop. Now that was decent advice, so at least he could trust it. Until now, the system had been telling him to sustain himself by selling the scrolls he had. It seemed like it was suggesting he make quick money with the magical scrolls he picked up in the castle. But that wasn't quite it, and Valir went to the Aligar district in the commercial area, where a man questioned who he was trying to fool. Another laughed upon seeing the pages of the scroll that was offered. It was the first time he saw someone trying to pull a scam like that. Another person said that if he had that kind of ability, he should go to the arts academy instead of wasting time with this. All the vendors thought he was just a crazy kid trying to trick them with fake scrolls. This was strange. The system told him to go to a magical item shop, but apparently it wasn't to sell his scrolls. Valir arrived at a fourth shop to sell a magical scroll, now even hungrier after walking so much. He just wanted to sell it at once, and the man asked back if he could perfectly copy that scroll. The protagonist was left confused. Judging by the fire symbol, it seemed to be a fireball scroll. The vendor said he had good drawing skills. Maybe they could split the profit 50-50. Valir now understood what he was talking about. The man said that if he had a copy of this by the next day, he could pay 5 silver coins and even laughed at him. It was obvious that the seller must have thought the scroll was fake, but Valir agreed nonetheless to try to copy it. But in any case, 5 silver coins were nothing. He could just try to resell it to someone else. He wasn't confident in his drawing skills and wondered if the buyer would try to use it in an emergency. He didn't want to feel more guilt on his conscience. But it was strange that people couldn't recognize the scrolls he took from the castle. If they couldn't recognize it, Valir could just sell the fireball scroll and leave it at that, even without expecting much. He visited the shop and entered asking if anyone was there, but there was no one sitting in front to attend to him. The shop was a complete mess. It seemed they weren't open, and Valir didn't even notice someone approaching from behind. Soon he turned around and saw a woman smiling at him, asking if he was a customer, inquiring what brought him there, whether he needed a scroll or some potion. He replied that he came to sell a scroll, and she smiled back, saying it was bad to play tricks on adults like that. Valir felt tense under her gaze. The girl said she normally didn't buy scrolls, but she couldn't let him walk around with dangerous things, suggesting 2 gold coins in exchange. That's when she stopped and asked him to tell the truth, and Valir was left confused about what she was talking about, until she questioned where he got that scroll, saying it was a magical formula used only by demons. The protagonist froze upon realizing she was pressing him further, wanting to know why he had it. Magic existed, he knew that, but how it existed was something even the protagonist couldn't explain. How the magic was activated and the method of casting was something he hadn't specifically configured for that novel. Therefore, there was no way to differentiate a human magical formula from a demonic one just by looking at it that way. Since the other merchants weren't mages and knew nothing of demonic magic, they just thought it was a spoiled version. But that woman in front of him managed to notice and was demanding that Valir answer her questions properly. She pressed him, questioning where he acquired that scroll, which left the protagonist cornered. For some reason, the woman kept asking with such obsession that he didn't know what to respond now. So, he whispered to the notification window if it could make the girl ignore the scroll now, and the notification said that the setting would cost 3,000 points, and he quietly complained that the notification was utterly useless. The woman asked what he was doing talking to himself, and Valir wondered if he really needed to reveal everything. Then he slowly began to try to respond, mentioning that he got it from the Demon King's castle. She still shouted, asking if he thought that was an excuse, wanting to know the whole truth before she hit him. And Valir gestured for her to wait because he intended to tell her everything that happened, and so he recounted a bit of the situation to her. But the girl felt he was lying. If he had rescued the Imperial Princess, he should have received an extraordinary reward or an incredible title. Valir insisted he wasn't lying. There was a confrontation with the Knights of the Duchy of Solarian during the escape. The Imperial Prince Bertus might end up trying to kill him, and she hesitated, feeling that this story seemed to be completely made up. The protagonist sighed because his performance had been impeccable. After all, he was an expert at inventing great nonsense. Then, she smiled, asking if in the end, the Demon King died. Whether him or the Imperial Princess, it must have been hard for both of them who suffered at his hands. She suddenly hugged him, recognizing that Valir must have worked hard until now, and he felt nervous, not knowing what was going on. In fact, Valir said he didn't remember it very well, so it was all right, but he still felt hungry, and it was a bit embarrassing, so he wanted to leave at once. At that, she said there might still be some kind of curse from the Demon King's castle and asked to let her use the Dispel curse. He felt nervous as she asked him to wait a little there, but he himself wanted her to wait a bit. This was because if that girl dispelled the magic he had conjured on himself, he would end up being discovered as a demon. While Valir asked her to wait, she simply used the magic and revealed his true identity as a demon. Now he was in serious trouble, and he let out a nervous laugh, asking what had just happened. Meanwhile, the girl calls him Prince and wanted to know if he happened to remember her. But Valir had no idea who this girl was. Suddenly, she uses magic with another language, and the protagonist finds himself surprised to realize she was a vampire. Still, she keeps asking if the protagonist really couldn't remember her. They couldn't leave things like this. She wanted to start by moving him to another location. If they stayed there, they would end up being discovered by the others. They should head to his room on the second floor to continue the conversation, and Valir agrees even without knowing what was happening. In the room, she says he must be starving but at least has some snacks to offer, and he thanks her for the offer. The girl continued speaking formally with him and yet ended up being casual even after everything. Then, she apologizes for repeating herself, but it seemed Valir had truly lost all his memories. He replies that besides being a demon prince, he couldn't remember anything else that had happened, and she states that it was very good. Him bringing that dangerous scroll to her among so many people was a great stroke of luck. Therefore, she bows to introduce herself properly, saying she is a member of the infiltration squad of Guardium from the Demon King's army. She was Tuesday Alaris. Alaris claims she would start serving him from then on, and Valir wonders if he had set up any of these things before. He thought they were all new. Valir was wondering earlier, and questions why a vampire would be living in such a sunny place with so many people. Smiling, Alaris says she needed to live in a lot with a shop to save on rent, so she had no choice. Valir felt sorry for her, but Alaris says there's one more thing he should know because there were more demons there than in the Imperial capital. Now that the protagonist stopped to think, she had mentioned an infiltration squad before. One member was active under the false identity of Count Argon Pantheus. He was Sarkagar, a doppelganger. The other member had a residence near the Bronze Gate by the Irene River. He was a werewolf, a demon called the Mad Dog of Irene. Being the demon who personally kidnapped the Imperial Princess, Sarkagar was exceptional in transformation magic. Using his face-changing arts, he managed to infiltrate the world easily, and Valir understands that it was this person who kidnapped Charlotte. It was better to be very careful with this person, and the protagonist asks more about the guy called the Mad Dog. It was a woman who leads one of the gangs that run the underworld of Guardium. Using her excellence in hand-to-hand combat, she managed to create her own force in no time. Valir is confused about what the problem was with this group that should be an infiltration squad, but they seemed more like gangsters. Still, he wonders how the Mad Dog of Irene managed to form a huge gang with her at the center. Alaris tells him that currently, she was in charge of financing the infiltration squad during this period. At least Valir acknowledges that she was the leader of a large gang, and questions what the best method to make money should be. Alaris slowly reveals that she makes money selling bullets to people, and the protagonist chokes because they were just a bunch of bandits after all. In the end, Alaris sighs because Valir forgot everything that had happened, but he himself was somewhat frustrated with the situation. Still, she was relieved because the prince was safe. They could rebuild the demon world. But Valir denies it. He had no interest in rebuilding the demon world anyway. If they recreate the demon world, what would happen next is that they would start another war with humans, obviously. Even though he had only seen the war once, it was horrible enough to never want anything like that again. And in the current situation, just mobilizing the demons again was an act of self-destruction that they could do nothing about. Elleris questions how Valir could think like that. He should rebuild the demon world as the demon prince for the future of the demon race. But Valir asserts that the demon world is over, so he has no intention of becoming king of a nation that doesn't even exist. Following this logic, Elleris should also stop acting like the servant of a dead nation, which left her silent. Slowly, she agrees and apologizes for taking such a shameful stance. He must be quite tired, so he should focus on resting for now. Before Valir could say anything, she simply left the room, and he wondered if he was being too sensitive talking about those things. Now, Elleris, it was just for a moment, but she seemed vaguely happy, yet she didn't understand what was happening. Elleris, as a vampire, seemed to be something like a noble of the night. Looking at her, Valir felt that she was incredibly beautiful. In the middle of the night, the protagonist calls her and also asks her not to call him prince, which makes Elleris apologize. In fact, he was curious to know what kind of person she was in the past, and she is surprised by the sudden question. Stammering, she tells him that obviously he was great, a huge pride for all demons, but by her reaction, Valir knew it was nothing normal. Instead, Valir says he could set that aside because he intended to sleep, and they agreed to meet the other two members of the infiltration squad the next day. Then, he realizes that if he sleeps in the bed, she wouldn't have anywhere to fall asleep, but it didn't take long for her to lie down next to him to sleep. It was a sudden development. Elleris hadn't mentioned anything about sharing the bed this way. Since his reincarnation, he thought everything was horrible. But at that moment, it wasn't so bad, even celebrating because he was the Demon King. Dawn arrived, and Valir with Elleris went out to infiltrate. The capital was quite noisy. The resurrection of the princess, the soldier's sacrifice, and the demon's death. It was clear they wouldn't stop shouting with joy. The war was over. Everyone celebrated around, shouting for the good of the empire and the imperial princess, while they turned their backs to the crowd to catch the mana train. This from the Aligar district, and started heading south, making their way toward the Bronze Gate. Thanks to making the character an opportunist, they still didn't have to walk from Yongsan Station to the express bus terminal for Banpohangang Park. Now they managed to reach the bottom of the Bronze Gate, and Valir had to acknowledge it was indeed a den of beggars. But Elleris insists they had no other option. They were going to see the king of the vagabonds, and they moved closer to the sewer. Meanwhile, inside the sewers, a certain person could smell something approaching as Elleris and Valir walked. She asks him to be careful because it was still quite dark, and soon a person stands up, recognizing that Elleris was there. The person who appeared was Lawyer, who bows to the protagonist, greeting the prince, who stammers a greeting back. She was a girl, but thought they never said she was a guy, so she should have expected something like this. Lawyer asks if Sarkagar was coming, and Elleris replies that yes, he was a busy noble, and just spoke in advance. The prince loses all memory except who he was, and Loyar questions if that was really true, and Valir agrees. Still, Loyar sighs because it was indeed a relief, but the protagonist didn't understand the reason for such a reaction. At least, he wouldn't make Loyar pull his skirt and be a dog like she used to, and Valir wonders what kind of person this character used to be. Elleris laughs because Loyar seemed to secretly enjoy that, and she nervously tells her to shut up because she never said anything like that. Valir realizes that before everything, he must have been a really trashy guy, but it was a shame because he couldn't remember anything and apologizes. Still, she replies that it was okay. Valir says he knew the past couldn't be forgotten, but they could try for something better from then on. When he extends his hand, Lawyer offers her own, and Valir feels that this was her way of extending a paw like a dog. This made Loyar pull her hand back with an embarrassed scream, drawing a laugh from Elleris because it was indeed instinctive. Despite that, Valir responds that it was okay. He would be more careful not to provoke too much, even though Loyar did those things. Suddenly, they hear a voice and soon realize a person appeared, shouting and running because he saw the prince was alive. He came running and hugged Valir so tightly that they almost fell to the ground after the force of the impact. Sarkagar cries because he was scared until now, and Loyar is impressed because he ran so much that he was even out of breath. Sarkagar cries because the great and powerful demon prince Valir Jr. should stop the impure humans. Valir could hardly breathe and asks him to let go, then remembering Elleris's words before that he should be careful with him. With absolute loyalty to the Demon King and the Demon Kingdom, he was more than ready to sacrifice his soul to rebuild the Demon Kingdom. As Valir tried to pull away, Loyar yanks Sarkagar's hair to make him move away once and for all. After everyone moves away, they sit down to talk, and Sarkagar states that Valir should rebuild the Demon Kingdom because it was destroyed. Sarkagar claims that he should avenge the deceased king and build an even more demonic, greater, and more powerful kingdom. But Loyar says that all of this is pointless and tells him to shut up once and for all. and Valier sighs at this request. But he was still a useless little child for such a big wish. But Sarkagar questions what he meant by that, because he was the greatest and most powerful archdemon ruling over all demons, and Valier asks what was so grand about that. The three fall silent at this. While Sarkagar continues to praise the archdemon without stopping, Alaris cuts in to speak again, telling that in the dark land where they lived, it was a war with an unforgiving battlefield where blood never dried. Long ago, humans began to form nations to change this, but without thinking of joining together, they were different races. They demons were destroying themselves. Until the day a special demon stopped the Great War and united the Dark Land, this demon interfered with the minds of others, and they gave him the title of Archdemon out of respect, and then it became the name of the Demon King species. Valier understood better now and asked what he should do now, wanting to know if they even had a plan for this. For now, Sarkagar says he should focus on getting stronger, return to the Demon Kingdom, and gather all the demons. The protagonist replies that it wasn't the worst thing to do. It was very risky to do that immediately. They were in the heart of enemy territory, the capital of the empire, and he would stay there to learn the culture and customs of humans. He would also create a strategy. Sarkagar even cries with emotion. As expected of Valier, he couldn't stop his tears at the prince's courage. In fact, it was because there was a mana train, and human society was much more convenient for making things work. In this, Sarkagar claims he has a brilliant new idea and suggests that he participate in the educational institution of the empire called the Temple. Valier asks what kind of nonsense that is, but Lawyer and Sarkagar seem to understand each other in some way. He could get stronger and plant the seed of revenge in the temple school, where the Empire's prodigies are trained. But Valier couldn't easily get out of this, so he needed Alaris's help, who immediately just replied that it was a great idea. Stammering, Valier says this is problematic because they didn't even know what would happen there. It would be dangerous if his identity was revealed. However, Sarkagar replies that it's okay because with the doppelganger ring he was offering, he could change his appearance whenever he wanted. The Demon Kingdom was now in his hands, and Valier felt pressured by all the looks coming from Sarkagar, and so it was decided the protagonist would go to the temple school. He would use the false identity that Alaris and Sarkagar provided, but there was the possibility of an investigation into the victims of Charlotte's kidnapping after the princess's return, and as a measure, Lawyer went to see Daibun, who was another person, and he would help them too, and so Daibun shook hands with the person who entered the place with Lawyer. He asks what his name was, and now Valier had become Reinhard, the blonde-haired boy. Alaris explained that there was a risk of exposure if he used the name of the deceased Demon King. Lawyer asks if he could use the term screams from hell, and Sarkagar replies that it was very perverted. It could even be Great King, and Alaris responds that his real name would end up being much less suspicious with those bad suggestions. Valier asked them to stop or it would never end. Then suggesting the name Reinhard, he would change his appearance with the doppelganger ring. And then he had a new and false appearance and identity. With Lawyer's help, he would attend the temple school. Lawyer had mentioned this before. He should take him to get his new identity the next day. Daibun knew he wanted to take him to the temple. Lawyer agrees, explaining that he wanted to create that guy to establish him in life. Daibun understands what her point was. But still, she questions how they intended to pay the tuition, which caught Lawyer off guard because she didn't even know about that. Daibun tells that with their current income, they couldn't pay the tuition for the temple school in these situations. Valier realizes he completely forgot. It would be impossible for those beggars to pay a year's tuition for the temple school as they were. The most prestigious educational center on the continent, this was the Temple School of Guardium, and it was well known, a place where children from prestigious families came to study. If it were to convert the value of a year's tuition from the temple school into dollars, it would be at least around 100,000. Lawyer sighs. They seemed like they wouldn't be able to pay with what they were earning now. If they were to reduce the amount they paid to the gang, who knows, things might get organized. Valier wonders how they could call this a gang budget when they only sold sweets. He would need to check this later. Lawyer had said several times before that if they did that, they would have to close the shop, and Daibun feels there's no other way to resolve this. Then Valier asks them to pay only 1 semester of tuition, and Lawyer asks if he was thinking of getting a scholarship or something like that. And he agrees, it would be something like that. Now that the hero is dead, the Empire would start looking for the second or third hero, so if he becomes talented, they could pay the tuition. In fact, if he is very talented, the temple school would cover the tuition regardless. It doesn't matter if they are looking for a hero or not, and even if it's a low-level demon, it's still an archdemon. Valier says that as long as he trains hard there, he is sure he will at least gain some talent, and Lawyer affirms that it's good to have such confidence. If the worst happens, he could just create a talent using his achievement points. Daibun replies that it's still complicated. There was no way to avoid their funds being insufficient to cover the tuition now. Besides, people weren't coming as much to the Bronze Gate Bridge anymore. That's why their income was decreasing more and more. and Valier asks if they couldn't just change their way of thinking. Daibun asks if he has any other idea in mind. If customers don't come to them, they could go to the customers, a place where many people come and go, and a place where they could escape as soon as something goes wrong, the mana train. If they could sell toys there, the children would cry and throw tantrums, to the point where parents would have no choice but to buy a toy for them, no matter how defective they were, and Loyar is impressed because it's really very clever. Even Daibun agrees with that. He agrees that Loyar has a good eye for things, thinks that now there's a good future ahead, and asks Valier to secure his spot at the temple school. Valier feels that Loyar is about to call him a bastard for that. He can't let that happen, and wonders if he will end up teaching her a lesson. Instead, Valier offered his hand, saying they could do their best. It didn't take long for Loyar to act like a dog again and create that weird and awkward scene. Setting aside the scene with Loyar, later everyone gathered to drink and enjoy the night with the protagonist still in disguise. They comment on how much Loyar praised Valier, and he responds that he is quite happy to hear that Daibun says they should toast in honor of the new family member, the one known as Reinhard. They all toast to the new presence, in that mess of drinking and vomiting, until the protagonist asks who the gang members were that he mentioned earlier. Daibun laughs, saying it was them. Valier thinks a bit about this, but it really doesn't make any sense. Loyar made money with the large organization she created through pure violence, and with that, she was able to sponsor the infiltration team, a magic item shop, and a noble. And they were even able to sustain themselves comfortably. It was clear to Valier that Loyar was hiding something. Laughing, Daibun points to the intersection ahead where there was a roundabout. That's why they called it the Roundabout Gang. The protagonist laughs upon realizing they based themselves on something like that, but intends to find a way to discover what they were hiding. Setting aside the issue of the bad name, suddenly Loyar appears to complain to them, asking if they really gave alcohol like that. Loyar questions Daibun, who freezes in fear upon seeing her scary aura, and asks what he was doing there. Valier feels it was indeed a bad moment, and ends up being grabbed by the collar by Loyar to be taken directly to the interrogation room. Daibun ends up leaving Valier in the hands of the girl who was pulled away. She complains because she couldn't even take her eyes off him for a second. Loyar questions what he intended to do if he got drunk and did some kind of mess out of their reach. Loyar starts to say she couldn't do that, but it was Valier who wanted to stop her words to question something. It should be quite difficult to sponsor both the infiltration team's activities and the temple school's tuition, especially with only one source of income, so she should have another source to use and enjoy. She hesitates and replies that she never said anything before because she thought the protagonist knew. It wasn't her intention to hide. Even so, Valier questions whether she was doing anything to hurt people, and Loyar denies it, but sometimes it can end up happening. To be honest, selling sweets was just a facade that the group had. The gang helps the Guardian Thieves Guild gather information like beggars. Valier feels that they were the fantasy version of the Hao clan's beggar guild in a way. It was almost funny if it weren't so strange. Loyar says that if he were in charge, he could tell everything, but he didn't think it was necessary to know much about this matter. He could just forget all of this after entering the temple school. In the end, if Valier managed to gain a talent and get a scholarship, it would be better. He wouldn't have to get involved with the gang's money ever again. There was nothing else to do there besides going to sleep without asking anything more, all because Loyar didn't seem to want to share anything else, and the next day, he still needed to go to the Imperial Capital's administration office with Daibun. Getting an identification document was even easier than Valier imagined. Daibun smiled because he had a business for him, and it would obviously be easy. So, while they were in the city, Valier noticed the enrollment office of the temple school. Daibun says that every time he went there, it seemed to be even bigger than before. It was impressive because there were still only rich people there wanting to send their children to the temple school. But that wasn't quite it. Valier replied that this should be the counseling office. If he took the test there and they confirmed he had exceptional talents, he could enter without paying. Daibun realized it was there because they did the talent assessments, but Valier still knew they needed to go to the other side and headed in another direction. They followed as they called out the numbers, and when they were called, Valier and Daibun went to the reception. The receptionist asked if they knew this was the enrollment window. Daibun got nervous to respond, and Valier said he was there to pay his enrollment and enter the school, and she sighed at those words. There were always people like them who thought they could enter the school for just one semester. Valier questioned if he couldn't do that, and the receptionist laughed. Normally when they did this, the children who entered the school tried to borrow money from other children. To prevent this kind of incident, they didn't allow students to register with just the amount for one semester, and Valier sighed upon realizing he hadn't counted on that. In the end, he said they should leave if that were the case, but Daibun said they could take the test part. After all, Valier could be a genius or a supernatural power user. Daibun asked if it cost money to take the test, and the receptionist said that taking the test was still free. Sighing, she ended up agreeing. Like it or not, they had made the journey to get there, so they should take the test anyway. Still, Valier and Daibun talked. It should be a waste of time, but Daibun felt it wasn't. They just had to do what they could. Valier felt like he was the one who was discouraged, and the receptionist said the protagonist should place his hand on the detector. This made the protagonist worry about the possibility of being discovered as an archdemon due to his demon domination. There was no way that could happen. However, if it were discovered, he could use the ring at that exact moment. However, the receptionist was surprised by what was happening with the detector, and Valier became worried, wondering if he should run away. Daibun asked what happened, and she replied, apologizing that her device seemed to have broken and that she would replace it. In that, Daibun asked, laughing, if it was possible that something good was hidden, and Valier laughed, responding that there was nothing like that. For now, it didn't seem like they discovered he was a demon. She just said she would replace the crystal ball. But to begin with, he knew his attributes better than anyone, and soon she brought another detector. This was a new one. She checked that it was working properly this time, so things would probably work now. When Valier touched it, the receptionist became worried again, and Daibun asked what happened, wanting to know if it broke again. She found the situation strange. She was sure it should be functioning normally. Then, she asked Valier to hold on for a moment, and he wondered if he had some ability to break devices or something like that. The woman just continued to be shocked by what she was seeing. It should be impossible because the aptitude was catching her attention. Aptitude was an inferior form of talents. It wasn't enough to call someone an incomparable genius, but it was capable of showing that someone would achieve good results if they worked hard in that direction for a longer time. Still, while a person cannot enter the school solely based on aptitude, they still spoke to the children about their aptitude during the evaluation as a form of service. But when he showed the result to Valier, he himself was surprised. According to the test, he was born with an aptitude for all things in this world. According to the results, the protagonist was capable of using divine magic, as well as black magic. There had never been anything like this in the Empire. Daibun slapped Valier while laughing upon realizing he was right from the beginning, relieved because he hit the nail on the head. However, it was a problem because it wasn't what the protagonist wanted, and later Lawyer herself was shocked by such infinite aptitude. Daibun praised him because it was incredible. They had a future elite member among them, and she silenced him with a punch. But infinite aptitude was something Valier felt was a result of the story needing to make some sense. He could go any route he wanted with his achievement points. He could specialize in hand-to-hand combat with weapons, in magic, or archery. Not only that, Valier was capable of having whatever talent he wanted. If he had enough achievement points, he could acquire it. That was why this world granted him aptitude in all fields. It was then that someone approached him to speak again. It was Daibun, who noticed how he didn't seem very happy after seeing this, and Valier replied that he was happy, just didn't want to be a burden to the group. And Daibun showed off, saying it was all thanks to him. After all, he wouldn't have known about his abilities otherwise. As Daibun walked away feeling amazing, the protagonist realized he was entering the story. Valier planned to join the main story in the next semester, but the way things were going, he would be placed in the royal class immediately. The royal class was a special class in the temple, an elite class where all students received permanent scholarships. With their own extravagant dormitories and plenty of financial support, they were geniuses who could attend any classes without restrictions. They were those known as the greatest talents of the Empire. Valier intended to be a normal student for a semester and try to gather some achievement points. But to think they would place someone like him in Class A immediately was something even he didn't expect. Even Alaris was impressed when she heard about it. Class A was the highest elite even among the royal classes. However, Valier didn't seem happy about it at all, and Alaris asked if he was worried about something else. When he thought about it, Class A would probably be mocked by the main character very soon. The main character of the novel, The Demon King is Dead, was Ludwig, a transfer student from Class 1B. Ludwig turns against Class A, which mocked Class B for being inferior, and befriends his classmates as he advances on his journey. In other words, most students in Class A were arrogant with huge egos after all. Infinite aptitude was something Valier was happy about. It was good to be well evaluated, but he felt a bit pressured by all of it. Alaris stated that still, he would do well and didn't need to worry, and the protagonist smiled thinking he could already imagine the villains he would encounter in Class A. If something happened, he couldn't survive just on aptitude. Alaris affirmed that they would also do their best to support Valier as much as possible. The temple allowed students to leave campus. Valier asked Alaris why she wanted him to go to the temple so much, and she hesitated without answering. To which the protagonist said that if he really became as powerful as Sarkagor wanted, changing his mind and starting a war could indeed happen. Finally, she replied that she believed if he spent enough time with humans, he could start to love them too. Valier asked if that wasn't something she would regret, and she said she would deal with those problems when they happened. For now, she prepared some clothes and snapped her fingers, making a suitcase of clothes appear because Valier needed more than just his school uniform now. But besides all that, she also offered a red stone necklace and put it around his neck, asking him to keep it. Valier asked what it was, and Alaris asked if he could remember how he referred to himself as Tuesday. Valier recalled when he first went to the store, and she agreed. A long time ago, there were 7 vampire clans called the Seven Knights. The Monday and Sunday clans disappeared a long time ago, so their magic was forgotten. But the other 5 clans specialized in elements corresponding to their names and passed this down from generation to generation. What she just offered Valier was a treasure from her clan. The symbol of the leader of her clan was called Tuesday, and it was her flame. The protagonist asks if that meant she was the leader of the Tuesday clan, and Alaris agrees that it was the case. In that, he questions why she would give him something of such importance. Alaris explains that just like the ring Sarkager gave him had the power of doppelgangers, this was similar. This necklace allowed him to use as much fire magic as his magical reserves would allow. She suggests that he could try, and Valier is surprised to see the power of that small red stone in the necklace. He stands up, deciding to conjure fire magic with his own power, but when he tried to do so, for some reason the power was very small and weak. It was almost as if he were using a flint, and Alaris hoped he wouldn't get too used to the flame of Tuesday. Valier asks why this was happening, and she states that the more negatively he feels towards someone, the more power this item would offer. She hoped he would now understand the reason for giving the Flame of Tuesday. Valier felt that the reason for her giving this had been understood. As much as she didn't want him to hurt anyone, she was also concerned for her own safety. In that, he thanks Alaris, promising that he would do his best to keep this in mind, and would try not to use the necklace until he graduated. Alaris smiles hearing this, grateful that the prince understood, and Lawyer also offered something to the protagonist. For a moment, he didn't know what it was, but she explained that it was a bag of money that would be equivalent to his allowance. It was supposed to be his tuition, but now that he had a scholarship, he could use it as he wished. Unlike the others, Lawyer only had money to offer. Valier thanks her because he would use the money wisely, and she asks him to have a good night's sleep. Valier gets stressed because Lawyer started talking so much about him taking care of himself because he began to be treated like a real child. It was only recently that the protagonist remembered a crucial problem regarding that novel. This story, The Demon King is Dead, was a slice of life. It was a nice and relaxing story he wrote to please his fans who were tired of dark and tragic endings. But he didn't have the talent to finish a happy story. He ran out of material to write very quickly, and the story lost its purpose. Therefore, he ended up doing that, and now he wonders if that was the main reason his story kept flopping again. It was something that happened in the final parts. In the middle of the story, a portal connected to another world suddenly opens and thousands of monsters come out. The world would begin to be annihilated, and now he himself realizes he was in big trouble if things were to head towards that fate. Knowing this, Valier wonders what he should do. Perhaps he could take the opportunity to escape. He could run away and wait for the end to come. However, he questions why he should suffer from his stupid decisions. When he thought about fleeing, he remembered those people who tried to take care of him and felt he had to pull himself together. No matter what would happen to the world, he was the main responsible for it. He had to take responsibility. He needed to go to the temple and get stronger to gain more achievement points than he already had. After all, he needed to use the revision to stop the portal from opening or to fight against all those monsters. Whether it be the destruction of the world or anything else, he needed to do something about it to fix the situation. Time passes, and soon an announcement comes for the new students at the temple, saying to have their student ID and admission letter ready. The new students of the royal class should be present in the dormitory hall at 1 in the afternoon. Valier was astonished. He only realized when he arrived in the capital, thinking that his lazy description would materialize like this was impressive. He wonders how much money was spent on this. Inside the building, it was even more impressive than usual, and he wonders how he could find his room in such a large place. And while walking, suddenly a girl approaches to talk. She recognizes him as the new student, and Valier greets her. She introduces herself as Ceres Van Owen, the president of the royal class. Ceres knew she should be looking for her room and asks him to help her, requesting to see his ID. Valier offers it, and she sees that his name was Reinhard, no surname, and he was part of Class A. He was assigned to room A11. She explains that he could go in that other direction to the Class A hall and should remember the announcement he heard. There would be a welcome party for the newcomers at 1 in the afternoon. Attendance was mandatory, as they would inform the rules for the newcomers to follow. Valier thanks for the help, and Ceres steps away to assist other new students, and he heads to where room A11 was located. It didn't take long for them to find the said room, and he uses his ID card to access it as he was instructed. He is surprised and wonders if it was some kind of magic too. These things no longer surprised him. As it should be his room, he couldn't remember anything because he didn't write down things and details that small. However, he was caught off guard because the room was huge and all fancy. It was even bigger than he imagined, wanting to say that all the students were like this. First the imperial capital, then the temple, and now the room. Everything was so fascinating that it became almost frightening. Suddenly, Valier noticed a wrapped gift package. He opens it, wondering if it was for him. It couldn't be possible that this was the level of attention they offered. He decides to check what it was. Inside there was a map, dormitory rules, some sweets, a notebook, and a pen. He surprisingly felt kind, still had time, and could remember all the rules and things he should use there. Writing, he tries to recall about Class A and the things about Class B until the announcement that all new students needed to go to the central hall. Valier is surprised because time passed quickly. He only remembered well the names of a few characters, but it should be enough. It was somewhat organized to know who was who, and soon the protagonist goes out to meet other students outside. Even with preparation, he could only recognize a few of them and felt a bit nervous. It was then he noticed some upperclassmen from the royal class watching from above. They all had terrifying looks. He was surprised to see how many came to see them like this, and it was a considerable number. No one would think that the superiors would be interested in the new students, and Valier wonders why they came. Suddenly, someone steps hard on the protagonist's foot, and he falls to the ground in pain, turning to complain because he should be careful. But he ended up being caught off guard by the person who bent down to apologize and check if he was okay. The person helps him get up while still apologizing, but Valier was still too surprised staring at that guy. After all, it was Ludwig, who introduces himself with a smile, and the protagonist uses the name Reinhard to introduce himself as well. Ludwig and Valier shake hands, and the protagonist tries not to get too tense looking at the protagonist of his own story. Ludwig notes that the welcome party would start soon. It was seeing Ludwig that Valier finally felt for the first time inside his own story. Ceres announces on the microphone that they would start now and asks the new students to sit in the chairs in the center of the hall. Class B should have 10 people, but he could see 11 of them now. It seemed they adjusted the numbers because he entered in a special admission. But thinking that Valier would become the last of Class A made him fearful. He could already imagine the students pressuring him to see if he had infinite aptitude. He was the guy with such popularity, but had a fragile body. They probably wouldn't even believe that someone without talent entered Class A. He was sure that scenario would happen, and it was the perfect situation for that kind of thing to unfold. Soon, Ceres says they should start introducing themselves, and Valier feels he would be better off if he went to B11. The first person to introduce themselves to everyone in Class A1 was Bertus de Gardius, which was a complete shock to the protagonist. He should have originally admitted under a false identity, but there he was. And another girl introduced herself as A4, Harriet de Santa Juan. There was also Kayer, who was A10, and finally, Valier introduces himself still using his name, Reinhard. Around, everyone whispers about him being the guy with infinite aptitude, not knowing how someone gets into the royal class just with aptitude. Valier sits down again after the introduction, trying not to get nervous. Everyone was gossiping too much, which was very embarrassing. Suddenly, a character appears that shocks the protagonist. The person who introduces herself as B1 was Charlotte de Gardias. She originally shouldn't be there. The structure of external power did not apply in the temple school. As proof, with the exception of Bertus and Charlotte, none of the royal family members went to the royal class, which meant that not even the royal family could enter there without proving they were talented and skilled. If Bertus, the first prince, graduates with excellent grades, just that could give him such power. Therefore, the secret villain of the Demon King is dead. Bertus de Gardias was going to enter the royal class, and this would just be the first step to turning ambition into reality. But now that the prince and princess of the empire entered the royal class in the same year, things would be unpredictable. This was not written in the novel, and the protagonist wonders if the script of the work has changed because he and the princess of the empire were originally supposed to have died. Bertus was also supposed to have kept his identity a secret, but he ended up revealing everything from the beginning. Just imagining all of this and that it was acting, even though he is the creator of that character, he felt chills just seeing it. The original Bertus awakened 3 talents after Duke Solarian invested in him, which by the way were the talents that, after extensive research, the Empire deemed necessary, all to be able to reach the Supreme Class, a talent related to combat, sensitivity to magic, and mana control. Without one of these 3, it was impossible to become a member of the Supreme Class. With that, Bertus, after meeting the necessary conditions, became a Master of the Sword. But this could not have been different from the novel. The problem was Charlotte de Gardias, the first princess. It was just a guess from Valère, but he thought that both princes Bertus and Charlotte were in the royal class. But it seemed she ended up entering B1. Her talent was lower than Bertus's because she was not A class. But judging only the skills, Bertus was never an A1. It would be problematic if both princes were in the same class, however. The faculty of the school thought it was dangerous for both princes to enter the royal class for the first time. As soon as everyone finished introducing themselves, they could focus on discussing the rules of the royal class. Series says that in the royal class and in the temple, everyone was at the same level. What differentiates each one would be the class they were in. Regardless of whether they were a high-ranking noble or a member of the royal family, now they were all at the same level. They all should have an understanding that it would not be possible for the temple to exist if they discussed the powers of each family. If they still wish to create tension with the status of a family inside, Series threatens everyone because they would receive a warning from the council president. If too many warnings accumulate, there would be a meeting with the faculty, after which disciplinary actions would be taken and they could start getting used to the idea of being expelled. And also, there was a new letter from the royal palace of Gardias. This would normally not be allowed, but Series decides to read it just this once because it was special. From the format in which this letter is read, it refers to everything inside or outside the temple, if Charlotte de Gardias or Bertus de Gardias were harmed in any way. Regardless of their rank, the other party would be completely deprived of their right to the throne immediately. That is why he, Emperor Neliad of Gardias, was declaring that this was not just related to Bertus and Charlotte. Valère could say it was linked to all of his followers inside and outside the temple. In other words, he meant that he should treat everyone's life as if it were his own, and compete with everyone in good faith. It seemed that Bertus and Charlotte would not fight each other for now. In light of this, later, Bertus kept wearing that fake smile to treat the other students as if they were friends. Obviously, it would be concerning if he received a warning or anything like that, and Valère had to admit that that bastard was very good at what he did. The student Bertus was talking to was Eric de Lafayette, and Bertus comments that Lafayette was known for its grapes and wine. Eric is surprised because he knew the Lafayette, but Valère knew it was just Bertus's way of winning that guy over with charm. Then, Bertus asks for permission when he sees someone passing by them. He approaches the girl asking for permission, and even Valère is left confused. Bertus tells the girl that she didn't need to think anything wrong of him. He just wanted to introduce himself to everyone. He introduces himself to the girl and came to offer his sincerest apologies. She should have been part of Class A1, but it seemed that the temple administration was being a bit more cautious than usual. Valère realizes that the person with black hair and eyes that Bertus was talking to was someone he knew. The girl was Ellen A2, who responds not to worry. She didn't care much about those things, actually. She was the A1 of the royal class, but was demoted to A2 by Bertus, and has a secret that she is a genius with revenge talent almost as good as to be an A1. Her real name, or rather her surname, to be more precise, was Artorius, the hero who defeated the Demon King by sacrificing himself. Ellen was actually the younger sister of Regan Artorius, but it didn't take long for Valère to hear a voice speaking loudly. It was Ludwig, who arrived smiling at everyone and greeting them like a good generic anime protagonist. And quickly, everyone fell silent, looking at his face with that strange atmosphere. This was the first event of the novel. Ludwig got a mark on his neck because he spoke carelessly with a person from Class A. Even so, Ludwig approached Valère to chat, happy to find a familiar face from before. While the two exchanged handshakes, Harriet was stunned to see that friendly scene in front of her. She grumbled that it was very annoying, but Ludwig smiled and came closer to greet her too, but the girl ignored him, swatting away his offered hand. Harriet told him to go away, because this was the dormitory of Class A, and he got nervous realizing he couldn't stay there. Harriet pressed him, replying that she didn't know if he could, but she was sure that whenever a Class B was around, it always caused trouble. But who came to his rescue was Bertus, who asked if Harriet wasn't crossing the line by saying that. Valère sighed. Harriet was in trouble now. Her talent was with magic. She was the daughter of Duke Saint Ouen. She had to make a good impression on the prince, which was sad, so starting an argument with him wasn't good. She backed down from the situation, and Bertus introduced himself to Ludwig, apologizing for this because there were some very sensitive people in that room. But he could feel free to use the beeper if he needed to say something. He could teach Ludwig if he didn't know. At that, Erich got emotional and praised the prince because he was super nice, making Valère sigh at that scene. Suddenly, the protagonist received an achievement for acquiring the first day in the temple, and now he had 100 points in hand. Valère was shocked because he received 100 points just for watching Ludwig being belittled by the annoying Class A. But what surprised him was that he could actually get even more of that, managing to earn 800 points. There was also the list of talents. Fencing, archery, and sensitivity to magic would give 1,000 points each. Weapon mastery would give 10,000 points, and magic 20,000. Valier felt like he was being mocked now. He had a small amount of points, it was too little, and even the system told him to be quiet and stop being greedy for wanting more, which made him sigh, realizing he could only accept this. Still, he decided to look at the subsections about supernatural abilities. Valier wanted to be able to use magic, but he couldn't do anything now. However, supernatural abilities were extremely weak when they were at the beginning of their manifestation. They were hard to control and needed repetitive training. Valier decided to earn more achievement points before buying a supernatural ability. He could also decide which one to take as things progressed. Although the entrance ceremony for the royal class was done separately, the procedure was quite simple. The head teacher introduced them to the classrooms of each teacher, and they were taken to the private class buildings near the dormitories. Valier felt that there wasn't much to this entrance ceremony, which should mean that even between the princess and the prince, nothing had changed. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the Class A teacher telling the students to focus on their studies. This man was Mr. Eppenhauser, the teacher of the Class A classroom. They would have classes there on Mondays and Thursdays. On Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, they would have pre-scheduled classes, and Eppen told Bertus that he would be the temporary leader. Managing the class would be his role. All suggestions should first be passed to the leader. If they wanted to change leaders, they should discuss among themselves and inform later. Everything they needed to know would be relayed by A1. But there was one exception. They should call as soon as a big fight started, to prevent the students from killing each other in the best way possible. But their field of vision had a limit, so they should be careful with each other during this time. Therefore, they should check what talents their classmates had later. It was then that a student spoke up about it. The student asked what could happen if he needed to intervene, and Eppen replied that they would be subject to special management. While they were valuable assets to the Empire, they could also be dangerous to each other. They should have been warned about this when they entered. Eppen stated that as the instructor of the royal class, he had permission to punish each of them on the spot by placing them under special management. And another student laughs, asking if he was really capable of doing that. Eppen recounts that he had been doing the same thing for 10 years. Now he hoped they had understood the message and would be very careful with their actions. Valier wonders if a teacher should be so harsh with their students. Then Eppen comments that it was strange A11. Valier gets nervous because he was suddenly called to accompany the teacher in the middle of the conversation. He wonders why this is happening, and in the private room, the teacher comments on his infinite aptitude. His potential was infinite, but still, he had no other talent to show them. Eppen shows some records. They were of Grants of 3, who had a supernatural ability, and there was Cliffman of 5, who had a combat talent. Grants would have classes on supernatural ability and control, while Cliffman would have combat-related classes in parallel. In other words, Valier's classmates had specific paths to follow, and the protagonist agreed he understood. Eppen goes on to say that Valier has aptitude in all fields, but nothing special. He probably didn't know what to study. Valier was surprised because it seemed like his teacher was helping him, and he continues explaining that it was possible for someone to have good talent and aptitude. Or perhaps they were completely different from what the person wanted. Eppen had seen many such cases, and compared to them, the protagonist was the best and could do anything. Valier remembers the things he read in his status window and replies that he would like to learn supernatural abilities. The teacher hesitates and then says he knows Valier had many talents that were just described in a way that left it open-ended. But he questions whether supernatural abilities were involved, and Valier laughs because, being an infinite aptitude, it should be the case. The protagonist mentioned supernatural abilities because they were quite cheap, but his teacher's reaction was not very good. Eppen says that if they are to follow these rules, people without supernatural abilities cannot participate in classes in this area. But for those in the royal class, it was a bit different. Still, one could be expelled if they did not prove to have any aptitude for it. Valier agrees in silence. Then Eppen decides he would only give a lesson, handing over what would be his class schedule for the semester, accepting nothing beyond that. This surprised Valier because it was a huge amount of things to do, but the teacher replied that it was just like that. It was difficult to manifest supernatural abilities with effort, so he should try some other interesting things besides them. And Valier thanks his teacher for the help, later realizing that he was actually a better guy than he expected. When he returned to the classroom, everyone was staring at the protagonist, and he wonders why that was. Maybe there was something on his face. Then suddenly, one of the students starts teasing Valier because it seemed he had no talent. Valier agrees that he didn't, and the student exclaims, asking if the others thought that was right. After all, this was the royal class. It didn't seem to make any sense to put someone there with just one aptitude, especially in their class, where one of the requirements was to be among the most talented. Still, he mocks, asking how he managed to get into Class A when he should have gone to B. In light of these questions, he asks if it was because he greeted that guy from Class B, and Valier sighs, asking him to be quiet. The student got furious because he felt challenged, and the protagonist asks why he was saying this to him like that. Since it wasn't even him who decided that, it was all part of the admission people responsible for this scenario. Valier asks if he thought he had flattered them. He just went to the class because they told him to, but still, that guy was bothering him. And he shouts, questioning who he thought was the leader of the admission sector, which made the student back down in the face of aggression. The protagonist pressures the student to answer that he was not one of the admission people, so he couldn't keep talking nonsense. Then, he even makes the student tremble in fear while being threatened, he who had the talent for a large mana storage but no aptitude for magic. Valier even pats the guy's head, sighing because he was only good at talking when he was bad-mouthing others. After making the student back down, the others are somewhat afraid of the protagonist, thinking he was a big fool. Now Valier felt like he had messed everything up and wonders if he would end up receiving a warning for getting angry with someone else. Or maybe he should just continue this way, but for some reason, Bertus looked at him smiling. And Valier wonders what exactly he was looking at like that, and what was going on in that false prince's head. It was making him worried. Later, all the students gather to have a snack, and of course, Valier was left alone. Bertus was constantly getting distracted by something different. Now he felt he should have thought before doing that, and he wonders how it was possible for things to end up exactly as he imagined. This was because in the middle of the class, Valier ended up coughing and caused problems for the other students, resulting in him being isolated and worsening the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Bertus asks Harriet if she had a talent for magic, and she agrees, asking back if he had sensitivity to magic and mana control. When the prince agrees, she smiles because it seemed like they were somewhat alike, and suddenly another voice speaks to Charlotte to try something else. When they turned, it was Ludwig offering things for the princess to eat even when she refused because she didn't like greasy foods. Still, he insists because she needed to eat to recover soon, and complains while Ludwig continues to offer things. Valier realizes he was worrying too much. It seemed that an introvert like him didn't even need to worry about extroverts after all. The two would end up getting along, so they wouldn't have any reason to be concerned about someone like Valier. Time passes, and the practical classes begin where the students run, and their teacher exclaims for them not to stop and to keep the pace. The teacher says that elementary school is over, and if they want to complain about what they are doing, they should focus on packing their bags and going home. Valier was getting nauseous from running 20 laps after eating, but the teacher showed no mercy. He says they should train their physical conditioning regardless of whether their talent was in combat, magic, or supernatural abilities. If they couldn't meet the Empire's standards, they would fail. They couldn't forget that, and should focus on training. Harriet felt like she was going to die from running. She was a sorceress, and wondered what she should do now. The teacher ran past, asking what it felt like to die, catching her by surprise and scaring her. He shouts that if this were a real battle, she would be dead, and Harriet screams while asking him to let her run in peace. While that chaos was happening, suddenly a voice called for the protagonist. It was Ludwig who appeared smiling. He asks if she was already tired when it was only 20 laps, and then runs ahead telling her to keep up. Valier sighs. It was strange being around energetic people like him. He would have to endure this torture for an entire semester. Suddenly, who ran past them at full speed was Ellen. She was very fast and had no issues with physical movements. That wasn't even written in the novel. The only person who was at the same level of vigor as Ludwig was Ellen. Later, the teacher still forced them to do exercises and sit-ups, shouting that they were all slow and ordering them to do everything right and not stop at all. Valier wonders what kind of training this was, and in the middle of the exercise, he ends up seeing Charlotte, who was sitting on the bench. He felt a bit envious of her, even though she was sitting there because she was sick. The teacher didn't go easy on the others. He shouts at those who were struggling because they were crying, telling them to swallow their tears and use that as willpower to continue. If he saw Valier slow down, he would definitely order him to run 10 more laps. But while he suffered, Ludwig was giving it his all doing sit-ups. He did so many in partnership with Ellen that they both looked like two crazies exercising at full throttle. After a while, the characters managed to have time to shower and calm down, even though they were sore from the exercises. Still, the students wondered why they had to take such classes together, even if that wasn't the real problem. They would go through that torture every Thursday. Even Valier was going crazy with it. He would end up sweating like an animal every Thursday, and another student approached to comment that he didn't seem very fit earlier. It was the same guy who had been provoking the protagonist for not having talent, and Valier questioned since when he cared about that. The boy replies that looking at Valier, it seemed he wasn't a good fighter, and asks if he really thought he was something in the room alone. Valier gets irritated. After all, that guy started it, and the student gets furious, pushing the protagonist. He questions how someone like him dared to retort, and the atmosphere in the place becomes tense again. Valier sighs, saying that it was enough, but the student wasn't done yet and tells him to try talking trash to him again. It made no sense that he was in Class A, with someone talentless like him taking up space in the class. Suddenly, Valier grabbed him by the neck and prepared to punch him in the face, and the students screamed because a fight had started. Ludwig and Bertus held the protagonist back because they shouldn't be fighting, but Valier still told that guy to repeat what he said if he wanted to get hit again. Another student pulled the guy who provoked him by the arm, and the confusion continued as they tried to call a teacher. Later, the two were under Epin's gaze, who commented on how they fought on the very first day of class. The student stammered that Valier hit first, and before that was still cursing, and the protagonist felt it was true that they had fought. But seeing how the teacher reacted quickly, it was Louis Ancton who went to get the teacher. Epin told him to be quiet because he hadn't asked anything, and asked if it was Valier who started it, and the protagonist agreed. But it was student Kyer who made comments that undermined the temple's authority, and Kyer was shocked, asking when he did something like that. The teacher told Valier to explain that better, and he recounted that Kyer said his admission to Class A was unfair several times. Then, Valier told Kyer that a student shouldn't question why the temple made such a decision. The protagonist acknowledged he was too rude with his words because he was criticizing the temple because of him, but Kyer tried to physically suppress him because he wasn't in good shape, and Kyer agreed, still complaining because he got punched. Epin told both of them to shut up and asked Valier what he meant by Kyer undermining the temple's authority. The protagonist smiled inside because the teacher fell for his words. He knew everything that could infuriate or please his characters because he created them. Then, Valier began to fake tears, telling that Kyer, in front of the other students, said he cheated to get into Class A. Valier claimed he didn't mind being slandered, but Kyer's words were against the integrity of the temple, which made the student tremble, and the protagonist took that as a great insult to the Gardius Empire, so he couldn't contain his anger. He bowed, apologizing for his recklessness to the teacher. Valier knew that Epin also had a trait he could use and abuse. His trait was that he was a patriot, and Epin stared deeply at Kyer in a frightening way, wanting to know if that was true. The student stammered, trying to explain himself, but the teacher didn't back down and insisted on knowing if he heard truths now. He wanted to know, irritated, if it was true that a mere student blasphemed that the temple was corrupt in that way, and slowly Kyer agreed. Eppinhauser was a patriot, and took great pride in the Gardius Empire and the temple. He was quite sensitive to issues of defamation against the empire or the temple. However, at the same time, he was a fair teacher to all his students. He would realize that Kyer said everything he thought and would analyze the situation well. Then, the teacher said that Kyer should stay there while Valier could leave and return to the classroom. When he returned to class, everyone was still staring at the protagonist. It seemed that the rumors of him being a talentless guy had spread to classes A and B, and besides that, the protagonist managed to complete a challenge that was to pick a fight, earning 200 achievement points. Still, Valier didn't even know what that was suddenly. Thankfully, he didn't have to beat up the prince. He still had other challenges, like coming in first place in the physical integration test and earning 4,000 points. Maybe it was possible if he broke Ellen and Ludwig's ankles, but there was another challenge to stay in the top 10 of the intermediate exam and earn 3,000 points. It was something that was impossible to do even in his previous life, but there was also another reward because he received a love confession. Valier was frustrated because it was the kind of thing that seemed like the system thought could never happen. Still, there were other challenges saying he should write a love letter to a classmate and be rejected, not going to classes for an entire day, being punished by his teacher, and vandalizing the main street of the temple after curfew. All the challenges of that system were stupid. It was all an attempt to get him expelled from there. Suddenly, Epin returned to the classroom telling everyone to be silent, and was accompanied by Kyer, who was quiet. By his expression, the protagonist didn't think he would have to worry about him coming at him again. When everyone was in their seats, the teacher told Bertus to collect the pre-registration forms. While he did that, Epin said they should stay there if they still had doubts. Otherwise, they could go to the dormitory after handing in. They couldn't forget to ask permission from their teacher or head of house to go outside. When they left, the students came out complaining after being exhausted from practice. Half of them had made up their minds, but Valier was still in the room and heard some curses coming from outside the classroom. The protagonist recognized Eric's voice. If it was him, there was only one reason he would be acting like this. Eric was yelling at a girl who tripped right in front of him. The girl with red hair and eyes who would stand out anywhere was Scarlet, the symbol of strangeness. Eric shouted that he didn't want to see her in front of him anymore, and the protagonist remembered writing that she would be bullied just for having red hair. Ludwig bent down to check if she was okay, according to Alaris. While she was the symbol of courage and bravery, that had been modified to be something different. It was the symbol of strangeness because archdemons have red hair and eyes. Because of that, she was abandoned by her parents and lived on the streets, unlike Valier. She endured the bullying because she had nowhere else to go besides the temple, but being abandoned and being a target of bullying for the color of her hair was horrendous. Soon she would become friends with Ludwig and would no longer suffer bullying, but Valier wondered if he needed to intervene. It seemed like it was time to acquire his first talent, and he wondered which one he should take. Perhaps it was because he left something out because it was too strong. In his own room, Valier ended up in shock when he saw in the list because there was self-suggestion, a talent he had set aside but was still on the list. And there was only one reason he had left it aside. It was so good that it could be considered cheating. He could become capable of doing anything by hypnotizing himself. It was something that exists, but had never been used. So it seemed they recycled the idea. It was good that this could cost few achievement points, because it shouldn't be an evolving skill. However, when he looked, he noticed there was a symbol next to the skills and was surprised because it was blocked and at level 0. But now Valier understood why it was cheap. It seemed it had been completely stolen, and he complained that the system was very shady. Most people had supernatural abilities as talents and already had their powers awakened. But sometimes, very rarely, there were some people with dormant abilities still within their bodies. In other words, Valier bought a dormant supernatural ability in the system, and to awaken it, he needed to go through an extreme situation. That is, he would need to face a big problem and force it to happen. Valier wondered why this hadn't happened already by experiencing trauma. Now he couldn't even buy another ability with his points at 0, so the only thing to do was the second option. It was to earn many achievement points to have more talents and not put himself in an extreme position to awaken quickly. It was important to earn more achievement points so that he at least had a talent he could use now. But 200 points for being rejected after writing a love letter to a classmate seemed a bit much. This involved his pride. It seemed the system wanted him to confess to someone from elementary school to go through such an embarrassing trauma. However, Valier paused to think better and realized that receiving a love confession could actually be good too. On the main street of the temple, within the large educational complex that was the temple, there was more than just the school. Because of the large population accompanied by the students, the existence of a shopping center, there was something natural. Restaurants, cafes, clothing stores, arcades, an expanding area where there was everything one could imagine. That was why it was a place where the temple students usually frequented, including Kair and the other students. Kair's classmates offered him things to eat and distract him a bit. Kono and Kair were commoners while Eric was a noble. Eric agreed with Kono. Kair couldn't keep thinking about Valier all the time. Instead, Kono tried to make his friend eat. He couldn't stay in a bad mood all the time and even teased him to eat, and Kair sighed as he went back to eating. These three were supposed to become friends from the start, but they ended up getting closer much faster than in the original novel. The cause of this was the talentless but hot-headed Reinhard, who started the semester as an annoying person. Kair's friends asked why he had suffered the punishment and everything that happened in the teacher's room. Kair replied that he didn't know. Valier was shouting some things, but he didn't understand everything. But overall, he apparently ended up offending the temple school. Eric is left confused as to why it was the protagonist who mocked the royal class for entering it without any talent. These three ended up joining forces against Reinhard, and Kair tells them to just wait, because one day he would definitely kill him. Meanwhile, other students gather to eat. They were girls checking clothes and things to buy. In this, Kono comments that the girls were cute, and Eric even chokes on his drink, saying he shouldn't be saying that to them. There were people from outside who wouldn't even have permission to look because they were from lower classes. And Kono winks because now they were classmates. Kair comments that not everyone there was nice like Prince Bertus. Kono asks who they thought was the prettiest girl. One of them says he thinks it's Princess Charlotte. But if he wanted to pursue her, it was a problem because she was too much. Another comments that he thinks it's Ellen. One of the friends thinks she's a bit scary. And the one who said it was Ellen complains because they were only talking about looks. Finally, Kair says he thinks Grants is his type, and suddenly someone interrupted to talk to them. Eric gets worried because someone might catch them talking about the girls from the royal class. What appeared was a girl with silver hair asking if they could talk for a bit, and Kono fell in love at that moment. She asks if the two could talk outside, and he agrees immediately, leaving the other two in silence, just watching the scene. Then, the girl hands a letter to Kono, which said she didn't know his name, but fell in love with him as soon as she saw him and wanted to know more about him. The girl asks if Kono is dating, and he quickly denies, which makes her ask what he thinks of her. And Kono quickly says he fell in love with her as soon as he saw her, so the girl smiles and says she would see him again, running off and leaving him behind. Kono waves that he would wait for her forever, and that he loved her, while Eric and Kair watched in shock. The two are worried, wondering if they need to train more because they should at least be better than Kono at this. It was shocking that that girl liked Kono and not either of the two when they were much better looking. Later, the girl, who revealed herself to be Valier in disguise, wonders how things got to that level. He ended up selling his soul and dignity for some points, managing to complete the challenge of receiving a love confession from a classmate and acquiring 1,000 points. But at least he managed it quickly. There was no rule saying he had to receive a love confession as Reinhard. So he took advantage of that, and suddenly the system changed all the details of the challenges just for Valier to complain because they were being stingy. The list updated saying that all challenges had to be fulfilled while being Reinhard, and everything involved only that identity. He also receives a challenge saying he should go on a date with Kono Lint as a beautiful girl, and the system even wrote laughs for the protagonist. Valier feels they are trying to make him die of embarrassment and sell his pride this time, but wonders if it's really okay to deceive the heart of an innocent young man. Kono was an idiot that way, but he wasn't a bad guy deep down, but now wasn't the time to think about that. He could buy a talent if he earned another 1,000 points. The current challenges could offer a serious punishment. Maybe not going to class for an entire day, so a challenge that was just embarrassing and didn't cause any punishment would be the most appropriate. He had sold his soul once, so selling it twice wouldn't be anything, and writing a love letter to a classmate to be rejected shouldn't be that bad. The protagonist felt like an idiot, still wondering if he should deliver that letter or give up on the idea. To begin with, selling his soul for points and now having to break his dignity for points. But he needed to gather his 1,000 points quickly to buy his next talent. He chose this person carefully so he could endure a bit of humiliation. There wouldn't be any rumors if he was rejected because he was sure that person couldn't care less about it afterward. The person he chose was Ellen Artorius, who was training with a wooden sword when Valier arrived. He approaches to talk to her, wondering if she wouldn't get so angry with him that she would hit him when he confessed. But it was all for his achievement points. It was for future investment, and Valier hands her the letter saying he wrote some things he was feeling. The girl picks up the letter, reads it, and rejects it, and he accepts without thinking much, quickly concluding his challenge and earning 200 points. He always knew it would be like this, and now he wonders if he should give up and distance himself from everything this time. The next day, they had fencing lessons with a teacher who was shouting at them to be firmer. Fighting with a sword in hand meant that the enemy was close, so they should put more strength into their wrists. But Valier felt like he was going to lose it at this pace. Ellen was clearly in the same mood as the day before and couldn't care less about the rejection. Even in the theoretical fencing class earlier, he was always trying to convince himself that he did this for the achievement points, but his head was going crazy. All because after the confession, he was still thinking about Ellen, even knowing he didn't really like her. Everything got much worse because the fencing lessons and practice were combined, and the teacher went after Valier because she noticed he was distracted. She yelled at him, telling the protagonist to stretch his arms more. He should stay in that position because he could barely stand. In contrast, Ellen was perfect, as expected from a student of the royal class. Even after striking dozens of times, her consistency remained close to perfection. While Ellen was praised by one teacher, Valier heard insults from another telling him to stretch his arms. The teacher remembered that there was another student in the royal class in this lesson, and it was Reinhard, which surprised the teacher. Valier was shocked because the girl took attendance for the students and still didn't realize he was from Class A. The teacher laughed and asked what they thought about the idea of the royal class students having a duel that day. Ellen agreed without hesitation, but Valier wasn't too happy about the idea, and everyone else sat down to watch. They whispered about how it was a fight between the elite. They should feel honored to witness something they would remember forever. But Valier knew he would lose in a second, yet everyone was still expecting something incredible from this duel. The instructor said she was there to protect them, so they could give it their all, and thus they decided to start. The protagonist was frustrated because they were expecting so much from him. It was too much, but Ellen couldn't hold back at all when she charged at Valier, hitting him squarely with a blow. Valier wondered if she was furious because of the confession, and if that were the case, he could just talk. But the hit was enough to knock the protagonist out, and later, he woke up in shock because he lost consciousness during the duel. When he woke up, Valier jumped in surprise upon realizing that Ellen was there. She told him he hadn't woken up until the end of the class and brought him to the infirmary. Now it was lunchtime, and Valier decided to go out to get something to eat, but since he couldn't, Ellen helped him get up. He said she didn't need to do that, and Ellen mentioned that if he had blocked her sword, she would have slid her body and hit his neck. She didn't know he was so inept at fencing, and Valier wondered if she was saying those things because she felt bad. So he stepped away because he could walk on his own now and suggested they could have lunch together now that it was lunchtime. Ellen agreed, and Valier thought it wasn't his fault. No matter where things went, it wasn't his fault. So he thought he could get revenge for the sword hit he took now that Ellen had fallen for his words. With students from all over the continent heading to the temple, the opening of several traditional restaurants was expected. There was also an area called the East, similar to East Asia on Earth, and one of the traditional foods was cheonggukjang. Valier was even salivating. It was good to remember this place after he went out dressed as a woman to earn achievement points. He offered Ellen some to eat, but she grimaced, sensing it smelled like something she shouldn't eat. The protagonist smiled, asking if she really thought he would give her something bad, and inside he thought he wanted to get revenge for her sword hit with this. When Valier offered a spoonful, the girl even bumped her head on the table while he laughed, asking if it was really good. A 17-year-old girl from school who was cold, indifferent, and beautiful was the most cliché thing of all time. But even after almost breaking the table with her hand, Ellen drank something to swallow the food, asking why it smelled. Valier replied that she could at least control her strength a little, and as if seeking revenge, he thought he could try it too. The food from his hometown, after so long, also needed to be mixed with soju to be delicious. But Ellen was still trying to eat with that grimace because she was hungry, making Valier choke on laughter because it was so funny. The protagonist even offers her more to eat, but she refuses. What truly surprised him was that she ate everything. The next day, they had a theoretical magic class, and the teacher was explaining the formulas and telling them to replicate them. It wasn't that difficult, so they shouldn't be disappointed. It would be even worse during the next term. In fact, Valier felt like he wasn't understanding anything and decided to leave, which left the teacher in shock at such audacity. There was also the class on sensitivity training to magic, where the teacher guided him to relax his body, saying that his body and soul were one with the universe. But at that point, Valier had already been asleep for quite some time. Finally, he finishes the classes, and the teacher lets them have a magical day. It seemed like everyone had fallen asleep, and now Valier understood why everyone praised the class. Next, there was the class on controlling supernatural abilities, and Liana de Grants and Heinrich von Schwartz were in it. During attendance, Kona was called, but Valier felt his body and soul so exhausted after all the classes that he was almost fainting again. Reinhardt answered the roll call, but someone he didn't expect to see was Charlotte, who was in those classes. The teacher was surprised by Liana because she had the best control among all the students when it came to using magic. Meanwhile, Valier thought that Charlotte had awakened her supernatural abilities, and only a few teachers knew what they were. As proof of this, she went to have a lesson with her private instructor as soon as the class started. Valier wondered why. It seemed like it was a skill that others couldn't see. The teachers were still guiding the students to continue. There was a chance that the princess had claimed to have a skill she didn't actually possess just to enter the temple. While they were testing the students' abilities, the protagonist wondered if Bertus knew about her ability. It was one or the other. He either knew or didn't know that his sister actually had a supernatural ability. After all, Bertus wouldn't just stand by knowing that the princess had no abilities, and the students continued their training, until one of the instructors asked Valier what they should do, and he replied that they should push him to his mental limit. She was shocked, but the protagonist said they didn't know if his supernatural ability could awaken in a dangerous situation. The woman said it was too ridiculous. If it were true, the world would be full of people with supernatural abilities. In light of this, she sighed, but allowed him to do it in that class, warning him in advance that he would fail. But Valier said he had no choice anyway, and time passed until the end of the class, where Heinrich approached to talk. He questioned if the temple was a joke for him to be doing those things during class, but it was still ridiculous for someone like him to attend those classes. He didn't even have supernatural abilities, and was going to those classes anyway. Valier replied that it was obvious because he needed to make efforts to try to have his ability. Heinrich questioned if he thought he could do anything because of this infinite aptitude, and the protagonist said it was because he wanted to find out what to do after all. But he shouldn't go to the supernatural abilities classes anymore. Otherwise, he would cook him alive doing that. The protagonist laughed at that threat. It seemed like he didn't even know how to cook a potato and was still making such threats. Valier asked what ability he had to act like that towards him. He should know that anything was better than him. Heinrich charged at the protagonist after picking a fight, a person like him offending a member of the royal family. However, Valier laughed because he couldn't use his status there in the temple. Perhaps he had forgotten the rules. He could report to the student council if he didn't apologize for acting like that. Around them, the other students were shocked by Valier's audacity. He began to count to 3 to make him apologize, but Heinrich was furious enough to prepare an attack against the protagonist. But even so, Valier just slapped his forehead, which surprised Heinrich because he dared to hit him. The protagonist replied that it was self-defense. Obviously, he intended to attack with fire magic beforehand. But before Heinrich could attack, Valier slapped him again, asking if he really thought he would let him get away with that. He would give so many slaps to that face after threatening him with his supernatural ability. He would keep it a secret that he tried to attack him with his abilities. Heinrich was still furious because Valier kept mocking him, and he even stumbled and fell to the ground when the protagonist made him fall. Valier pressed his foot against his head, asking who said he thought he could keep avoiding things to start. He just wanted to enjoy his classes in peace, but they kept insisting on provoking those who were quiet. To be honest, it was Heinrich who should be grateful he didn't have supernatural abilities to retaliate in kind. Currently, Heinrich's ability had a radius of 5 meters and took a few seconds to activate, and his flame was weaker than a campfire. The boy was shocked because Valier knew all of this, and the protagonist continued to provoke him to try to use his magic on him. At that moment, he would slap him again to teach him not to make a fool of him, taking the opportunity to poke his eyes with his fingers. Heinrich was scared as Valier asked if he remembered what the teacher in the classroom said earlier. He should be careful with his classmates. It was dinner time soon, and once again Valier was eating alone. The other students decided not to make eye contact with the protagonist because he was dangerous if he didn't like them. The atmosphere was horrible because of him, but it was impressive how the protagonist entered his own novel as a bad person. He wondered if he would end up receiving a karmic punishment from Ludwig or someone else, but suddenly someone approached. It was Bertus who appeared asking if they could talk, and so the two went to some other more isolated place where he offered tea to Valier. The protagonist didn't think he was called with bad intentions, and it didn't seem like he intended to treat him poorly like the others. In fact, there was no way to know what Bertus was thinking. He couldn't let his guard down like that. He wondered if the prince intended to suppress him physically because he was a future master of the sword or something similar. But Bertus's smile deceived everyone. It didn't seem malicious, and Bertus smiled because he called him there because everyone wanted him to do something about him. And since Bertus was the class representative, he decided to intervene. Valier asked what he did to go through this. The prince said they were afraid of him. Bertus could understand Valier's side, having no doubt that Kair also had his share of blame for his words. From what he heard, the protagonist didn't hit him because he insulted him, but rather because he insulted the temple. As a student of the temple, Bertus had to see everyone there as equals, but it was true that he couldn't do anything other than stand by the temple for being a patriot too. Valier wondered where this was going. The prince was a bit strange, and the prince smiled, saying he really liked him. This only made Valier feel like things were getting even stranger. This was certainly even more frightening than a death threat. He wondered if the patriotic speech had such an effect on Bertus until he commented that he thought Valier had gone a bit too far. Of course, he hadn't done anything wrong to any member of the royalty or anything like that. There was no way he could mess with a member of the royal Schwartz family without anyone helping him. That's why some people were thinking at that moment. Maybe Valier didn't even want to draw attention, or because he couldn't use his family name and was hiding his past. But for whatever reason, all of this could still be his. He asked how many people had enough power not to fear the Schwartz family, and Valier sighed at the questions, and the prince continued saying that everyone was thinking Valier was secretly a member of the royal family. Even Heinrich was thinking this was true, and the protagonist felt that the imagination of those kids was indeed very fertile. In this, Bertus questioned the protagonist to find out who was supporting him behind the scenes. Valier crossed his arms, responding that it was none of that. He didn't want to be a bad guy who just hit others because someone was helping. Bertus was completely taken by surprise, asking if he really had no other motives, and if he really just got angry. Valier agreed, feeling that apparently he didn't think he was a member of the royal family, or something nonsensical, but he should have been curious to know if he was hiding something. But if they found out he was a demon, he would die on the spot. So, all Valier could do was pretend to be an idiot, but the answer he heard made Bertus laugh out loud. Responding with such honesty was a very wise choice. If he had said he had some help, he would have stopped immediately. Valier commented that he could still have lied about it, and the prince agreed that it was a possibility too. But there was no way to know that a person like him wasn't from the royal family holding the cup that way. The protagonist realizes that Bertus only read him by the way he was behaving. He was thinking about this now, but he was indeed very clever. Bertus says he should have thought even more of himself, and asks if he at least considered that by leaving the temple he could disappear without a trace because he hit a member of royalty. Valier agrees that he thought about it, but in his opinion, it would be much worse to lie to the Prince of the Empire, and apparently Heinrich couldn't even touch him. Even outside the temple, killing a student from the royal class in the capital was unacceptable, and the culprit couldn't become any more obvious if Valier died right after leaving school like that. Bertus says he could still use his family name Schwartz to cover it all up, which Valier hadn't thought of before. After all, Heinrich was abandoned by the Schwartz family, but he didn't think that this empire could be influenced by a foreign nation. He thought he would end up paying the consequences for dishonoring the prestige of the temple, and Bertus agrees upon hearing this. This was the first time he had contact with pompous people like Valier. Life there in the temple would become quite interesting. The protagonist could hardly believe that the first person in the novel to like him was precisely the great villain. Then, Bertus asks if he loved the empire, and Valier replies that yes. Bertus asks why, and the protagonist responds that it was just for money. They let a poor person live in the palace because they thought he might have something good. There were no greater reasons to love the situation. Bertus is surprised to hear this as Valier says he came from the streets. If that was enough to dislike him, it was indeed a shame. However, the prince says he liked him even more. His loyalty was quite clear when seen in this simpler way. Bertus compares how ants function. They had a hierarchy in society, involving the queen ant, the workers, and so on. Valier agrees. It was probably divided among the queen ant, the soldiers, and the workers. But it could be a bit more complicated. There could be more or fewer positions in this society, but Bertus couldn't care less about that, and Valier is left confused. The protagonist didn't understand how this could be something to be proud of, but the prince explains that they were just ants. Poor or commoners, nobles or foreign nations, royal blood, great dukes, counts, marquises or barons, he didn't care about any of that. He couldn't care less if Valier or Heinrich treated him as an equal. To him, it was all the same. The protagonist agrees that it was a good point. He was even impressed to say something like that, but deep down, he knew he was a big idiot. Bertus laughs, asking if he knew what true power was. People with power have the freedom to be jerks. But Valier was a jerk without any power. His eloquence was different from the other people who lived on the streets. Not to mention, he was also very smart for a poor person, and Valier responds that in this world, there were all kinds of people. Still, Bertus intended to find out what the protagonist was hiding, and in the end, the protagonist says it was true that he had no skills. Therefore, it wasn't possible for Bertus to gain anything by becoming either his friend or supporting him. Someone talented with an empty head meant nothing to Bertus, and talent wasn't all that a person desired. For him, it was much better to use smart people like Valier, and Bertus states that considering his brain, he thought recklessness could be a problem. Now he could understand a bit how his life could have been until now, but Valier had to agree that he wasn't even poor. Anyway, what Bertus wanted to discuss hadn't changed at all, and he asks him to control his temper a bit. The protagonist sighs, responding that only by doing that would it be possible if he could get along with others. Then, Bertus says they could discuss other things when he was more certain of his loyalty and wishes him good night when they part ways. And so, Bertus asked Valier to control his temper from then on. He really had said that. But the protagonist ended up getting involved in another life or death struggle in the future and felt he really should have listened to him from the start. Time passes. It was Saturday, and he was still in his first week at the temple. 2 days had passed since his conversation with Bertus. It seemed that the prince hadn't denied the rumors. Even though they weren't friends, he thought they had reached the point where they could casually talk to each other. He was sure that the rumors about him being a kind and even nice person to jerks were spreading even more. Valier felt that Bertus was indeed clever for taking advantage of this. Because of these rumors, only Ludwig from Class B wasn't avoiding him. The others still avoided Valier as much as possible, but Ludwig always greeted him when he passed in front of him. That weekend, he had nothing to do in the dormitory and no way to awaken self-suggestion, and Valier wondered if he could go after them to talk about his first week at school. The protagonist went out to talk to Lawyer, who asked how his week at school was, and he replied that it was good. She heard that the prince and the imperial princess entered the temple. Valier was impressed because she seemed to know quite a bit about palace affairs. Lawyer asked if he thought it was dangerous inside, but the protagonist felt that nothing had happened so far, though it seemed Bertus liked him. Lawyer believed it was somewhat dangerous, and Valier mentioned that if things didn't go well, he would find a way to escape using his ring, and if possible, there was something he needed Sarkagar and her to do, and Lawyer questioned what it was that he wanted. He explained that the princess seemed to have a supernatural ability, but they were keeping it a secret for some reason. But Valier remembered that there was no need to rush. He felt strange seeing that there were things he still didn't know. Loyar agreed to talk to Sarkagar about it, but she also had something to report to the protagonist. For now, she asked Valier not to visit Alaris or Sarkagar alone, which left the protagonist confused. He asked if it was because it would be strange to meet with people he had no connection to in this false identity, and Loyar replied that it was because he had been followed to the place they were now, shocking Valier because this had happened. When Loyar saw some students fleeing, she commented that they must be his classmates who followed him. They didn't need to do anything special right now, but the protagonist should be more careful with things from now on. Valier felt he had been careless. He couldn't believe he let himself be followed. It was even possible to guess their reason for doing so. They must have been wondering about his true identity. Valier needed to avoid visiting the rotating gang from now on. There was a chance that Bertus had sent someone after him, and it wasn't long before Valier was pressured when he returned to school. It was Kyer and his group who had appeared to bother the protagonist for the 50th time. Kyer asked if he had been hanging out with some beggars under the bridge, and Erich commented on how he wasn't even a commoner, but something even lower. Valier agreed that he came from the streets without caring at all about the taunts. It seemed they were trying to laugh at him because of that. They couldn't understand how the protagonist could be so confident, and Valir laughed because it was impressive that they didn't stop talking nonsense for even a second. If it were them, they wouldn't even mess with him knowing he came from the streets, and Kair asked what that was to be talking like that all of a sudden. The protagonist simply walked on, saying that in front of them was a person who had experienced the bitterness of living on the street. Kair replied that he was just a loser who lived with beggars and told him to stay away when he got closer. Valir asked what he would do if he pushed him, but Kair just stammered, telling him to back off, clearly scared, and the protagonist questioned if he shouldn't be afraid of getting hurt after turning his back on him while saying those things. If that were the case, he shouldn't mess with someone who had nothing to lose, and Valir redirected his threat to Eric, still threatening them to show what was good for those who messed with him. Eric, even nervous, told him to do it then, and Valir grabbed him by the collar, pointing out that he could take out one of his eyes with just one move. Eric fell backward to the ground, and Valir asked if they really thought he wouldn't retaliate against the more talented just because they had good families. He laughed, saying they could follow him again and do what they wanted, but he warned that if they did, he would have to wear an eye patch as a consequence. Leaving them behind after threatening them, Valir said that if they were so energetic on the weekend, they could go play something. Kids should play like kids, and he smiled for them to enjoy the rest of the weekend while they still had both eyes in their faces. The protagonist just entered his room, leaving them behind, sighing and wondering if it was Eric and Kair who had followed him before. Because of this, the rumors that he was a beggar and a psychopath would spread even more like water. Bertus asked Valir to hold back, but it would be much better if those guys avoided him altogether. It was more important to find a way to unlock self-suggestion. He didn't even have an idea of how to do that. Suddenly, someone knocks on your door and the protagonist gets annoyed, questioning if they were angry and wanted to fight again. He opens the door abruptly, asking who was the first to want to be without an eye, until he realizes it was Ellen at the door. She ignores his words and says they wanted him to go to the gym, and Valir asks who was calling him. Ellen replies she didn't know, but imagined it was some upperclassman, and soon they head to the gym where several other people were. At the location, a girl notices that Valir was the last one, asking why he was still standing and tells him to get on the ground. Ellen goes to the ground as the girl commanded, but Valir remains standing there, and the girl laughs because it seemed like this classmate of theirs was somewhat deaf. Harriet asks what Valir was doing not getting down right away, and the girl shouts for Valir to do exactly what his upperclassman was telling him, but the protagonist glares at her and questions what was different about her being an upperclassman and bossing them around like that. He comments that if he slapped her, she could fly off to the demon continent if it came to that. The girl starts to tremble with anger, asking if he even knew who she was, and Valir asks the same thing back to her. He had no idea who she was, and if she didn't want to get a flick in the face, she should leave now. The girl shrinks back at the threats, but Valir just tells her to go to sleep and stop bothering them once and for all. Then, she exclaims that she should prepare because this would have a return, running away while crying. Valir then asks the others who were still on the ground why they were staying where they were. He wanted to understand what had happened out of nowhere, and Kair tells him about it, to which Valir understands it was supposed to be a kind of prank they pull on the entire Class A. To prevent the freshmen from abusing their authority in the temple, some representative from an advanced year of Class A appears to teach them a lesson. He wonders if they wanted to warn them not to lose to Class B. The Class A's desire to never lose to Class B created that great pressure from the upperclassmen, so it must be why they do this every year. It seemed like now the upperclassmen and freshmen of Class B should be eating something together. They shouldn't even care about this class rivalry that was going on. While the other students left, Harriet told Valir to wait. She wanted to know if he intended to take the blame if what he had done caused problems for them. Valir asks what exactly he should be responsible for. He hadn't even done anything wrong, and Harriet replies that the upperclassmen would think it was bad that this happened. The protagonist still didn't understand how this changed things. After all, they could just tell the teachers if they started being threatened along the way. But the students were all nervous when they should always think of themselves as the best in the school most of the time. Valir didn't understand how a bum like him could have more pride than they did, and Harriet yells at the protagonist. It was all his fault. They did everything that had been asked, so it wasn't her fault, and if this caused problems in her life, she promised she would end his life. And Valir stares at her in a frightening way, asking if she was just saying what was on her mind, wanting to know what made her think she was right there. Did she think it was because she was from a rich or poor family, that being a man or a woman could affect anything in the temple, where all their talents were judged? She was wrong. If she wanted to act like a powerful figure, she would make sure to leave a good mark on her face for thinking she could act like that. Harriet gets nervous, and Valir laughs because all he did was threaten her. And this idiot already came filled with fear to fill his scoop. All this when it was supposed to be who was threatening just a little while ago, which made Harriet embarrassed because she was called an idiot. She starts shouting because he called her that. but suddenly the doors open and several people appear at the entrance. Who appeared was the girl from before, accompanied by several other people, with a guy snapping his fingers asking who hurt her. The girl points at Valir, and he wonders if she thought she was like the younger sister bringing her older brother to solve her problems like this. The man questions the protagonist's name, who introduces himself as Reinhard and says he didn't know what kind of noble he was, but thought he didn't understand how everything works there. Valir says he wasn't noble, mocking the man's face while the others around start to laugh. He continues questioning to find out if he was someone from royalty, and Valir again disagrees because he was nothing of the sort. The protagonist boldly states that he was a beggar and came from the streets, not a noble or royal, and he was quite proud to say this. The student questions if he thought he was so good to be showing off in front of everyone like that. Valir laughs again, asking if it really mattered so much what a person was to do something. Even beggars could have pride. The man then throws a punch at Valir, who ends up holding it but still feels that he was quite strong. The protagonist coughs as the man says that if that was the case, he would hit him, so he would never forget the lesson of that day. And he continues throwing punch after punch at Valir, saying that if he was really of royal class, he had to follow the traditions of the royal class. If it were in his time, he would be dead, but now he was being kind by just hitting Valir because of that. The protagonist spits blood but retaliates, and the man dodges by grabbing his hair upon realizing Valir was trying to fight back. The protagonist starts getting beaten in front of everyone else, but Valir takes advantage of having fallen to inflict pain in an even worse place. The man screams in pain, telling him to let go because he had been nice until now, but Valir laughs, telling him to speak more quietly if he didn't want to become a eunuch. Valir even feels that for a guy who was in high school, he was at a decent size for where he was touching. Until the other seniors come running, telling Valir to stop this, but he just shouts for the others to stay put. He could crush his balls right there if they kept approaching, and promises he would end what made this guy a man. Valir threatens so much and squeezes to the point that the guy keeps screaming, telling the others to get out of there. Valir continues to enjoy the scene with laughter, and Harriet just confesses that this guy was indeed a psychopath. After squeezing so much, he just starts begging for his life, but Valir smiles, denying because he didn't want to let go. When he fell to the hard ground, Valir released him upon realizing it was enough, and says they could hit him as much as they wanted, but the next time he caught them, they could say goodbye to their next generation. He would really tie them up at once. Valir beats the guy on the ground and tells them to go away, and shouts at the other seniors to do it right now. The girl helps the guy leave while cursing Valir, but he remains perfectly happy to bother the guys. Then, another girl approaches to talk to the protagonist, asking if he didn't think he should act with more honor. Valir replies that he was being beaten and had to use an unforgivable curse. Obviously, he couldn't just accept the beating. The girl says she would like to have a conversation with him, since the others had left. At least he should show a bit of respect. Valir wonders how this girl could want to talk normally after everything she did, and finally he sighs, wanting to understand what she wanted. The girl introduces herself as Adriana from A2, a second-year royal class student, and knew him as Reinhard. Adriana says they couldn't do what Valir says because they couldn't. This had been done for generations, so the upperclassmen pressured them to continue it. Radina, the girl who pressured him first, was a soft-hearted person, so she must have suffered a lot to make the younger ones suffer too. Valir asks why they didn't just refuse to do this, and if there was anything forcing them to act this way. Adriana says that if they didn't do this, the third years would take their place. As the years go by, it becomes increasingly difficult to control the strength of the freshmen. Then Adriana asks if she could act this same way in front of them. After all, if things got worse, Valir would be the one in trouble. Sighing, the protagonist says he could tell them to come to him, which surprises Adriana. But Valir comments that he understood it was the third years who sent them to do this, and says they could settle the score with him there. Not that same day or the next, but they could come to him on Monday, to be more precise, at night. Those third years were people Valir wanted to see if they could tell Bertus of Gardias to do push-ups too, and if they thought they were so good. Later, Bertus learned that the protagonist sold his name to get out of the situation and sighed. He didn't understand how Valir could be so proud of selling someone else's name like that. Bertus knew that the real classes had their traditions. He wondered why they hadn't shown up earlier, but it seemed they were being cautious with him. He asked what Valir intended to do if they actually showed up on Monday. Instead of forcing him, they would end up forcing Valir to do what they said. The protagonist agreed that it was very likely they wouldn't show up, but it would be funny if they actually did. Bertus questioned why he thought that way, and the protagonist said it would be amusing if they tried to hit the Prince of the Empire. Still, the one who asked for this would probably be the one to go the craziest, but Bertus understood Valir's game. Even so, he was guilty because he sold the name of the Imperial Prince. After all, he described him as the prince and not his classmate. Valier asked if that was how it worked, worried that he might be angry. He would need to use the ring and run away to avoid problems. The prince replied that normally a reasonable punishment for this would be to kill 3 entire generations of their families. But Bertus didn't want to do that. Valier used it once, so it was fair that he used it back, and he knew he was having some classes with his sister Charlotte, and Bertus said he should observe her and report anything strange about her. After hesitating for a moment, the protagonist agreed, commenting on how despite everything, he was still getting along with others. One way or another, he ended up saving the skins of the people who were being bullied, so that became the situation. After their conversation, Valier went out to walk down the hallway at night. He didn't think calling the young lady of the Duke an idiot counted as getting along with her. But by the way Bertus called him to talk, it was clear that it was Harriet who ran to tell what happened. And soon on the way, he ended up meeting the girl herself, who turned her face to the other side, and Valier was somewhat shocked by her reaction. Still, he wondered what her problem was, laughing because it was quite cute when she acted so obviously. His very clear reaction made him want to say that, and Valier called her an idiot with a laugh, eliciting an irritated reaction from Harriet. She exclaimed that he shouldn't call her that, and the protagonist replied that he just commented casually, but it seemed she felt attacked because of it. Still, he said it without thinking, and she still felt offended, which made Harriet stutter in response this time. They said she was smart, but it seemed she was actually quite silly. In the end, Valier thought she really was an idiot. Harriet slammed her cup on the table and questioned if he was trying to provoke her and receive a punishment for using his status. Valier denied it, but she kept yelling at him, not knowing why she was insisting on this, and exclaimed that she was not an idiot. Valier sighed because she was very loud. It was just fun. He could get all kinds of interesting reactions just by calling her an idiot once. She would probably have done the same in his place, which left Harriet a bit shocked to hear. She turned all red when he called her cute, and Valier simply walked away saying that even if she was a genius, kids like her should be cute. He liked her because she was childish, and that was all. Now he could go to sleep because he wouldn't grow otherwise. Harriet just stood still in the hallway when he returned to his own room, not understanding what he was talking about. Then, time passed until the day of Monday arrived, at the assembly time, and soon Valier was found by some students who dropped a pair of gloves on his desk. One of them said he underestimated the reputation of the heir of the Gardis family, Art of Gardis. Thus, the second-year student challenged him to a duel. He wanted to restore his honor and explained that the protagonist could choose the time and place for them to do this. An observer would be there to see their battle, and Valier replied that he understood. He was trying to hit his junior and ended up with problems. Now he was exploding with embarrassment and wanted a fair duel. The provocation made the others laugh, but Redina came to the others' defense, calling him a pervert because he was cheating. Still, Valier replied that they weren't being very lenient when that guy completely ignored the weight classes and tried to turn him into a meat pie. The student said that if Valier intended to reject the duel and accept his disgrace, it could be that way. He would be admitting he was the kind of man who only knew how to use dirty tricks. The two stare at each other for a long time until the protagonist decides to accept, surprising Redina and satisfying the other student who did not intend to fall for the same trick twice and would not go easy just because he was weaker than him. He would mark Valier's body with what it meant to challenge the authority of his upperclassmen, until later the protagonist was stopped in the hallway by Redina. She wanted to talk to him, even though Valier just wanted to see his teacher before the next class started. But Redina gets nervous, because now was not the time to relax. He seemed to be going crazy acting like this. After all, the person he challenged was Art, A3, one of the second years, but Valier didn't seem to care and looked like he wanted to die. The protagonist replies that Art wouldn't kill him, but Redina insists because he himself said he had no skills or talents, yet he was still acting like this. Therefore, it was better to just go apologize to him. Art said he would forgive him if he apologized for what happened. Valier turns to leave, responding that life was just like that. People reap what they sow. He ignores her and goes down the stairs. Valier did not accept the clearly unfair duel because he went crazy. He accepted because he needed a psychologically distressing situation. Also, he could unlock self-suggestion, the only talent he had. Now he was nervous, but he couldn't let this ability be blocked and just a decoration on his profile. That's when the system showed a new event involving a duel with Art from Gardis. He challenged him to a duel to restore his honor. There was a small chance of victory. The goal was to proceed with the duel, receiving 600 points if he won and only 200 if he lost. Valier realizes that the system was acting as if it was right about his defeat. This event would reward him anyway. Even if there was a small chance of victory, it was impossible to avoid the duel by itself, but at least he could be rewarded. Still, he wonders why he would be rewarded for this, even though he was planning. It was kind of sad. The duel would take place in 2 weeks. It was decided that it would be inside the training room of the first-year dormitory. They were informed in advance that Eppin would be observing the duel, and the teacher said that if both parties agreed to the duel, there were no problems. They just needed to write the date and location to make it official. Valier got nervous when getting close to Eppin, but he still reported everything to the teacher. Naturally, rumors had already spread among classes A and B. Ludwig asked what happened to the protagonist and how he got into a duel. He was worried if Valier would be okay. Class A seemed to be full of scared people, and even more so in a duel, they could do nothing but watch. The protagonist just replied that some things happened, but didn't want to explain. Precisely, he just found out about the rumors spreading during classes. Ludwig asked if it wouldn't be better to just apologize once and for all. After all, he would end up getting hurt for real, and Valier replies that if it were that easy, it would be done, but decides to stop talking to not lose his breath during the run, not noticing Charlotte's intense gaze. When physical education class ended, the protagonist was exhausted. His head was spinning. Ludwig only made everything harder by talking to him during class and stealing his breath. While walking, he was suddenly stopped by Charlotte, who approached and handed him a note before leaving. Valier was confused. Bertus asked him to watch over the princess. It seemed she also had something to discuss with him, and he wondered what that was. When the protagonist opened the letter, he realized it was a notice that she would be coming to his room, and therefore he should stay there until after class. Valier was confused, but ended up doing as requested, even without knowing what Charlotte meant by that. It would be his first time having a real conversation with Charlotte since they met in the Demon Castle. Still, her expression didn't seem very normal. That's when Charlotte appeared in the room as promised. Valier asks how she could suddenly deliver a letter to him and just leave, but she tells him to shut up, because she knew who he was. The protagonist gives a nervous smile and asks what she was talking about. Charlotte sighs because she normally wouldn't want to ally with people like him. When she heard he was a beggar, she observed him a bit, found out where he was from, what kind of people were connected to him, and which organization he belonged to, and received support. Valier realizes she was talking about the rotating gang. Charlotte knew not that he was a demon, but something else. The rotating gang received help from the Thieves Guild. Discovering so many things with such trivial evidence was worthy of a princess. It seemed that nothing escaped her gaze, and she says he shouldn't even think about making an excuse for that gang of worms. If he did, she could send her guards to the city to carry out a cleanup project. And Valier sighs, asking what she wanted with all this. She replies that she only wanted one thing, and shows a photo of the protagonist's previous identity, saying she wanted him found. If he was alive, he should find out where he was, and if he was dead, tell where his body was and how he died. Valier is surprised, but Charlotte was still staring at him in that scary way, telling him to report the progress of his investigation regularly. This would be his top priority, but he shouldn't even think about handing him over to Bertus. Otherwise, she would get rid of him and his entire organization. Later, in his own room, Valier sighed. He couldn't even believe she asked him to find him. It was kind of weird. Charlotte seemed to think his disguise was that of a beggar, and as an ex-beggar who became a student of the temple, she must have thought it was the best option to find him. Even though it seemed she was acting rationally, she wasn't being rational. While speaking, her eyes were shining with emotions. She meticulously conducted an investigation into his past, but it seemed impossible for her to make a rational judgment. Charlotte must have thought it was suspicious. After hearing from Dyrus, instead of seeming in control, she appeared more desperate to look for someone important to her. It was almost as if she was obsessed with finding Valier, but if she thought about it a little, it would be easier to find suspicious points about him. The guy who suddenly disappeared after saving her from the Demon King's castle, and an unidentified beggar appearing out of nowhere after another disappeared was kind of clear. Valier felt happy because she wasn't suspecting him, but seeing her search so desperately made him feel a bit guilty. If that lie continued, someday his head would blow up. It didn't just affect him, but Elleris, Loyar, and Sarkager. Still, revealing it now would be ridiculous. As he thought, he needed to discuss this with everyone else about what happened. While he was thinking alone, Harriet suddenly appeared, calling him a beggar, and laughed because he responded to that call. She was obviously giving it back in kind because she was called an idiot, but Valier just accepted normally that he was a beggar and saw no problem with it. Then, Harriet sighed because he was won, commenting that she heard about the duel and that Art was a scary person. He would probably beat him up. Valier replied that was just it. It wasn't like he was going to die. Harriet asked if he wasn't scared, and he seriously replied that he was, which made her question why he agreed to the duel. After all, he was still scared of all this, and he replied that Art could still end up making a mistake. which made Harriet say he was really crazy. She would just watch him get beaten up. The girl left and Valier reflected on this, but ignoring Charlotte, what mattered now was the duel in 2 weeks. If it continued like this, he would be beaten to death before awakening his supernatural power, so he had to get stronger if he wanted to deal with the gate incident in the future. From that day on, he would practice his fencing in the training room. Those who went to the training room and did this every day were A5 Cliffman and Ellen. These two should never have even exchanged words before. Valier didn't think those two introverts would bother him. If he were writing a novel, he could just write things like he trained all day or felt he was improving. But as he was experiencing this, he needed to practice and study fencing, not just swing his sword randomly. To start, he decides to remember what he learned during the fencing class the previous week, as if he were replicating the memory in his mind. Even when he brandishes his sword, he just ends up falling because he was horrible at it and his classmates didn't even pay attention to him. He still had a long way to go in his training, and Valier continued using his sword all day until night when everyone else had left. He dropped the sword and realized his hands were full of calluses, wondering how Ellen and Cliffman managed to swing the sword all day without problems. There was no way to be envious of them. He just needed to get used to it. He couldn't rely on his crazy acting forever. Stopping to think, the third-year students didn't show up that day. Even if they didn't want to touch the prince, they forced the second-year students to do it. But it was just when he complained about this that Adriana appeared in the training room, making him sigh while still sitting on the floor. Adriana approached, saying that Radina asked her to help him, and Valier asked what that girl had said. Radina had cried, begging Adriana because if this continued, he would be beaten to death, and he wanted her to help him. After reporting this, Valier realized that Radina was a good kid. He ended up thinking he had been too harsh on her, which made him feel bad. Adriana saw that he already had something in mind by the way he was acting and should know that he couldn't defeat Art just by training for 2 weeks. He would end up losing badly to his opponent and suggested that he apologize to put an end to this senseless fight. Art wasn't as bad a guy as he seemed. Valier replied that he didn't think he was bad or anything like that. He just needed to be beaten up. That was how it had to be, which left Adriana somewhat shocked and confused. Then, she bent down to pick up the wooden sword and showed some moves, which left Valier puzzled as to why she was moving out of nowhere. But she handed the sword back so he could do the same thing now. Adriana was going to help him with that. Valier asked if she really wanted him to try this, and he picked up the wooden sword. It wasn't something completely impossible to do, but the movement even made him fall. And Adriana asked if he was trying to make a joke out of her, or something like that. And Valier would have liked it to be the case. Then, she held him by the wrists to help him get up, knowing he should be exhausted, but there was no reason to do this. It would only hurt his wrists with such movements. Valier asked her to stop saying those things. It just hurt his pride, which wasn't much to begin with. However, when she touched his wrists, they began to glow, and he was shocked when Adriana told him she was an aspiring paladin. Divine magic could restore muscles, pain, and fatigue, and she asked him how he was feeling. Valier acknowledged that he certainly felt better. The girl asked him to try again. Now she was sure he could do better than before. So, Valier tried again, continuing to train with the wooden sword, but Adriana recognized that even his basic skill was horrible. She would wait for him in the dormitory hallway the next day bright and early to help with his physical training. The next day, Valier was exhausted. He ended up getting tired because he woke up much earlier than usual. Adriana showed up to greet him. They would start the day by running a bit and then warming up. Valier asked if it wasn't disadvantageous for his classmates to help him like this, and she laughed because it could be the case. She needed to at least help him have a decent physique and some fighting skills to start. After all, Art didn't listen to her when she said he shouldn't act tough over the freshmen due to his great pride. Instead, she warned that Valier should be more concerned about himself. He couldn't even say he was weak because that would be a compliment. Valier complained because telling the truth hurt, and Adriana smiled, not knowing what she was talking about. She was just saying to work hard. If the warm-up was over, they would start, and Adriana took off running ahead, leaving Valier behind, who was quickly running out of breath. She told him to run faster than that. She wanted to train on her own too, but she couldn't leave him behind either. Valier complained because this was really weird, and Adriana replied that it was normal. Therefore, her ability to heal him along the way was called cheating. If those who wanted to become paladins ran marathons, they would all win, and Adriana couldn't understand how she could keep talking while running. There was that freshman named Ludwig who ran around the temple at full speed every day, but he had always been different and crazy like that. Ludwig's vigor was at the same level as a car. That's how they did 3 hours of necessary stamina and strength training for fencing. Whenever Valier was about to collapse from exhaustion, Adriana restored his vigor with her divine powers. But Adriana remembered that if she wanted to endure the training, she needed to increase the nutrients she ate and said he should eat more and better. After saying this, Valier returned. Even though his body was fine, he still felt exhausted from the physical effort. He still had to wait a bit until breakfast, but there should be some ingredients in the pantry, and he could also use the kitchen. He could only eat something for now, and so he decides to go to a restaurant dedicated to the royal class, responsible for all the recipes and nutrition. Several famous chefs work there, and the dishes were made with high-class ingredients. If someone wanted to eat something outside of hours, there was also a complete kitchen, where the cooks could prepare something upon request. But for some reason, Ellen was also there. Valier wonders if this was something he didn't know after all. After going out to exercise every morning, he had no doubt that she was always going there to eat. If he remembered correctly, she also ate more during breakfast than anyone else. Valier approached to see the leftovers Ellen was eating, but it only looked like steak, and she said there were other things like bread too. Ellen mentioned that it wasn't that tasty, and Valier just stepped back, letting her enjoy her meal. He didn't want to steal her food. In the kitchen, he was surprised because it was indeed amazing and very clean. There were enough ingredients, and he was too tired to make anything. So he just decided to throw some easy things in the pot and eat, and thus Valier cooked until he returned to Ellen's table with a few more things. Suggesting they could eat together, he said the kitchen was full of eggs and meat and asked if she was just eating leftovers because she didn't know how to cook. The girl replied that she had never tried, and Valier sighed. It was shocking how she could not learn something she had never attempted. She seemed to have just given up. Valier grumbled like an old man because kids these days were truly useless instead of learning what they had to do. Anyway, he said they should eat because he cooked and it should be tasty. Ellen didn't hesitate to start eating too. Valier froze in shock and wondered why she was eating so quickly, remembering that normally people ate more slowly. Although she agreed, she just kept doing the same thing, and he didn't even know if he should just stop her somehow. Ellen seemed to have the hunger of 1,000 beggars, but he let her eat more than half of what he had made anyway. Still, she looked like she was still hungry, and then commented that it was true they had class together that day. At that, Valier suggested they could eat something together later, but for now, he would be leaving. Inside, he intended to make her eat 2 portions of chunggukjang, which would make her beg for mercy with the bad smell coming from her mouth. Expecting a big change after just asking for 1 day was too much, but still, his strength increased by 0.5 points, agility by 0.3, and vigor by 0.6. And even though he had no idea why, his magical power also increased by 0.1. That duel in 2 weeks would just be a trigger, just a stone in his path, but the only thing he could rely on was this body that could improve as much as he wanted. He couldn't continue being a loser forever. He needed to gain some strength. The duel was in 2 weeks, and there was still the issue with Bertus and Charlotte. Besides the whole crisis with the gate, Valier couldn't rest. He needed to unlock self-suggestion as quickly as possible. Later, he ended up going out to eat with Ellen, who continued eating that horrendous thing, but at least she was in a better situation. If she didn't like it, it wasn't like she was forced to do it, but it still impressed Valier how she showed up there to eat with him every day. He wondered if it was because of him, maybe it was some hidden setting about her liking free food. But when he stopped to think, this girl ate too much. Valier commented that she had eaten more than half of the food he made that morning, and he asked if she didn't think that a beggar offering food made her look worse than a beggar or something like that. Then Ellen mentioned that next time it would be her turn. Valier couldn't even believe he managed to make her eat with him again so easily. He thought he could actually be quite nice, and so he said goodbye to Ellen after they had eaten. The portal crisis, a disaster caused by a development generated by his own incompetence. The protagonist didn't exaggerate about everything just to defeat the veteran. He did it to survive the portal crisis, an event where many people die. He was constantly out of breath and felt so miserable that he realized how complacent and weak he was many times. The more he felt this way, the harder he worked to lift himself up and swing his sword once more. He had no right to regret his previous actions and succumb to such weak feelings. Currently, he was just a hot-headed guy, but he could be sure that everyone saw him as a big, crazy person. When he met Ellen again, he was shocked because he was there, and with a gigantic amount of food. Valier also needed to eat something, so he decided to check what was available to feed himself too. But to his surprise, they hadn't restocked the food this time. Still, he wondered what exactly Ellen was eating. He approached to ask, wanting to know if it was raw sausages from the pantry, and she replied that sausages could be eaten as they were. Valier disagreed. They needed to be grilled first, which made Ellen sigh because he was really annoying, but he was more shocked that she was completely incapable of using an oven at that age. Again, she replied that she just had never tried to use one before. Valier thought that if they just grilled all of them, they would end up too salty. He wondered what he could do now. He didn't even have the strength to cook and commented that he couldn't do that. So he guided Ellen to learn how to cook in his place, which impressed him because she was actually good at it. He was so surprised because her knife skills were at a temple chef level and asked if she really didn't know how to cook. Ellen agreed that it was her first time, and Valier commented that at this rate, she could become a great cook in the future. Valier continued guiding her to cut and do things right, and finally, they finished cooking. Even though the result looked strange, the smell was still good. Valier said she should memorize this for the future so she could cook alone, and who knows, make a little for him too. Ellen sighed because he was annoying and just started eating, and the protagonist was surprised because she was actually eating even though it was still hot. Valier saw her starting to burn her tongue and eating quickly, and he asked her to spit it out soon or she would choke and hurt herself. He ran to get water so she could swallow the food, but at least it was better than eating raw things. Maybe he could respect him a little for that. Ellen replied that she was the one who made it, and Valier retorted that he just moved his hands, and the two argued a bit about the kitchen. Valier wondered why she was picking a fight like that, but anyway, Ellen replied that they actually cooked together. This left him a bit moved, and he looked away after hearing that, and so Valier withdrew to return to his room. He reminded himself how insignificant he was. He was getting tired after that exercise routine. When he arrived, he noticed there was a maid in his room, and it was strange since it was quite late. He wondered if Bertus or Charlotte sent her to investigate and got nervous when the woman approached him. However, she just walked past him, greeting Valier as the prince, and he got nervous realizing who she was. In fact, the maid was Sarkagar in disguise, and he asked how he managed to get into his room like that. Sarkagar replied that it wasn't that hard. He would try to visit him personally from that day on. First, Sarkagar wanted to report on Princess Charlotte's supernatural powers. He should be able to find something if he took more risks, but he ended up coming there because he wanted to report what he managed to find. The princess's supernatural power was treated as controversial even by the imperial family. In particular, the forces behind the princess doubted her power, saying it was kept secret because it was false. Valier understood that this should mean that even Charlotte didn't know the origin of her supernatural power. This led them to two people, besides the emperor, who might know about it. The Class B teacher, Mustang, and the teacher who takes care of the princess in supernatural powers classes. Valier questioned what he meant by taking risks, and Sarkagar replied that if she had people with whom she could share these secrets, he thought about disguising himself from them. But if only a select group of people could know, it would be harder for her to tell again, and Valier reflected on that. The circumstances surrounding her supernatural power were strange. If she really had any power, it must be something she didn't want to reveal. So Charlotte's powers should be related to something problematic, and the protagonist asked them to forget about it. It was too risky. The truth would come out someday. Sarkagar agreed that it was a wise decision, and Valier said he would have something to report to them too. In fact, it was something related to the princess. In fact, the princess was looking for him, and Sarkagar was totally confused, but he couldn't even believe it. It seemed that the temple was very dangerous for Valier, and Sarkagar said he should avoid getting involved with that. The protagonist replies that doing this would result in the gang members' heads being cut off. Sarkagar laughs because it was indeed ironic. The debt the princess has with Valier became a big problem after everything. In fact, it wasn't really something he should say, but he never thought he would end up being forced to do something as stupid as searching for himself. Valier didn't even know what he should do now. The protagonist asks if he could forge some evidence that he died somewhere and report it to her. Sarkagar agrees. It was the best option he had to satisfy her, however. They didn't know how the princess might react to this, but there was still a chance she would try to get rid of him after this. But if he didn't do his job correctly, the possibility of her disappearing for thinking he was useless was better. Valier agrees that they should act as if they were working a bit. They wouldn't try to do anything against them when they saw they were making progress, and that they were working on the request. But the truth was, he didn't want to have Charlotte as his enemy. Bertus would continue to pay attention to him as long as he thought he was useful. Charlotte would leave him alone as long as he made progress in the search for Valier. Working for the hypocritical brothers was something far from having any honor. If the princess thought they were working for her, she might protect them instead of getting rid of them. This situation wasn't good, but he could think more positively. He wouldn't be stuck between Bertus and Charlotte like this. Valier says that if they think about it, he was in a position where he could use them however he wanted. Sarkagar smiles, admiring the protagonist's infinite wisdom, and Valier mentally wished he wouldn't smile so frighteningly. Later, Adriana didn't expect him to improve overnight, but Valier was being even worse than that. In this, she heals him again. They should rest for another minute or two, then they could continue the training. An aspiring paladin training the next demon king with all her might was almost ironic. In fact, Valier wonders why Adriana doesn't use divine power on herself to be more efficient in training, and he asks her the question, to which Adriana replies she doesn't know if that was heresy, but improving using divine power wasn't exactly natural. It's like getting high to the point it would damage your body. While divine powers restore, someone's physical strength doesn't replace the nutrients burned during training. That's why she always said to eat a lot after training. Valier understands it was like a ticking time bomb. She explains that after reaching a certain level, he would need to train without her help too, so he should be aware of the risks. Adriana says they should get back to running now. That's when Valier stopped and saw that it was Ludwig who was there in front. It seemed he also went out to train that morning. Beside him were Lanian Cesar, the owner of the musical talent, and Delphine Isadora, the owner of the archery talent. Originally, there would have been several scenes of them fighting with the boys from Class A over the simplest things. As Valier ended up attracting all the attention from Class A, the true protagonist Ludwig became a mere background ornament. Even though it was interesting to see how the story changed, like Charlotte surviving and Ludwig's actions, he was also scared. Valier had no idea what kind of butterfly effect this could have, and so he continues his run with Adriana. Later, he was caught off guard to hear that Ellen intended to cook that day and asks what the menu was. She replies it would be meat. She only ate that at home once. Valier agrees it sounds delicious and questions if she has cooked it before. She adds salt to the meat, and Valier says he was just commenting out of curiosity, but there should still be other things she should add. Putting jokes aside about how her eating meat like that could turn her into Steve from Minecraft, he keeps pressing to know if she would add the spices now. The way she was holding the knife with irritation while looking at the protagonist made him step back, thinking it shouldn't be like this. Finally, she finishes cooking, and Valier continues teasing, asking if she at least heard his advice to season the meat, but it was finally ready. If he ate slowly, he might be able to grab breakfast afterward. Valier asks if it was more edible now with the spices, and she agrees, which made him quite happy because it was expected. Still, Valier asks if she could really eat such a large portion of food. Ellen agrees, even though he couldn't do anything in that situation. He says it was really good that she went to the temple. After all, otherwise, she would starve at school eating like that. Ellen mentions that she didn't go to school because she wanted to. The people from the temple told her to go there. Valier was surprised by the way she started talking about herself like that, and asks if she was perhaps irritated, laughing even when Ellen replied that she wasn't. Irritating such a serious person like her was actually quite fun. Valier was laughing and enjoying this. At that moment, the foolish sadist had no idea what would come next regarding the price of irritating Ellen. At this point, Ellen went on to teach the protagonist how to train with his wooden sword, making him do it over and over again. It was a clear attempt at revenge for the things he did. She started teaching him how to use each of her sword techniques. Even though Valier should have been happy that someone as strong as her volunteered to help, he still felt irritated. Ellen not only helped with the sword techniques, but also practiced a bit with him. It was much better than fighting an opponent of the same level. What he learned in those duels was that a swordsman's battle wasn't just about swords. It was necessary to use everything one had. This would include his hands and feet. Thus he learned the impact of low blows in fights and the importance of holding a sword properly. He learned various sword techniques, attack methods, and suppression techniques, all while being beaten up. And if he had to mention another thing he realized, it was that Ellen was above all their classmates. Ellen defeated him time and again. Valier truly felt he would end up dying at this pace from continuing to train nonstop Friday. 2 days before the duel, Ellen made him go through that strange training where he held his sword while she hit the side of it. Ellen explains that all fencing techniques were useless if he dropped his sword. The training they were doing was to increase his grip strength, so he should put all his strength into his hands. His grip was so weak that they would need to keep doing this training until the day of the duel. Valier was hit time and again by Ellen, who told him not to let his sword drop even when he felt his arms would fall. After training for so long that it felt like months, the sword he was holding broke, and its remnants fell to the ground. Even though he wasn't injured when it broke, he ended up a bit in shock. Ellen says that those training swords were very fragile, so they would break easily. If they were too hard, they would be used as clubs and could really hurt. The protagonist feels he has been through this a few times, but Ellen reminds him that he should never drop his sword. But for Valier, it was easier said than done, and he decides to grab a new training sword to continue. That's when Ellen said he would lose, and Valier replied that he knew that from the beginning and obviously wanted to win anyway. But he didn't believe there was a way to do that until Ellen herself interrupted him, saying that there was indeed. She could tell him the only way to win. And the next day he did his morning run with Adriana. She praises him because he did very well. He could focus on resting until the next day to improve by then. The next day would be the long-awaited duel, and he remembers Ellen's advice to think carefully about what this duel was like. After that, she fell completely silent and offered no more tips. That's when the protagonist decided to ask Adriana directly. One of his classmates said there was a way to win the duel and asked if she thought she knew what she meant by that. Adriana paused to think and replied that she didn't actually know. And Valier tried to understand how there could be a way to win that even she didn't know. But the protagonist decided to set that aside. He cared very little about it now. The time for the duel had finally arrived. As a result of his efforts during the week of training, he finally managed to get stronger. His attributes were increasing significantly, and it was all thanks to what Ellen did for him, but what caught his attention was something called combat capability at F+. Seeing this brought a bit of sadness even after evolving so much, but still, he went to the duel location. There were more people than he imagined to watch, and he wondered if all these people were first-year students. Despite this, Ludwig was shouting and cheering for Valier. It was so loud that surely some students ended up going deaf. Besides Berdus and Liana, all the other members of Class A were there. It seemed that even those from Class B showed up. He was still surprised because many more people came to watch the duel. Even Charlotte had suddenly appeared. It was frightening. Harriet caught the protagonist's attention, laughing because he was clearly going to die that day, so he could prepare himself. Valier told her to be quiet and went over to Art, noticing that all the second-year students from Class A were also there. But the protagonist only recognized Art, Adriana, and Redina, who were there in the space, and Eppen noticed that everyone was prepared and could proceed, and so he decided to offer the details before they could start the duel. Art de Gardis was involved in a certain incident where Reinhard vainly wounded his honor. For now, he would only read the account made 2 weeks ago, on a Saturday, where the first-year student Valier grabbed the second-year student Art by the genitals and squeezed. The report made everyone around start laughing loudly, and Art became nervous with the exposure, especially since even Valier was holding back laughter. Eppen continued reading that after claiming his honor was wounded, in addition to causing great and distressing mental damage, as well as humiliation, he demanded an apology, but Valier refused to do so. Thus, he requested a duel where both agreed to proceed in this manner. When the two agreed to the terms, Eppen asked them to state their demands if they won the duel. Art said he wanted Valier to kneel and apologize to all his seniors for the disrespect he showed them. He also wanted him to swear loyalty and respect to them. In response, the protagonist said he wanted all the seniors to stop that nonsense they do to the freshmen and an apology just because. Everyone was shocked by Valier's audacity, and thus Eppen agreed, starting to ask for the god of war to be by their side. But Art interrupted his teacher's words, saying that as a participant in the duel, he had the right to name a champion. Eppen asked who it would be, and the protagonist wondered what exactly that was and what it meant. Art said he wanted to bring the third-year student who was the champion of Class A, Mayerton, and the man appeared taking Art's place and handing over his wooden sword. Mayerton asked if he was the one who said to show up when the prince was around, smiling condescendingly at Valier. There weren't many people there because the second-year students from Class B showed up too, but he appreciated that even the third-year students from Class A came to watch. His provocation must have touched the pride of the third years, so they wanted to see his humiliation up close this way, and Valier remembered how Ellen said he should think carefully about what a duel was. And now he understood that naming a champion or substitute fighter who could fight for him was a right that duelists had. So he wanted to say that Ellen was suggesting to call her to take his place as champion and fight for Valier. That was the only way to win. With Ellen's skills, it was very unlikely he would lose to a guy like Mayerton. However, Valier felt Adriana's fury and wondered what was wrong. It seemed she hated Mayerton and also wanted to fight him. Eppen said that if there was nothing else to say, the duel would begin. If the result was clear or someone asked for redemption, the duel would end. Then, Mayerton said he had a suggestion and asked if they could make it so that this duel would only end when one of them surrendered. The teacher asked why, and Mayerton replied that it should be obvious by the outcome, but he just wanted to offer a lesson to the freshmen. Eppen asked if the protagonist agreed with this, and Valier agreed, but also wanted to add a condition. Whoever chose to be a substitute had the right in this duel to have only one advantage in compensation. The truth was that Valier would not call anyone, even with Mayerton questioning if he really intended to fight him. This worried Adriana and Redina, as well as Ellen, who remained silent, observing the protagonist in front of everyone. Valier asked Mayerton not to use his left arm in their duel, and he agreed without thinking much. Preventing the use of one arm was a significant advantage. If Valier's past self had to choose something, that would never cross his mind. Thanks to his duels with Ellen, the protagonist realized how important it was to always be improvising. Realizing this made him notice that his training had not been in vain. His chances of overcoming the weight difference were low, but now that both sides were ready, the teacher began to initiate the duel between the two parties. Mayerton laughed, asking if the protagonist was scared. Valier could feel that the guy was not afraid of him at all, and he wonders if he should use a surprise attack while his guard was down, but his attacks were still nothing, and were repelled. Valier wonders how he could be so strong with only one arm, almost dropping his sword along the way. Mayerton replies that he was a big weakling and presses the protagonist by attacking him even more than before. He was only aiming for his sword, thinking it was because he now understood why Ellen made him go through such suffering before. Ellen always knew that the duel between them would end this way. Valier ended up being sent flying by the blows he received. When he fell to the ground, Mayerton asked why he let go of his sword, laughing at the protagonist's weakness. Valier continues to be beaten by his opponent, who tells him to pick up his sword, not understanding why someone like him didn't even care about what he said. Still, he was a person in Class A. Even if he had nothing good, at least his eyes were like those of a swordsman. Mayerton keeps beating Valier, while people around wonder if it wouldn't have been better for him to retreat from the start. People shout for him to give up, cursing the protagonist. They didn't even understand how Eppen didn't stop the duel. But Valier was still enduring the battle, taking every hit, spitting blood at every moment. Mayerton also asks if he didn't intend to retreat. It seemed like he wanted to make his class last longer than usual, as if he enjoyed studying. It wasn't just his arms. Valier's whole body was hurting. He couldn't win that duel. But even so, even if he was getting beaten by him, a cursed person, he just wanted to land a hit on his opponent. And he charges at Mayerton again with his wooden sword in hand, which made him laugh because the protagonist seemed crazy acting like that. Valier's defeat was inevitable, but his plan to awaken his supernatural power by putting himself in a literally risky situation didn't cross his mind due to anger. At first, he had no intention of doing this, but he had surpassed his limit and used his revision function. Valier was so furious that he didn't care about anything else. The moment he struck with his sword, it would shatter into pieces. 20 achievement points were needed to trigger that event, and so the protagonist uses those points. And thus, he strikes his opponent with it. As Ellen had said before, the durability of the training sword was indeed low. The likelihood of something like this happening was very high, so he managed to make it happen without spending too many points. The attack he landed on the lower parts made Mayerton retreat in fury, but he couldn't let him pick up the sword again. If Mayerton picked up his sword again, it would be the end, and so Valier strikes him from behind to unbalance his attack. The protagonist begins to beat his opponent with kicks. He thought his attacks would make him faint, but it seemed he would recover quickly. Mayerton kicks him away, complaining about being taken advantage of, and tells him to do him a favor and surrender already. Valier laughs at this. He would never do anything like that. After all, he intended to win the duel. He wanted to win and couldn't lose. Mayerton asks if he really thought he could win after that surprise attack. Valier feels he doesn't want to lose. Moreover, he didn't want to kneel or apologize to them. Even so, he had no way to win against him and didn't know how to make him surrender. But he still wanted to win. He wanted to make his opponent crawl to him and didn't care how he would make that happen. In fact, the protagonist couldn't achieve this. The power difference between the two of them was too great for that to be possible. However, even though his defeat was inevitable, he still had hopes of winning. He was sure of it. And also, the things he wished to achieve one day appeared in his mind at that moment. He finally understood how his ability worked. His ability had nothing to do with pushing himself to the extreme. The name of his power was self-suggestion. Valier wanted to win at all costs, and he had to put something in his mind to believe in it wholeheartedly. Around him, the students thought the protagonist had gone crazy. Valier had to believe in himself completely that he would win. Even if the real chances of that happening were slim, he had to believe that his victory was inevitable. That was his power. He had to act like an innocent child, think like a fool who didn't know what was coming in front of him. And so, charging at his opponent, Valier awakens self-suggestion and uses his sword to strike him hard. Mayerton was shocked and didn't understand what that was, but Valier didn't stop hitting and held him by the hair at all. This time, it was the protagonist who was beaten, being told to surrender, but Mayerton was just asking how that was possible, just to get hit even more than before, and just kept hitting him, knowing that fainting could also make him win. Valier reminds him that he said before that his victory was inevitable. The realization he wanted was something directly linked to his hope. The more he focused on this, the stronger his powers would become. He drilled into his mind that he would win and grew strong enough for it. And so Valier lifts him up, telling him to say for everyone to hear, this guy had been in the temple 2 years longer than him, was stronger, and had much better swordsmanship. Still, the protagonist mocks him, telling him to say he was a third year who got beaten badly by a first year. As Mayerton remained silent, Valier decided he would make him wake up, but finally he bowed, saying he surrendered and confessing he was wrong. In the end, the professor concludes the duel and declares the protagonist as the victor. Thus, Valier receives the mission as completed, earning 600 points for the victory. Although the protagonist wanted to hit him even more and make him wake up in an unknown place, it was Valier who fainted when it all ended. In the end, the one who woke up in an unknown place was him. While both fainted, he was declared the winner, so the result couldn't change. Beside him, Adriana appeared upon seeing that the protagonist woke up, relieved that it wasn't anything serious and he woke up fine. Valier thanks her for her concern and asks what happened. She replies that he ended up coming out victorious but fainted right after. He was in the recovery room, and Valir is surprised. It was quite nice that this school had so many things for all the students. Then, Valir becomes worried because his previous opponent was there too, and Adriana agrees that was the case. He was in another room and asks if she really thought they would put them in the same place after everything. Adriana gets irritated. They clearly exchanged glances during the duel, and she should know he was ready to fight. Valier gives a nervous laugh, but Adriana comments that he went headfirst into that fight thinking he would miraculously awaken his power. He never thought the phrase, getting beaten for real, would be true, and Valier asserts that at least everything turned out right. Adriana disagrees. He couldn't do that. This time things went right because he managed to awaken his supernatural ability. Still, she questions if he thought he would continue acting like that to help, and Valir turns around denying that things would be like that. The supernatural ability was just a bonus. The rest of the talents he would have to buy with achievement points. But in the end, she asks him at least not to do anything like that again, and he shouldn't start getting into a fight where a veteran just won this time. The protagonist actually thought this would happen again someday, but Adriana says that in that case, she would take care of killing him if it were the case. Valier turns around agreeing that he wouldn't do it then, but he was quite grateful for her help, which made Adriana sigh. She preferred a freshman who got along with everyone, and not someone who started fighting with anyone. Valier laughs because he thought it was hard to change that, so he recommended she give up on him. Even after getting slapped by her, Adriana stayed with him until after he woke up. Sometime later, Valier was treated and released by the nurses, and when he came out, he had a conversation with Professor Eppen. And the professor confesses to find the so-called self-suggestion interesting. They thought one of his aptitudes was about supernatural ability, but after this duel was proven, it became clear that he awakened his power. It was foolish to duel against a veteran, however. By the results, his actions were justifiable, and Valier responds that he did all this because he wanted things to improve. The professor says that if talent isn't acquired just through effort, luck also plays a part in it. But at this point, Valier wasn't allowed to use his abilities to attack others, and the protagonist even smiles, promising he wouldn't do anything wrong. When he left the room, the protagonist thinks it wasn't obvious when he used his power, so it would obviously be hard to figure that out. But even though he acted like an idiot, he himself wasn't an idiot, but he thought everyone should be surprised by the duel. Now everyone was talking about Reinhardt and his supernatural ability that awakened during a duel. It seemed that this rumor wasn't just spreading among the people in his class, but even among the other classes and veterans. The duel was simply the topic of the week in the real class, and knowing that he, a first-year one, would be too strange if no one commented about it. The looks of those who hated him changed, while part of this change was related to his awakening. It seemed they saw something in the duel that shocked them. On his way, he ended up encountering Harriet, but she walked right past him, leaving Valir confused. This should have been the perfect opportunity for her to say that he should have gotten beaten up even more, so he stopped her to talk. Harriet was startled as he asked if she had nothing to say, and finally she says that Valir should have been beaten up even more. The protagonist hit the nail on the head as if he were living in her head, and he laughed, commenting that she seemed nervous when she saw him get hit. Harriet blushed when Valir said she turned pale as snow. It looked like she could barely stand straight. She shouted in denial, saying it was all a lie. She would never worry about him, and even called it a big disgust. Valier held her face, and Harriet pushed him away with a slap, making him laugh because she was really cute when she got embarrassed. But Valir ended up shocked when he realized that while Harriet was yelling at him, she started crying so as not to mock her. The protagonist offered her a macaron to eat, but Harriet refused because it was dirty and she wouldn't eat anything like that. In fact, the protagonist felt that this was more like when an older person teased a child and made them cry like that. Finally, he apologized for being rude, but she just told him to shut up again because he never stopped mocking her. Neither her father, mother, nor brothers did that. He didn't even know how to treat a girl. He was infuriating her, and didn't even know why he had to go through this. Valier said it was because she also laughed at him calling him a beggar, and Harriet complained because he was a real beggar. Sighing, the protagonist said he wasn't mocking her that much. He actually thought she was cute. After all, he had said that before. He just called her cute. It was a compliment. But still, she kept complaining. Harriet said he pinched her cheek and laughed at her face, and Valir replied that it was because she looked really cute like that. So she sighed in agreement, as long as he never dared to touch her with those dirty hands again. Then, he insisted that she eat the macaron, and she agreed as long as he stopped insisting so much. The two fell silent for a moment, and Harriet asked if he hadn't gotten hurt a lot in that duel earlier. Valir agreed because he was still feeling pain even now. Harriet said it was all because he dueled against a guy like Mayerton. If he hadn't awakened his supernatural ability, he would never have been able to win against him. But Valir said there were times he just didn't want to lose to anyone, and there arose a desire to beat someone no matter the cost. That senior was the one who awakened that within him. The girl remembered that he could have died, and Valir agreed that could have been the case, but he didn't die after all. Later, Bertus said he heard the news. He really had beaten a third-year student. Valir replied that his supernatural ability had manifested in time, and Art approached, noticing that he seemed much better. The protagonist asked what he wanted, and Art apologized. He lost the duel, so he admitted his mistake. From now on, he wouldn't ask for absurd things anymore, nor mock or be violent with his freshmen again. The protagonist realized that just like Adriana had said, he really wasn't a bad guy. Maybe he had no choice but to choose Meyerton as his champion. Radina also seemed to be a really kind girl, actually. It must have been hard for her to discipline her freshmen before. He was sure they had forced her on purpose because they must have known she was capable of not hurting even a fly. Being forced to do something she didn't want and then being insulted by a freshman in Art's place. He would have been furious about everything that happened. Now Valir thought he had gone too far, and he apologized to Art because he also said many exaggerated things. Everyone was surprised by his sudden humility, but Art thanked the protagonist because he recognized that. Now he intended to apologize to Radina later too. But first, he would focus on classes, and Eppen said that the Victory Festival would start the following week. As everyone should know, the victory in the Demon World War was a historic celebration, which is why the temple would be closed during the commemorative month. However, taking enrollment and the teaching plan into account, it would only be closed for 5 days next week. Still, the students celebrated because at least it would be 5 days, at least it was something, and they were relieved because they thought they would have to run every morning. Valir felt it would be a good opportunity to see Alaris after a long time, and suddenly they said that A11 wouldn't participate in the night classes. The protagonist is confused, but the teacher just tells him to continue, and he is left not understanding anything, wondering if he did something wrong. In the end, the two just went to sit on the wooden bench outside to wait there. Valir wonders if it was because it was cold that there was no water in the pool, but thinking about it, they could have heated the water with a mana stone. It must be some kind of script error, and the protagonist asks if there wasn't hot water in the temple. If they made an indoor pool with hot water, it would be possible to have swimming lessons, and Eppen agrees that this was the case, but the maintenance costs would be very high. And being realistic, no one would want to swim in the same water all year round. That's why it was so expensive. Apen questions the reason for the interest, and Valir says it was just curiosity, yet he remains curious to know why the pool was closed even though it was outdoors. The teacher asks if he wanted to have swimming lessons in the winter too, and Valir grumbles that he thought so, even though Eppen found it strange despite not seeming to have bad intentions. That's when the protagonist realized that the teacher thought he was probably wanting to see the girls there in bikinis. Anyway, Eppen says she would arrive soon and would be leaving, and Valir asks her to wait a bit because there must have been a misunderstanding between them. But who appeared and interrupted the conversation was the supernatural skills teacher, Rolendria. She was happy to see the protagonist after a while. She never thought he would awaken his natural ability. She had never seen people like that before, and Valir responds that it was also a surprise for him. Rolendria mentions that cases like this were very rare, so that day was just another test they would do instead of a real class. Then, she starts timing him as he moves, surprised because he did it in 8 seconds, but before it was 8.3 seconds. It was a new record. After using self-suggestion, it was exactly 8 seconds in which he finished. She was worried because she thought the ability might affect external things, but it seemed limited to strengthening his physical abilities. It was the first time she had seen something like this, a supernatural ability that influences reality as the user desires. But Valir thought he would go crazy at this pace. Self-suggestion was the ability to show the real effect of the suggestion made by oneself. If he thought he was an athlete while running, he could become an athlete, but it would depend on the level of the ability. Basically, it was similar to having a winner's mindset. It had to be something like, "Your father was definitely the president." Rolendria asks what the problem is, and Valir replies that it was actually a bit hard to handle all of this. She says there's no need to be sad, his ability is very good, and the protagonist feels that it actually wasn't that great. Rolendria mentions that obviously the changes weren't that apparent at this point, but it was another thing that deserved attention. He was very good at using his supernatural ability. He could use it almost instantly even if the effect was weak. She could assume that Valir was quite familiar with his capabilities, even before awakening his ability. It was as if he had a natural gift for self-suggestion. The protagonist feels it was a compliment, but for some reason, he felt offended. Anyway, the test concludes, and now he could participate normally in classes, so Valir goes back to lying down in his room. This ability he had wasn't much different from 8th grade syndrome, and he wonders what he was doing. Suddenly, he is surprised to realize he was receiving a call at such an hour. When he answered, he hears a voice asking him to go to the main hall. It was Charlotte who needed to ask him something right now. They meet, and the princess asks how he felt in the fight. How was it to suddenly become a user of supernatural abilities? And Valir replies that it was quite good. He heard it was called self-suggestion, and asks if it was an ability to be whatever he wanted. The protagonist agrees that it was more or less how it worked, and Charlotte asks where that boy she was looking for was. Maybe if she believed she knew, she could find out his whereabouts. And Valir replies that he couldn't do that, but he could still try and see if it works. Charlotte offers him something to hold, and Valir feels that her urgency was great, but if he could do this to buy time, it would be better. The protagonist took a picture of himself, and Valir wonders if Charlotte was always walking around with that image. Now he would have to lie about this, and he says he could see a crumbling castle, and Charlotte quickly asks what he meant by that. Valir says he can see this guy running near a castle, and it looked like he was on horseback. He was also being chased by knights and was fleeing desperately. And there were also some demons nearby. It was then that Charlotte began to cry, asking him to tell her more about it. She wanted to hear just a little more. Valir feels that small lies turn into big lies. They accumulate and eventually become larger, and this lie would hurt Charlotte in the end. Right now, he knew he was doing something very wrong to that girl, but the protagonist still tells her that the scene was just repeating itself. Could it be that his ability was still weak, and Charlotte asks if at least he was still alive? If he was alive, she at least wanted to know. And Valir agrees, even without knowing what kind of situation or where he was. But he was alive and safe. Charlotte cries even more, thanking the protagonist, quite relieved to know all this from him. The two remain quiet until the princess stops crying, and she asks him not to tell about what happened that day. Valir imagines it's because Bertus would use this to his advantage, and Charlotte smiles, telling that the boy who saved her, if it weren't for him, she would have gone insane a long time ago, and she wouldn't even have managed to escape from her prison when she thought she would go mad. From being in a place full of death and blood, it was he who appeared. He said they would be fine, besides assuring that humanity had won the war. He tried to console and calm her somehow, said he had lost all his memories, didn't know who he was or why he was imprisoned. He seemed calm, but Charlotte knew he must have been scared in that situation too, yet she was trembling even more. And he tried to calm her, just because someone was crying in that hellish place. Then she promised she would help him recover his memories. Therefore, for the sake of that promise, she wanted to be able to find him again, and Valir asks about it. This guy must have suffered a lot in the demonic castle. Maybe it was too painful to recover the memories of those days. It was good to remember who he was, but there were memories that were better when forgotten. Charlotte agrees, but it wouldn't be too late to talk about it after they could meet again. That's why she wanted Reinhard to find him. She would do everything possible to help him find the boy. Valir smiles. It was a very dangerous promise to make with a beggar like him. Deep down, he was the one who got into those problems. When he returned to the dormitory, Bertus comments on how his sister seemed to be looking for someone, and the protagonist freezes. He wonders how he was awake at such an hour, but it was obvious he heard everything he talked about with Charlotte. Valir replies that he was asked to take a look, by the way. It seemed he should already know who she was looking for. Bertus laughs because this was basic, but it seemed his sister didn't find him. Probably she told him to look using the gang and not himself. He asks if he made any progress, and Valir wonders if Bertus had been investigating him, obviously saying this to show he was within the area of influence. He replies that no, he only had a portrait but didn't even know the name, and Bertus asks if his sister told him who he was. But even without knowing, it was all right. The important thing was that he was also looking for him. If he found a clue, he should inform as quickly as possible. In fact, if Charlotte were left alone, she would end up self-destructing. But turning to him, it seemed she was almost there. That's when Bertus remembered he wanted to ask something, and he wanted to know if he was the next master of the Thieves' Guild or something like that. Valir replies that it was a situation that could be misunderstood, but it wasn't. He had never seen them and didn't intend to cut ties. Bertus understands that he must be closer to the gang than to the guild, but the protagonist didn't understand what he was talking about. But Bertus says he thinks that the empowerment of crime was inevitable. Even if the Thieves' Guild was eliminated, another would take its place. It was impossible to eliminate crime completely. In that case, if he were in charge, he could at least control it. Then, Bertus gives a frightening look to the protagonist and asks if he would like to become the master of the Thieves' Guild, but Valir is left not understanding anything. The next day, Adriana says goodbye to her fellow students, relieved because they would have a break. One of the boys says they could meet at the central square when classes resume, and Adriana turns to see that the protagonist has approached. She mentions that she would be going home the next day, and if she changed her mind about the church by then, she could talk to him. Valir says he would be going home the next day, and thus he bids farewell to Adriana. On the way back, the protagonist remembers the conversation he had with Bertus. Bertus had asked if he intended to become the master of the Thieves' Guild. It was easier to control someone he already knew. It also made it easier to support from behind the scenes if needed. He never thought it was an absurd proposal. Valier wonders if he really wanted to become the emperor thinking that way, and Bertus laughs because he was just insinuating. He shouldn't worry too much for now. It was something too big to be put into action right now, and the prince departs, wishing the protagonist good night. The next day, Valier was lost in thought until he heard Ellen calling for him because he had been lost in thought. He kept thinking about the things Bertus said and couldn't focus, but he intended to stop training that day. Ellen, on the other hand, caught Valier's attention because she seemed to be sweating a lot. It looked like she was overdoing her training. She intended to train just a little more, and Valier wondered why she was so stressed to the point of overdoing it that day. He bids her farewell, asking her not to push herself too hard in her training, but Valier ends up going back to bring her something to eat. He feels irritated because normally he wouldn't do something like that, but that girl managed to draw people's attention. He ended up getting attached without wanting to. It was a bit scary actually, he ended up doing a bit too much. But for Ellen, there shouldn't be any problem since she liked to eat. When he arrived at the training room, Ellen was lying on the floor. It seemed she had fainted during her training. In her dreams, Ellen recalled her past and how she begged her brother not to leave. She questioned why she had to sacrifice herself and what she would do about them, but still, he left, even with her asking him not to do that. Later, Ellen woke up, and Valier was with her in the infirmary, and he comments that she shouldn't be sleeping in a place like that because it could worsen her health. He asks what she intended to do if she started having trouble breathing at her age, and the nurse asks the protagonist to calm down. She would only be in danger if she had arrived later, and as a gentleman, it was Valier who brought her back safely. The protagonist gets tense when the nurse says he arrived asking to do something about the situation. He looked all nervous and pale. The nurse says it seemed to be a problem with her excessive training, so she should avoid overdoing it to the point of hurting her body. Ellen agrees and thanks him as she sees her leaving, and Valier asks what she was doing to faint. Ellen explains that she lost her balance while practicing a move. She must have hit her head on the dummy when she fell. The protagonist mentions that it was dangerous. She could have had a concussion. It wasn't normal to make mistakes like that. And he smiles upon realizing that he ended up saving her life. And after ensuring she knew that, he tells her to get up so they can leave. Since the nurse used holy magic, Ellen should be healed now. They could eat some sandwiches because she had made a bit too much to eat. He made it for her, so he should ensure she wouldn't forget and would be grateful, and thus Ellen accompanies him out of the infirmary. It was then that Ellen said she would like to take a shower, and Valier asks if she intended to lie down again afterward, and she mentions that she didn't like the smell of sweat. Breaking curfew didn't cause problems. This was because in the original work, Ludwig often went out at night as if it were nothing. So, the protagonist says he would be going to the cafeteria first, and Ellen mentions that he might end up getting caught by the director. In that, she suggests they could eat in her room, and Valier ended up going, surprised to see how the decoration was. There was nothing strange about a person of the opposite sex entering the room there in the temple. When he was writing the novel, he made a mixed dormitory to make things easier. He wonders what he intended to do in a place full of children. At most, they could be playing cards in the middle of the night. In fact, they were just kids, and Valier didn't get nervous if he entered their room. It was possible that Ellen thought the same. In fact, her room was as empty as his, aside from a few training equipment. It was quite simple. There was a bag in the corner that probably belonged to Ellen, but soon she returns from the shower and Valier says they could eat and sleep. Outside, it started to rain and they began to have dinner, and Valier comments that people felt bad. There might not even be a reason, but that's just how things were. But if one didn't talk about it, it could end up eating them inside. And Ellen agrees. If it were possible, she would want to save the world in exchange for life. And she asks if he thought he could do something like that. Valier knew she must think that death was the end of everything. Even if he was the great hero who saved the world, in the end, he wasn't the only one. People venerated the hero Artorias, and Ellen mourned the death of her own brother deep down. Therefore, she missed him and felt resentful towards him. Valier replies that one could only know something like that when the time comes. She agrees but states that she would never die that way. It was then that she turned around because she wanted to show him something. It was a sword that also seemed a bit unusual. It was forged in tears, but Valier didn't know what that meant. But he knew what the sword was. It was a lament call. He would never have imagined, of the two swords wielded by Artorias, there was the sword of Als, the god of war Alsbringer, and there was the lament sword of Mensis, the god of the moon, and now one of them was in front of him, a sword whose whereabouts were unknown except to those who knew Ellen. At the same time, before Artorias participated in the war, he left this sword as a memento for her. Valier laughs because he thought she intended to attack him now, but it seemed that was it. Then Ellen smiles and thanks him. The system shows that he achieved an accomplishment called Ellen's Revelation, revealing her true identity faster than expected. On another day, the protagonist made his trip to the commercial area of the Aligar district, where he met Alaris. She was surprised to see the protagonist, who greeted her after such a long time, but she was surprised to be there. It was too dangerous to go alone. Valir replies that it was fine. He walked in circles so no one would follow him. He just intended to stay there during the holidays. It wouldn't be for long. Alaris asks if it wouldn't be more comfortable to stay at the temple, and he replies that it was because she was there. Alaris gets a bit emotional hearing this, but even so, visiting the place wasn't as simple as it seemed. Valir laughs, asking what she did during those days, but she seems a bit worried. Before he went there for the first time, when he came to sell the scrolls, there was something. The protagonist remembers. He went in there after wandering around unable to sell, and Alaris mentions that this was the key. The last place they saw him before he disappeared was there, and Valir asks if the pursuers were also around. Although they didn't seem to suspect Alaris, this was the only place where they found clues, and now they were all watching. And also, by chance, he heard that she stole a fireball scroll from a shop, but Valir was shocked. It was from Borton's shop, and apparently, they got clues about Valir from him, and the protagonist remembers it was that guy who gave him a scroll for free to copy. The protagonist sighs, saying that he didn't steal it. He just gave it as a gift. He thought he was selling a fake scroll because the drawing was convincing. He even said he would pay if she made a perfect copy of the real one. Alaris is shocked. People who bought fake scrolls could die. She says it served him right. Someone like that deserved to suffer a bit. Valir replies he doesn't know if he deserved it. He just shot himself in the foot. The protagonist wanted to be able to relax a bit during his holidays and asks Alaris if the gang members were doing well. She says that Loyar didn't talk much with them unless it was something really serious, but it should be time for them to gather and talk. Valir agrees. They could go to the gang roundabout the next day. That night, the two end up talking when they weren't sleeping. Alaris comments that she didn't think humans were better than demons, nor that they were kinder than them. Humans were a race that knew what prosperity was. However, they also fought among themselves and killed for that prosperity. There were moments when she got tired of their wickedness, and Valir asks if something happened. Alaris hesitates and replies that she would know about it the next day, and so they spend the night until the next day. When they met again, Sarkagar was the first to shout and run to the protagonist, all happy, and hugged him. Alaris told that Valir awakened her supernatural power. They never doubted he would possess such great power. The protagonist, almost crushed, tells him to stop. It seemed like his ears were going to bleed and he wanted to step away. Loyar asks what life was like in the temple, and the protagonist replies that he didn't even have time to get bored. At that moment, Alaris asks what he would like to tell them, and Valir recounts his duel with Maerton, shocking the other three. Alaris looked dejected, still saying not to resort to violence, but there was nothing to be done with him having that temperament. Sarkagar, on the other hand, found it incredible. It was a remarkable coldness, pride, and fighting spirit in his opinion. Loyar shouts because he had told the prince to stay calm once he entered the temple, and Valir smiles, showing he hadn't worn that necklace from before. Alaris feels a bit relieved by this, but the protagonist knew they also had something to share. This was because Alaris had told him the day before that they wanted to discuss another topic when they were gathered. They become tense when Valir insists, but he didn't understand the reason for everyone's seriousness so suddenly. Sarkagar says there was a rumor that during the Victory Festival, they would sell the imprisoned demons on the Imperial Black Market. Valir is surprised. Most demons must have been killed after the war ended, and yet he still didn't understand why they needed to sell them. He asks where they intended to use them, and Alaris replies that the only possibility that came to mind was to start a collection. Valir saw no reason to buy demons like orcs and goblins. It was then he stopped and realized exactly where they were going with that thought. Succubi, the tribe of demons that would be sold, were the ones most frequently found in the market because they resembled humans. They were traded for a high price. However, Valir knew that succubi were dangerous, a race that drained the spirit of humans. Selling them was like asking for death. Alaris agrees it was dangerous, but there were ways to brainwash them so they wouldn't do that, or some surgery. The same applied to incubi. Valir thought most demons had been killed, but there were those who were semi-humanoid that were sold like this. They became risk-free toys that people felt comfortable using and playing with at will. That's how a slave market worked, and Valir understood they should focus on saving the prisoners. Sarkagar says he can't stand seeing the actions of humans, but if they fail, they could put everyone in danger. Loyar says that currently, the demons who could help him were just the three of them. If he lost one of them, he would have a weak base. Alaris agreed with the other two. Valir knew that without him, these three and all the races of demons would have fallen. There was no one else, so they would just jump into the fire like moths if they appeared to save those lives. But the unexpected appearance of a variable like him resulted in his safety being a priority above all else. If this were the same as the original novel, this was the festival where Ludwig went with his friends and Delphine Isadora was kidnapped. Somehow, Ludwig manages to rescue her, but Valier knew he had to look for those of his people who were held as prisoners. No matter how it looked, it seemed he was trapped in a world with events similar to those of the protagonist. To be honest, he wasn't even a demon. Deep down, he was just an old man, and he wondered if there was any reason to risk rescuing the prisoners. He didn't even know the reason for rebuilding the demon kingdom. In the first place, he wasn't a good person to get involved in a life or death issue. He wasn't that kind of person, even knowing those people wanted help, and Hilaris apologized for worrying him about it. Despite everything, it was just better to put that aside, and Valier interrupts her, saying that as with all living beings, exhaustion was the cause of all diseases, and the lack of sleep was the biggest cause of chronic exhaustion. Hilaris suddenly didn't understand anything he was talking about. But the protagonist continues, saying that, as expected, he liked to sleep peacefully. Finally, he says they should try. Hilaris is so shocked she asks him to repeat, and Valier asserts they should find a way to rescue the prisoners. They should do something stupid. Hilaris mentions that before that, there were 3 things the protagonist should know. First, it was the location of the black market. The second was the number of prisoners. And the third was the security. Information about the black market only spreads among the nobles, so it could be difficult to obtain it on the streets. Since this was the type of information Sarkagar worked with, he decides it would be his responsibility to investigate. Valier understands that it was a secret market, so he would need an entry point. Sarkagar claims they didn't know who was selling, but if they asked a noble, they should find out. Valier asks about those who opened the black market, and Sarkagar replies that it wasn't that hard to think about. The ability to divert prisoners halfway to the capital means this plan was made long before the return of the Imperial Army, which meant they had already spoken with those in charge of the prisoners. Moreover, if not all the commanders know, there must be someone with a position close to total authority. Hilaris agrees with Sarkagar, and Valier realizes that the unit commander and the overall commander should know about this. In the protagonist's opinion, things seem to be getting more complicated than before. If it were just a few commanders, it would be possible to steal the prisoners, but since this story was circulating among the aristocracy, it would be even harder if the imperial family got involved. If that were the case, even Bertus and Charlotte would end up in the middle. Hilaris agrees that they couldn't rule out this possibility. He wonders if the two could really know about this. It wasn't something organized by a group like the Thieves Guild. It was planned by the imperial family and those under their wing. If that's the case, security would also be heightened. They would have to break through the defenses, rescue the imprisoned demons, and hide those they saved somewhere. It was too reckless. Valier asks if it's possible with magic, and Hilaris says there should be mages of the same level as hers. So there could be barriers that would hinder the use of magic, but the more he thought about it, the more his head cooled. It was indeed an impossible mission, and Hilaris asks why they need to do this while the black market is open. Valier questions this, and Hilaris explains that when the black market opens, it would be the worst day to rescue the prisoners. Hilaris mentions it might be easier before the auction or after the sales ended. Before the auction, security would be lower than on the same day, and after the ownership of the prisoners had passed to their buyers, each would have to take care of their own, making it easier to rescue them. Everyone stands still and realizes she was absolutely right. Sarkagar mentions that those participating in the auction would pay huge prices. Loyar agrees it would involve many difficulties, but he wouldn't kill those people. Valier says it's a method that could work, but Sarkagar comments that it might take a while to get the list of those who would participate in the auction, but they could rescue anyone, and it would also be less risky, but the rumor that the prisoners were missing or being stolen would eventually spread. After they managed to rescue a few, the nobles would reinforce their security. The whole trio continues talking, and Valier falls silent to think. If Hilaris's method works, they would think some kind of criminal organization stole the demons, which could cause a huge uproar in the Empire. Just knowing that the freed demons were hidden in the capital would be a significant threat to the Empire and its security. Therefore, there would be a large number of guards throughout the city. Such news would eventually reach the temple. However, Valier wrote about a similar incident in the original novel. Hilaris would have invented this method even without him around. Sarkagar and Loyar's reactions were equally positive. If they did anything, it would be following the plan. The trade of demons in the black market, their rescue, all these things would have happened even without Valier's presence. The protagonist was unaware of the causality, but knew the outcome, and it was very likely that the operation would fail. They had to prepare something even better, but there shouldn't be a way to move all the prisoners at once. Unless the problem gets resolved, that's when Valier had an idea, and he asks if Hilaris could use mass teleportation magic. Hilaris asks if it was about the ability itself, and she agrees she could use it, but it took some time to cast. Valier asks how long, and she replies it was around half an hour. It seemed impossible to take her all at once and disappear. A place with a barrier that prevents a user from using teleportation magic shouldn't be that common. Alaris remembers that, as she said before, it was likely that the anti-magic barrier would be implemented, and Valier suggests it might not be at the betting house. Then, he asks how many people she could teleport, and she replies that her limit would be around 20. If it were at night, maybe about 50 people. Valier thinks that succubi and incubi are humanoid demons, which isn't a high number, but most of the prisoners he saw when he escaped were humanoid or large, and Loyar asks if he was thinking of another way. Valier says it was possible to rescue the prisoners another way, but they weren't strong enough. The existence of the black market was a problem and illegal. Sarkagar mentions that the mere fact they were buying and selling demons should be heavily criticized. Loyar agrees, which is why they were using the secret black market, which was truly worthy of bad people. Valier knows that the trafficking of demons was certainly illegal and asks what could happen if rumors of nobles doing this spread. They are confused, but the protagonist continues saying that the demon trade should harm the Empire's prestige. It was a big enough incident to cause fury among the citizens, and Loyar asks if the citizens would be outraged and attack the black market. The protagonist explains that if they discover the location of the black market, there would be a huge commotion. Sarkagar says that, however, the Imperial army could be disguised as mercenaries and could use violence against them. Valier agrees. It was true that the Empire was powerful, but it wouldn't just be the citizens who would be outraged. It would also offend the beliefs of the most powerful people, and Alaris asks what he is talking about, and Valier explains that it was the religious forces. The sale of imprisoned demons would be a great offense to the Templar Knights, so there would be a strong violent reaction from all the major religious forces across the continent. Moreover, the Templars were armed forces that answered to religious leadership, not the Empire. When they intervene, there would be a massive chaos, and the people in the black market would have no justification to avoid the Templars' interference. In the end, they would need to hand over the prisoners to the Knights. They wouldn't do anything stupid against them for a bit of money. The Templar Knights, who consider the war against demons a sacred duty, would see the Empire's actions as a great betrayal. Religion was what dominated people's minds. Opposing them was a decision the Empire could never make. Then, Sarkagar says this method would prevent the sale of the prisoners from the black market, but Alaris hesitates because everyone would end up being executed. Valier agrees. However, the Templars would take time to organize the prisoners in the meantime. After all, they would be living evidence of betrayal against the Empire, so they would try to get something from the Empire as an apology, and if they were to change the auction's location, it would be even better because they wouldn't have time to take precautions against magic. So, at that moment, Valier says they should teleport the prisoners out of there with mass teleportation. Of course, all the prisoners who exceed Alaris's magic limit would end up dying in the process. But this was the best thing he could think of at the moment, when Loyar suggests that instead of mass teleportation, they could use a teleportation portal. Valier asks about this, and Loyar says he thought what he just mentioned had a good chance of happening. With that, if they could use a teleportation portal and go together, certainly everyone could survive. Valier asks if this wouldn't only be possible if the teleportation portal took them to the Templar Knights. Sarkagar says there were great teleportation portals in the capital. There was also one that allowed them to be near the Templar Knights HQ. This transport portal should be used during the transport of the prisoners, so if the convoy arrives before the Templar Knights, they would cause some chaos, and they would find a way for the prisoners to escape through the teleportation portal to prevent them from following. Alaris could destroy the portal as soon as they left. Valier realizes that the teleportation portals were bidirectional. If one portal breaks, the other breaks too. In fact, the protagonist was liking this. Loyar would take on the task of handling the chaos part. Alaris decides to help, and Sarkagar says he would transform into one of the soldiers patrolling the portal. Valier feels he needs a lot of things to make this plan work, but he trusts that things could turn out well. But if any sign arises that something might go wrong, he would use the review to fix the situation. That night, Alaris thanks Valier, and he asks why when they were the ones responsible for solving everything. Alaris thanks him because she trusted them to do something so dangerous. She was really grateful for his trust. However, he asks if she was really calm about all this. No matter what they do, someone would end up getting hurt while rescuing them. It could be the Templar Knights or something similar. Alaris has killed many people in her life. She did this for so long that she was used to it and was completely tired of it. That's why she appreciated Valier's concern. But he didn't need to worry about her, and so they fell asleep. Time passed, and the Victory Festival began, the day when the streets were filled with joyful people, but it was also the day of the rescue mission. That was the Merchant Guild's HQ, and they were all watching from the rooftop where the prisoners were. Their goal was not to capture corrupt nobles, but to rescue prisoners. Even if everything went well, they could do nothing but rescue those who were in the black market. With that in mind, it would be better if they started the plan now, without waiting for the auction to begin. According to the information acquired by Sarkagar and Loyar, there were about 100 prisoners, and the black market was located in the Merchant Guild. In the Bucket District or somewhere else in the Mapo District, what they had to do now was let everyone know about it. And there were two ways they could do this. They could send a letter to cause a stir inside, or they could take advantage of the gossipers and spread a rumor. But it would be difficult to discover the exact location of the black market by acting this way. In the end, they decided to deliver a letter with all the details, so they sent a letter to the HQ of the Templar Knights and fortunately received it. And now they were heading towards the black market, and Valir commented, impressed by how good the invisibility magic was. He couldn't believe that until now no one had noticed they were on the roof of a house, and Alaris smiled at that. But if they entered an anti-magic field, it would end up disappearing, and people with good senses could discover them, so they had to be careful. Suddenly, Loyar felt the smell of the Templar Knights getting stronger. She thought they wouldn't go there that day, but it seemed they received the letter. It looked like they were heading in droves to the Merchant Guild HQ and the rest to the main street. Valir asked if they intended to resolve things secretly. That was a bit strange. It would be more honorable if they attacked the black market with everyone watching. They received information that the black market was set to open that day and that the imprisoned demons would go to the auctions there. One of the guards got nervous when a knight approached, saying that if it were a lie, the Templar Knights should make a formal apology to the guild, so they should cooperate with them, and Loyar told how the Templar Knights and the guards were arguing now. And it didn't seem like the guards would let them pass easily. It didn't take long for the guards to finally start acting. The Templar Knights were entering the guild right where the prisoners were held, and Valir realized it was time for the big show to start. If the Templar Knights executed them, which was the big fear, it would create a huge problem. But he didn't want that to happen, so he would use some things to his advantage. That's when the protagonist opened the system and was shocked. This was because the review function could no longer be used, which meant he couldn't prevent the execution of the prisoners. Taking the extermination of the prisoners out of the hands of the Templar Knights, he wondered if there was nothing else that could be done. If this continued, they would all end up dead. When Valir went into shock, Alaris asked him what the problem was because he had paled. The protagonist stammered that it was nothing and commented on the possibility of those guys deciding to kill everyone. At that moment, Loyar said that the Templar Knights were arriving. They decided to continue with this considering everything that had happened. The prisoners were the living proof that it could be possible to put a collar around the Empire's neck, and it was because of this that they couldn't kill the prisoners. Valir mentally pleaded for them not to do anything wrong. The Templar Knights were bringing the prisoners outside. It was the same number of demons they estimated at the beginning. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to be in good condition, and apparently had not been tortured. Alaris commented, impressed, because it was exactly as Valir had said. It was a great relief, and the protagonist almost fainted from emotion. He wondered if the content of his review and the future were actually the same thing. It was something that was going to happen, which should be why the review didn't work. Valir thanked God for such kindness. Loyar mentioned that now that they had confirmed the whereabouts of the prisoners, they could proceed with the teleportation portal. They had to arrive before the Templar Knights, and they ran across the rooftops towards the group. Sarkagar might have some problems, and suddenly they heard voices talking, asking if no one would end up discovering them. They would end up giving the excuse that they were doing research. What those merchants planned was the problem. Monopolizing them that way and selling secretly, all the other members of the Allied forces were doing something like that, but at least they had some excuse. So no one would say anything if they managed to catch a few. Valir tries to understand what those two people were talking about, but Alaris and Loyar remained silent. It seemed that even the Templar Knights were extremely involved in that case. Now he understood the reason they wanted to keep pacing back and forth. The Templars should be the only ones who wouldn't want to do that. Valir wonders if he ended up overestimating their faith, but Adriana still smiled, thinking she could live full of grace and belief they gave. This time things were going right, but the reason for it was a great foolishness, and then Loyar reveals that the teleport portal was there. They needed to prepare while they were away from the Templar Knights, but before he could warn Sarkagar, a knight shouts for them to stop. He says there was a group of people hiding there using invisibility magic. They should immediately detect the location of these unknown beings. Alaris realizes they must have found them with detection magic or something like that, and shouts for Valir to run to the portal. The knight yells at them that they were running on the roof, asking who they were and to show themselves now. Now that they had been caught, Valir had no reason to hesitate. He needed to use the revision, and so he tells Alaris to use mass teleport now, but he ends up seeing too late that she was using a giant fire spell and threw it at the knights, who scream in confusion. They wonder who those people were that could cast spells of such high level. Valir just watches the chaos quietly. From what he remembered, the plan was to make a small mess, causing almost no damage to anyone in the way. all to buy time for the prisoners to pass through the portal, but it seemed she was doing it differently. Valier wonders if Alaris was trying to destroy the Templar Knights along with the prisoners because she was angry at those Templars, but one thing was certain: he should never get in Alaris's way. It was clear that she became terrifying. When she was angry, one of the knights shouts for all of them not to panic and to prepare for the real battle. When they hear a roar, they realize there was another enemy, and they see it was a lycanthrope charging at them as well. They realize it was demons that were attacking, and the prisoners get nervous seeing what was happening. Alaris tells everyone not to stand still. They should hurry to the portal and guides them so that these people can be saved. The knights shout that the knights were fleeing and they should stop them, and so they prepare to counterattack now and achieve victory. Valier is shocked because they were veterans who had been through so much. They simply recovered from such a situation in seconds. No matter how strong Alaris and Lawyer were, those two couldn't withstand so many attacks all at once. Everyone is shocked when a loud noise occurs. The soldiers' formation begins to break, and they cannot lower their guard. They wonder what was happening, and realize that a kind of dragon suddenly appeared from the fire. At the border of the kingdom of Kernstadt, in the Diretanis forest, they had now managed to escape and save the prisoners. They survived and managed to identify the saved people before they thought they would be sold. But they were safe now. Valier comments that he was impressed because Sarkagar had become a dragon, but it was thanks to him that things went right. Alaris confirms that everyone survived, letting out a relieved sigh from Valier, and he receives a mission completed notification. He finished the rescue of the demon prisoners, managed to rescue 107 people, and earned 5,350 points. By the state they were in, it seemed they had to go through a lot, and even if it was a bit sudden, he would introduce himself. So, Valier introduces himself to the prisoners. Although the previous king had died, they should just call him Valier now. Everyone bows upon realizing that the prince was safe, and a person among them appears shocked to see his survival. Sarkagar is surprised because the princess was alive, and Valier finds a girl who had heard about how she lost her memories. He couldn't remember anything, not even what he had with the girl, and apologizes for that, which surprised her. But anyway, she thanks him for saving her. She didn't expect him to be alive, but she is happy that he survived. Valier wonders why the princess is like this. They should apparently be a couple or something like that. He tells her that he lost all his memories in the demon realm. To be honest, he doesn't wish to recover them either, so he asks for forgiveness if he did anything to her. But the girl stammers that it was all right and it wasn't anything like that. Valier asks what it was then, and she nervously looks away, so he asks if she used to mock him. The girl nervously replies that it was more or less that, and it became clear that she actually mocked him much more than it seemed. According to what she said, Eri and Valier were like childhood friends. She was the daughter of the succubus queen, one of the 4 celestial kings of demons. To make it easier, Eri was the daughter of the number 3 of the kingdom, and because of that, Valier always caused a lot of trouble and confronted everyone, being raised in violence by her. This was only possible because of the level of her class in the kingdom, so whenever he saw Eri, he always got beaten up, but when he saw her with the demon king, he made her life a hell. In summary, their relationship was somewhat complicated, but all 4 celestial kings died in battle. Eri was taken as a prisoner after their defeat, and in the end, the Demon King's son, whom everyone thought was dead and who had no good relations, saved her. So it seemed that this was a bit difficult for Eri to accept. Valier says they could leave what happened between them in the past. From the things she said, it seemed he really deserved to get beaten up anyway, and the girl stammers, looking away. He wonders how messed up it was to leave her in this state and asks how powerful Eri was and what powers she had. They said that humans did some things to her, and Eri falls silent before showing the scar on her head because they ripped off her horn. She cries a little, recounting that humans removed all her horns and tails and also performed other surgeries on her body. They destroyed everything, even took away her ability to use her powers to rebel against them. Now Eri was nothing, a complete uselessness, and she cries, apologizing because she could never forget the things Valier did for them. She was very happy to be able to repay what he did, but now she was totally useless and couldn't do anything or repay for what he did. Eri apologizes several times and Valier responds that he didn't save them because of that. He didn't intend to use them in any way. They didn't need to apologize for that, so now they could go to the Blacklands or anywhere else. Therefore, they didn't need to stay there with him. Now they were all free, and he says the princess did a good job enduring things until now. Except for 10 of them, the rest seemed to want to return to the Blacklands, nullifying the entire war that had happened. Valier asks what they intended to do by going back. Eri says they wanted to stay in the Empire. They might not do much or be able to help in the fights, but still, she was of royal blood from the Demon Kingdom. She couldn't go back to her homeland and live in peace. And even though they had lost their powers, they still had their bodies. Valier asks what she meant by that. She says she needed money to live in the human kingdom and heard that a lot of money could be a threat to the human kingdom. So, They intended to start a business and make a lot of money, and even Ilaris questions what the princess meant by that. Aerie says they could create a good trade and have the Empire's money in their hands. It would certainly be a great help to restore the Demon Kingdom. As the other two seemed confused, Aerie knows they could also divide the Empire and leave it in total chaos. Valier sighs. She had a good point, but he wasn't good with those things, and there was the fact that he was studying at the temple. She asks where she plans to get money to start that business, and she replies that there was no need to worry. She knew how to do it. Thus, Aerie says Valier should sell them. If he sold them as slaves to humans, they could get a lot of money. If he used the money, he could start his own business. But Valier yells at them, questioning what kind of idea that was. He had just put his life at risk to get them out of slavery, but now they suddenly wanted to be sold. And he questions if she was going crazy. Aerie cries because that was all they could do to help rebuild the Demon Kingdom. She insists because that was the only thing they could do now. Aside from that, they were all useless. That was the only way they could achieve their goals. If they could take revenge on humans by putting their pride aside, it was for the best. But Valier yells at her to stop saying those things. Still, Aerie pleads for it to be possible. All the others also plead. If they didn't sell them, then they would go to a brothel and offer all the money they earned. Valier is left confused about where that idea came from and asks if she really thought she would be happy with them making money by selling their bodies. He would rather die than do that. Demons could live without the demon realm, so they didn't need to sacrifice themselves just because of that. And it was possible to profit from something, right? Aerie asks how that could be possible, but Valier was still shocked by the kind of thinking she had. He says it was fine to do anything that had nothing to do with that. He could run a bar, an inn, or anything. Anything could be done in a rural area. Ilaris comments that she heard about an island country called the Adena Islands. It was a trading country beyond the waters south of Kernstadt. The population must be quite large, so they could probably get business without problems. Valier asks what the girls think. Maybe they could go to this place and manage to live peacefully. Aerie agrees. She wouldn't try to consider selling herself anymore, but promises she would be useful to the protagonist. After they stare at each other, Valier says that if anything happens, she could look for him right away. Ilaris says the protagonist should return to the temple immediately. The atmosphere in the capital would start to get increasingly tense. On another day, Eppin makes his announcement to all the remnants of the temple. From now on, they could no longer leave the temple. During the Victory Festival, a supposed terrorist attack caused by demons occurred in the imperial capital. There were no deaths, but the Templar Knights were attacked. Many saw a furious storm of fire illuminate the night sky. The citizens gathered in the festival's center froze as soon as they saw this, and the Victory Festival, which usually lasts a month, ended after a few days. It was all Valier's fault. They were attacked by demons in the middle of a festival celebrating their destruction. Meanwhile, it was reported that they were moving the prisoners and had indeed tried to sell them as slaves to the Empire, the same ones who only spoke about the destruction of the demon race, causing the Empire's honor to diminish at a devastating level, hitting rock bottom all because of Valier, and thus he acquires the achievement of ending everything that happened and changing the main story. And the event that was supposed to happen, the kidnapping of Isadora Delphine, never took place and was erased from history. The students could hardly believe that the demons did such a thing. It seemed that the war against them was not over yet. Ellen asked the protagonist why they did this. She didn't understand why they fought against the Templar Knights. Valier didn't know, but at least they could continue with their training and asks her to take it easy. Ellen says that if they were after revenge, she didn't understand why they attacked the capital, where they all were, when they could attack elsewhere. Most people should think that demons were evil, and Valier wonders if Ellen thought demons were as intelligent as humans. The girl thought that something they didn't know might have happened that day, and Valier felt that she thought a lot. He says that if that's the case, they would reveal it sooner or later. He couldn't be classified as human because he broke the Empire's pride, but he also couldn't be classified as a demon because he was allowing the future heroine of humanity to evolve more and more. Now he wonders what he was doing with his own life, and Ellen interrupts his thoughts so they can finish training. Valier complains because they had been training since they returned from school and asks if she really thought she wanted to keep training during her vacation. He would rather stop and she had to train in moderation or she would suffer again. She would fall hard on the ground, so at least she could go out and enjoy the time. Ellen says that if he wanted, he could go, but she wouldn't. But Valier grabs her by the wrist and pulls her with him, which surprised her. She blushes a little when he says they should go out to eat together, but ends up saying again that she hated Cheonggukjang. The protagonist looked at her before saying that he thought she liked it, and she replies that she only ate it because Valier was with her. Then, he asks what else she could eat, and she makes a face thinking about the things she hated to eat until she says she preferred to eat meat. When they went out to eat, Valir was shocked because he became poor after paying. It was shocking that she could eat 5 steaks in a row. Ellen seemed to have a hole in place of her stomach, but following traditions, the dessert would be paid for by her. It was common sense. She agrees, and Valir comments that there was a dessert shop that sold something good. On the way, they end up crossing paths with Redina, who was training with a bow and arrow. She gets so nervous that she points the arrow at Valir's face, and he says she shouldn't be pointing that at other people's faces. The protagonist asks why she is there alone and where her older brothers are. Redina complains because they aren't her brothers, but her friends. Redina asks what Valir wants, and the protagonist asks if she is missing because the target is too far away. It would take 2 years to hit it. She gets furious and tells him to just disappear from her sight, but the protagonist says he could help her. It could be taken as an apology. Redina asks if he is good with a bow and arrow, and she shows what the target is that she was trying to hit and wanted to win the big prize, which was a bear. Valir had to hit the 100-point target 10 times in a perfect sequence, so he grabs the bow and uses self-suggestion. He thinks he is a genius with the bow and arrow but ends up only getting a consolation prize, leaving both in that ridiculous state of defeat. Valir pretends nothing happened and tries again because he didn't try hard enough the first time and makes the excuse that he didn't take it seriously. That's when Ellen tried once and managed to get the bear even using the bow just twice. Valir was shocked because she was truly impressive. She made a perfect sequence even though she had used a bow twice in her life, and Ellen gives the bear as a gift to Redina. The girl is all happy and thanks the freshman. Valir smiles, asking if she couldn't thank him too because he was the one who paid. She complains because he is an idiot who doesn't know how to shut up, so Valir just pets the bear and says they should all eat together. That's how they decided to go to a cafe to eat and spend some calmer time together. Sometime later, the group is eating various delicious things. Redina asks if the guy likes black tea. Valir says yes, but claims he is there because of the two of them. He adds that they seem to really like sweet things, but there is something that continues to bother the girl. Finally, Redina questions why he is being so informal, and the hero replies that he wants to take the moment to apologize to her. He says he hasn't found the right occasion for it yet, but he is apologizing again. Redina comments that at least she won the duel, and although she doesn't like him much, she likes the other even less. She adds that that senior forced her to go educate the two, but makes it clear that she doesn't want to talk about it anymore. The MC asks how old the girl is, who, somewhat apathetic, replies that she is 15 years old. This surprises him. He notes that the girl is 2 years younger than the freshman and wonders what the hell she did to skip 3 grades. He wants to know what she studies, leaving the girl surprised, but she completes saying that the guy wouldn't be able to know. Then she gets excited and replies that, as he can see, her area is magic. Suddenly a fireball appears in her hand. Valir is impressed because she didn't even use a conjuration and asks if that is pyrokinesis, but Redina replies that it is none of that and that it is just magic. Then the girl gets excited and starts showing various other different magical effects. The MC, still impressed, questions if a magic of that type really exists. Redina smiles and asks if what he is seeing is, in fact, magic. She explains that the temple said this is called non-conjuration. She explains that since she doesn't need to conjure to use magic, in the future she will be able to use even more powerful spells without conjuration. The MC is shocked by this, as he had never considered something like that. Redina, full of herself, asks if the guy is surprised by that. She says she is in year 2, A1, and that she is number 1. She explains that this is a talent related to magic, similar to a supernatural power, but she thinks the temple is not entirely right. But she states that this is useless if there isn't a large mana reserve. Valir thinks that not having the power to use that makes everything essentially useless. Magic is the most convenient skill to have and, as it is almost omnipotent, has some conditions for being used. You need to be intelligent, have good mana control, as well as a large reserve, in addition to talent with the magic itself. And if any of those aspects are lacking, it becomes very difficult to achieve success. Despite Redina being smart enough to skip a few grades and being very talented, the girl does not have a large mana reserve. Valir tries to say that she is young and that this will increase over time, but the girl knows that this is not a guarantee. Somewhat defeated, she questions what she could do. Then the MC offers to tell her something that will make her feel much better. He says that people are selfish and that when they see someone in a worse situation than theirs, they end up feeling relieved. Redina questions if this doesn't make him a bad person, but the boy explains that people are usually like that. He adds that, as she can see, there are people with a lot of mana reserves but no aptitude to use it. The girl is extremely surprised by this information. She is quite incredulous as she questions if there really are people who struggle so much with magic, and Valir confirms that yes. He comments that it seems a bit ridiculous, as it would be like being born with many muscles but without any tendons to use them. The revelation that he is talking about Kair, who is in their class, leaves her even more surprised. She continues to be increasingly shocked as she listens to the explanation. The girl questions what that boy should do, but the MC replies that he doesn't know, confirming that she is much better than him. While the hero smiles, the girl admits that he is right. A bit embarrassed, she asks if she feels relieved for not being in that boy's place. Radina becomes increasingly awkward and embarrassed by this. Now she also gets irritated, calling him a wicked bastard and adding that he is a terrible person. Sometime later, the group is already walking through the streets. She is quite impressed that she has never seen a temple like that, and the MC believes it must be because of the incident, which, by the way, he caused. Then the girl comments that she is worried about the possibility of the Demon King coming back to life and seeking revenge. But the hero doesn't pay much attention to this and responds vaguely, saying maybe yes, maybe no. Insisting, Radina asks what will happen if this really occurs, but the MC wants to know what she means by that. She comments that Artorias is dead, wanting to know who will face the Demon King when he returns. She continues saying that there is no one as strong as Artorias, nor anyone who compares to his talents. Radina becomes quite desperate as she remembers that the hero lost his life in the war. The MC observes Ellen, who seems to be deep in thought. In a strange tone, he blurts out an absurd idea, saying that maybe everyone should die together, which scares the girl even more. And even though the Demon King is dead, there is still a demon prince who is not very willing to take the position. There is also the fact that Artorias is dead, and consequently, there is a younger sister who does not want to become a hero. But something comes back to her mind, and even though the two are her best friends in the temple, he is an enemy of Charlotte and Ellen, and suddenly he feels as if he is being crushed. Radina says goodbye with a little wave, smiling and saying she will take care of the teddy bear, and the MC finally says for them to head to their dorms as well. He comments that that day felt so short, but suddenly he stops when Ellen calls out to him. The girl is quite thoughtful and questions what if the Demon King really resurrects. To his surprise, she adds asking if he thinks she could fight. Valier ponders for a few seconds. For ordinary people, including Radina, the hero is the one who should fight against the Demon King. And Ellen also knows that she is more talented than Artorias. If the Demon King returns and a war breaks out, it will come to everyone's knowledge that she is the hero's sister. People will firmly believe that Ellen should fight against this monster. But the same girl is not interested in sacrificing her life for the world. However, she also knows that she will be forced to do so if that situation arises. And that is why she is asking such a question. The hero wonders if she thinks the same way as Radina. Then he replies that he wouldn't want her to do that, leaving her confused and questioning why. Trying to lighten the mood, he says that if she left, he would have to eat everything alone. But the girl responds that she is serious. With a stern look, the boy says that he is serious too. He sits down while explaining that he is not planning to eat with her for the rest of his life. But he also doesn't want to spend the rest of his life without the possibility of sharing that with the girl. Then, leaving her truly surprised, he says that he doesn't want her to die. Ellen asks if he doesn't want her to sacrifice herself for him. Valier responds that many people need others to die for them, then questions whether the opposite could exist, while the girl smiles. In a joking tone, he comments that the poor Demon King wouldn't stand a chance against her, and the girl replies that he is overestimating her. And that's how their vacation came to an end, with the days passing without major issues. Or at least that was what was expected. The incident began to cause changes that did not exist in the original work, and this variable triggered a deviation in the story. Valier asks the frightened girl if her name is Adelia, and she answers affirmatively. The young girl questions why he is acting that way, while in his mind he tries to sort things out. A man explains that his listeners should be aware of recent events. He tells them that the temple's security is good and that as long as the students do not leave irresponsibly, they will be safe. But there is still parental concern due to the incident. Finally, he says that anyone who believes the place is too dangerous can ask to leave or be absent, which surprises the MC. A girl questions what would happen if she left. The teacher replies that she would have to repeat the semester, as students need to complete the first semester's subjects before proceeding. Leaving the MC surprised by this, the future begins to entangle right before him. For now, this is just part of the story's daily life. But in the future, everyone will have important roles, and that is concerning. Valier panics a bit as this is quite problematic, and wonders if this would be a butterfly effect caused by the rescue of the prisoners. Even regarding the incident from days ago, originally Ludwig helped Scarlet because of her problems with colored hair, but Charlotte ended up taking on that role. She reprimanded Bertus for the incident, saying it was necessary to contain people for the honor of the Empire. In truth, this conflict between them is quite different from what the hero had written. With the main character evaporated, his plans may end up becoming a mess. Finally, the teacher asks if the student really wants to leave, but the girl replies that her parents said it is dangerous. Another student says she would also like to receive some advice. Then the man asks both to accompany him after class, while the MC thinks he needs to sort this out. Sometime later, the hero enters the room determined. He catches a girl by surprise inside the classroom. Then the girl asks what the boy is doing there. Valier asks if that is number A7, named Adelia. Stammering, the girl replies that yes. To her horror, Valier asks where that idiot went. He adds that since they are friends, he wants to know where the girl is, and that's how he found himself in this situation. Cornering her, he insists on knowing where she went, as he can't find her. Desperate, the girl thinks she is too scared to answer, but if she does, she will admit that Harriet is an idiot. Finally, she reveals that she had to go to the communications room because she needed to talk to someone. Valier is puzzled, thinking that Harriet should return soon and could have gone to talk to her parents. Again, the boy calls for the girl, startling her and making her question if he is talking to her, but there are only the two of them there, right? Valier wants to know if the girl is going to end up asking to leave, and Adelia thinks she will. Our MC wants to know what she will do if the girl leaves, but the truth is that the girl has no idea, besides not wanting her friend to do that. Valier is quite thoughtful about this. Then he suggests that the girl try to convince Harriet to stay, but this scares her, as the girl is a powerful noble. Adelia doesn't feel confident enough to question the decision of the great Duke of Saint Ouen, although she could at least try. Then she asks our MC if he also doesn't want her to leave the place. When he confirms this, it leaves Adelia even more surprised. Excited, she asks if they are not getting into trouble and if the boy is interested in her. The girl is incredulous that this is the reason the boy has been hitting on Harriet all this time. She thinks she has never met someone whose mind she could read just by looking into their eyes. When she was just starting to come to terms with it, Harriet returns to the location. Feigning surprise, he asks, "Oh, you are here." He explains that he is there to talk to her, then asks for a minute, leaving the girl a bit confused. It seems that the place is quite messy, with clothes scattered everywhere, and this makes Harriet a little embarrassed. Even from outside the academy, her scream can be heard telling the boy to leave, but Valier says it's not like she rented that place. However, Harriet interrupts him again and very awkwardly keeps repeating for him to leave soon. Our MC tells her not to pull on his clothes because they are very expensive, but the girl continues to shout for him to get out. The guy doesn't understand why the girl is behaving this way and questions her about it, but it seems she is getting redder and more out of control. And again, a shout telling him to shut up echoes throughout the place. Valier says they could talk in the room, but the girl replies that she would rather die than do that. Then he asks if she is going to leave, but Harriet responds by questioning why he cares. Mockingly, she adds that it will be great because she won't have to see his face for the whole year, but the guy says that won't be the case. The girl gets confused and our hero finishes by telling her not to leave. Harriet looks a bit confused at first, but then seems to think of something and becomes super shy. Then she gets all tangled up in her words while wondering if he shouldn't be happy about this situation. She asks herself why she should listen to him. Valier says he doesn't really know what Harriet is thinking, but wants to know if she has any idea that she will only be able to come back next year if she leaves. Moreover, she would become his junior, and he asks if she is okay with that. That girl thinks for a little while, and excitedly shouts that this cannot happen because a year is just a year. Valier teases her, saying that next year will be his year to educate his juniors, but the girl protests because he didn't like that. Our MC adds that he didn't like being on the other side, but it could be good, and suggests doing about 100 push-ups in a row. Irritated and upset, Harriet asks why the guy is doing this to her, and finally reveals that she doesn't want to take a leave of absence. Crying, she confesses that she didn't want this, but her parents are pushing her. It seems that if she leaves now in this sensitive moment, it will reflect poorly on the imperial family. The girl asks what she could do, because she doesn't want to get into trouble. Valier somewhat harshly says that he just wants her to try to convince her parents of that. He asks if she really believes that Bertus would be offended by this. They suggest telling her father that the temple is safe, and question how they could do a bad job if even the prince and princess are there. He adds that this should be more than enough, saying that what she did before was kind of mediocre. Harriet asks if he is really just a boy, and our hero replies that this is what happens if you train your brain enough. While the girl was questioning what he was talking about, someone approaches. Valier asks if it's already time for her evening snack, and tells the girl, since she is there, to eat something before leaving. He asks Ellen to make herself comfortable, while the other girl asks where he is going. The two girls remain silent for a few seconds. Harriet realizes it's the first time she has faced her this way, because she has no idea what to say when she is around. Time passes slowly, when someone announces that it's ready and time to eat. Sometime later, everyone is at the table eating. Harriet asks if he knows how to cook, but our hero replies that it's not cooking, just something to eat. Valier calls Ellen's attention because she is trying to eat everything by herself again. Meanwhile, another girl wonders how the two became so close, then finally asks how they met. Ellen looks at the guy who doesn't understand what's wrong. The guy wants to know why the girl is looking at him like that. When she was about to comment that she received a letter, our MC covers her mouth, telling her to be quiet. Our hero explains that they are taking fencing classes together and became close because of the duel, but Ellen doesn't say anything. Changing the subject, he asks what the next day will be like, and Harriet confesses that she doesn't know why she should do that, but it's fine. The guy questions what she was trying to do, and Ellen replies that it was the boy who wrote that he was in love in the letter. He really wrote a love letter and was rejected, but never thought he would pay the price for those 200 points. Everyone remains silent for a while they are at the table, and suddenly the girl asks if it was a lie. Valier, surprised and a bit embarrassed, looks at her and finally confirms the girl's suspicions. Ellen continues to look into her mug, and also says that she thought that was it, and while our hero apologizes, she replies that it's okay. The next day, it was as if Bertus had read his mind and relieved one of his worries. Bertus went to persuade Harriet and Liana, who were planning to leave, not to do so. In the end, instead of persuading them, he coerced them. Despite this being good for our MC, he wonders why Bertus did it without having asked anything of the boy. While Valier thought he had no idea, Charlotte appeared saying that this was where the boy was. The girl wanted to talk to him, and our hero responded by questioning if the prohibition had not yet been lifted. Then, smiling, she said there were some exceptions. He noticed that no one said anything because he was with her and wondered if this was the power of an imperial princess. Valier questioned whether it wasn't reckless to go out in such a situation, but the girl said not to worry because the place was safe. The boy commented that even so, it was still late and wanted to know where they were going. At that moment, the girl realized she hadn't told him. The princess then said they were going to the commercial street district of Aligar. Our MC thought she was trying to find Valier there since it was the last place he was seen, and suddenly felt a headache returning. He thought he might be followed by Bertus's people. Instead of his true identity being discovered, he could be caught as a double agent. He confessed that he felt like he was walking on a tightrope all the time. Then the princess said she knew why the boy was worried. She said it seemed Bertus had a good impression of him and questioned if that wasn't true. Our MC told her he didn't know what the man was thinking, but their relationship wasn't bad. Charlotte explained that the temple gives them exams and assigns corresponding grades, but they aren't exactly individual exams. Then she said there were group exams and asked if he knew that all of these impacted their evaluations. She then explained that it harms his colleagues, and this influences things more directly, and she asked if that wouldn't put him at a disadvantage if he dealt with friends this way, but Valier wanted to know why she was explaining all this. The girl said our MC mentioned that the relationship with him wasn't bad because if it wasn't anything serious, she would leave him alone. Our hero questioned whether those grades were really that important, as he thought Bertus wasn't the type of person who cared about that. But Charlotte replied that even if it hadn't been important in the past, now it was quite a lot, because in the end, they were now competing against each other. The princess said he knew that if something happened to either of them, the other would be deprived of the throne, and our MC said he remembered. The emperor had issued an imperial edict on their first day of admission, and although Charlotte and Bertus received it, the message was for everyone. The message warned them and their followers against doing anything foolish. Charlotte said the emperor must know that Bertus tried to kill her, and at the time he didn't pay much attention. Certainly he wanted to prevent further bloodshed among siblings. She said that was why they were trying to keep everyone safe, and it would be a big problem if personal issues interfered. The princess asked if a third person could become emperor if something happened to the two of them, and our MC said yes. Considering that, she wanted to know if their evaluations mattered now or not to the temple. Valier said that it wasn't absolute, but he could understand how it could affect things. The girl added that she frequently received grades for group activities, so losing one person could be disastrous. Thus, our hero said he understood Bertus persuading the others to leave the place. Finally, the girl said that was it, and there was the place where the boy she was looking for was last seen, so she suggested they take a good look around. The group continued following, questioning some people, but apparently there was no concrete information. A bit disappointed, the princess took a drink. She said she knew it wouldn't be easy, but there were several people who didn't even want to talk to her. And our MC agreed. They would probably want to rip out their tongues if they were rude to the princess. The girl said what she heard today wasn't much different from what she already knew. Feigning ignorance, Valier asked her what the deal was with the fake scroll she mentioned earlier. Charlotte replied that it was hard to go into details, but that boy had separated from her. That was the best choice he could make if he wanted to continue living. But what could a boy without memory or knowledge do? He would just run away and his path would be dark. She believes that the young man still has the scrolls despite having tried to make money with them, but he must have encountered some problem. Human and demonic scrolls are quite different, and any merchant without deeper knowledge would think it's a joke. They probably thought he was trying to pull a scam. She heard that he stole a fireball scroll, but that no one must have bought it. However, that's where her leads end. The last place he was seen was a shop called Alaris, and she wonders if they gave a false testimony. The princess stands up and says they should check that place in person. She then says to go to the location where the fireball was sold. The shop attendant asks what they are talking about. Charlotte insists, saying it's important and that she is looking for someone, then asks once more what happened. The guy says he heard he would make a lot of money because a fireball scroll is quite expensive. Then the shop owner gets a bit excited and starts telling a whole story about the incident. Our MC wonders if he is writing a novel or something similar, but thinks it's total nonsense. He thinks that the guy gave that thing to him voluntarily. Meanwhile, the man adds that he doesn't know who the person is or where he went. He questions if this gives any clues in some way. Satisfied, the princess says it definitely helped. But the man is surprised because he thinks he didn't say anything important, so Charlotte says she just discovered something. She places a scroll on the table and says she could sell it to him for a quarter of the price, leaving the man surprised. She tells him to check because it's all genuine, and the man is quite shocked to find out it's a genuine lightning scroll. The princess adds that it's up to him whether he will buy it or not, but the man has no reason to refuse, giving her 25 silver since the original price is 1 gold. He is quite excited to have gotten this lucky so suddenly. Then the girl tells him to say when she had the opportunity to steal his scrolls during this process. Charlotte says he checked if it was a scroll without leaving the counter, but only said he kicked the boy out when he looked at him. She wants to know how he managed to steal the scroll from the cabinet back there, as he would need to go there and come back without the man seeing. The princess says the guy is definitely hiding something because that wouldn't be possible. The man gets irritated and starts shouting, saying that if he said it happened that way, it's because it happened that way, and curses the princess. But our hero slams his hand on the table, interrupting him at that moment. Valier tells him to control what he's saying if he doesn't want something worse to happen to him and to stop talking nonsense. He demands that he explain how the man stole it, and if he doesn't, it's because he's hiding something. He explains that this is a serious case, and if he doesn't tell, he will also be accused of obstructing information. He then questions the man about what it will be, whether he will tell the truth or not. Our hero threatens him, asking if he prefers to talk after being beaten in a dark alley. The princess is outraged, questioning what is wrong with people since that man lied shamelessly. She asks if she looks like a fool or someone who would believe such nonsense. It seems the princess is quite irritated, but there's no way she won't be disappointed by this. Charlotte continues speaking while our MC wonders why the girl is so upset. He suggests that the empire needs to implement public education as soon as possible because this is certainly a lack of it. And this way, people can stop being idiots and stupid. She confesses that she simply cannot stand hearing these idiots lie like this in front of the empire, and finally asks if our hero agrees. While she holds his arm tightly, Valier responds that yes, and he asks the girl to calm down a bit. Seeming really a bit more relaxed, she apologizes. Valier thanks her for the meal that the young lady bought for the two of them, but questions why she eats street food since she is a princess. Before she was picky, but when she was in the demon prison, her hunger was so great that she tried to eat a leather shoe. Charlotte explains that she shouldn't feel the same sensation as before when she ate the cookie. The boy asks if that wouldn't be too pessimistic, which leaves the girl silent. He then questions if the other knows what scared her more than the demons. People became so hungry that they were capable of absurd things, left in shock by their actions, and the girl felt terrified. This drove them to madness and death. Finally, Charlotte asks if she is doing well compared to the other prisoners. The Mac finds it strange and questions if the young woman would then say that he has heard too much and must die, and she indeed ends up saying just that. But she laughs while explaining that it was a joke. The girl shares that being there in person helps her discover many new things, and Valier asks what those things might be. She starts explaining that she can see more things, for example the stores that took testimonies are arranged. She also mentions that reaching new conclusions is natural, and that she discovered what the boy's path would be. He entered every scroll shop he saw at least once, and all the shops that had an eyewitness are from that area. That shop they just left was the last one that had something like that, so they don't need to go to all of them to know that his movement suddenly ended there. It is noted that the boy did not steal the scroll, so they can deduce that he had no reason to flee. The idea is to understand his next step after failing several times to sell the demonic scroll, and our hero tries to follow the girl's reasoning. In the end, Charlotte reached a conclusion. There is still one more shop that deals with this kind of thing, and they are right in front of it. The Messie is shocked by how intelligent the girl is for having thought all that through. Probably the princess isn't just amazing because of that situation, but now it's time to enter the last shop. Valir asks if that doesn't mean the owner did something wrong, but they can't jump to conclusions. The witnesses didn't bring any information from other areas, so there must be something in that shop, or it means someone lied. Anxious, the Mac finds it hard to argue with the girl because everything she said makes a lot of sense. Our hero wonders if Alaris is home since she mentioned she should be on Adina Island to help Aerie and her group settle in. Even if it's not enough for Charlotte to discover Valir's identity, it would be problematic if the girl suspected Alaris and soon found out she is a vampire. In desperation, the young man decides to use his review power. Even more desperate, he realizes he can't use it because he needs 10,000 points. It seems the princess is so determined to find the MC that it's practically impossible for her to ignore this. Now that they are standing in front of the shop, the situation is quite bad. As she puts her hand on the doorknob, the girl notices it is locked, and it seems the shop didn't open that day. Our hero suggests they look elsewhere, since that shop will open at some future time. Worried, the Emic sees that the girl just had an idea. Suddenly, someone passes behind them, warning that there is no one in the shop. Charlotte asks if it is usually closed on that day, and the man explains that the owner went on a long trip since it hasn't opened for a while. It seems the shop hasn't opened since last Monday, right when the festival started. The owner must have gone on vacation to relax. The princess insists on her inquiries to know when the owner will return or if anyone would know the answers to her questions, but the woman closed the shop without informing anyone. She didn't even respond to the merchant's requests, and even though she is a friendly person, she is not close to others. People say that the owner of this shop has a kind heart, but she has never even gone out to eat with anyone. Her business sense is terrible, and that doesn't match the personality of a merchant. Finally, the man concludes by saying that the duo should try to find her again another time. It seems there is nothing left for the two to do, and they should return for now. However, Charlotte believes they should force their way into the shop, leaving the boy speechless. Watching the young woman cast something, the Miss He wonders what she plans to do. The intensity of what she did caught everyone's attention. The princess did something crazy. She simply blew the shop door into 1,000 pieces. "Let's look for that darn fireball scroll," says the girl. Valir is surprised and quite apprehensive about his companion's obsession. Upon entering the shop, the young woman suggests they split up to increase their chances of success. Suddenly, someone emerges from inside the place and approaches, asking what the hell is going on. Then she asks who that duo is, and Charlotte naturally replies that this is where the owner has been all along. The woman tries to understand the reason for them breaking down the door and barging in. The young girl introduces herself as Charlotte, the Imperial Princess. Without allowing the other to introduce herself in return, she adds that she has some questions for the owner. With strong determination in her gaze, she also states that they need to talk. The princess explains that several people are after a boy. The shopkeeper says she is aware of the situation. Charlotte asks if the woman is sure she hasn't seen the fugitive, and the other responds affirmatively. Continuing her investigation, the young girl notes from the ID that the shopkeeper came from the Pergia region and inquires if the count is a decent lord. Slightly anxious, the shop owner reveals that the leader of the region is Bishop Rendry and that there is no one known as Count Pergia. This leaves the princess suspicious. Valir realizes that this was a trap since the girl asked something the person wouldn't know if she were truly from that place. Charlotte is someone who knows the details about the regions of the Empire, and Alaris has prepared for those questions. Neither plans to reveal any weakness. The girl asks if the other is a mage, and hears that she is not. After all, there are things in the shop that are used with magical power. At first, there is no fireball scroll in sight. It doesn't seem uncommon for a scroll shop not to have those used for attack since they must be in high demand. Attack spells can easily be used for crimes, and the shopkeeper wanted to avoid selling those types of scrolls. Still with an evaluative look, Charlotte accepts the answer. She then asks her to bring the register book. The group arrives in a sort of office. The princess appears somewhat thoughtful as she absorbs everything she has heard from the owner so far. The woman realizes she hasn't properly received royalty in her establishment, so she goes to make some tea. The couple watches the girl slowly descending the stairs. "No matter what I think about this, it's suspicious," the young girl says to a Mac who is left confused. Attack scrolls are popular, but the owner explained that she doesn't sell them for fear they will be used in crimes. In other words, the shop's purpose isn't profit, and the princess says that doesn't matter much. The register book showed that the shopkeeper must not have been able to pay the rent for the place in the last 2 years, making the normal operation of the shop impossible. There were few household items for it to be her residence, and the room was completely sterile, so it wouldn't be a surprise if the other just vanished. Even though Charlotte didn't find anything, that place was quite suspicious. The Mac fears that his companion wants to investigate further. The young girl might end up discovering that the woman is a spy demon, which would mean Alaris could no longer stay in the capital. The princess has already noticed that the shop is a facade and that the owner has a different objective, and now she will investigate with everything she has to prove it. It's concerning that she might know the shopkeeper is a demon. Our hero is going to risk taking that situation down another path. Charlotte, don't get me wrong, he begins to say. In his mind, it's now all or nothing. He believes they should halt the investigation. The young girl is left confused about the reason for the request. Alaris uses her shop for some other reason and keeps it open even while suffering great losses. The people of the capital are kind to the point of stupidity, and somehow this helps the shop stay out there since it has a very good reputation. The fugitive really was there, and that has a chance of being true. He must have realized something was wrong with the demonic scrolls and probably tried to sell the fireball one at another shop. Seeing a dangerous magical attack item like that, the shopkeeper must have kicked the person out. Valir believes the woman would never let them carry something like that. Alaris might have seen the scroll book the boy was carrying. All of that was pure speculation. The woman would check the contents of the book and would be able to recognize the demonic scrolls since she has knowledge of magic. Assuming she recognized the demonic type, she must have questioned the boy about where he got them. The princess asks what her companion is trying to say. Our MC believes Alaris is trying to protect the fugitive in some way. What the boy just did was a risky bet since he used a bunch of half-truths and knows that at some point he will have to tell everything to his partner. If it's true that the shop owner is a mage, she is capable of recognizing a demonic scroll, and being a good person, she tried to help the boy who was in danger. Charlotte claims that if the other is sure they can find the boy, they should search more and asks how he knows the woman is protecting him. Irritated, the young woman says the hero is just guessing and questions why they stopped the investigation since they should follow their only lead. However, what if finding the fugitive puts him in even more danger, they wonder. Since if both can find him, Bertu's dogs can too. At that moment, Alaris returns with the teas on a tray, but the woman realizes that something clearly happened there. The princess explains that she won't take up much of her time, and that she believes the owner of the establishment has a clear connection to the disappearance of the boy who carried the scrolls. She also knows that this young man is in danger. The girl believes that the shopkeeper is hiding and protecting him because she thinks someone wants to harm him. This boy must believe it would be risky to leak information about himself, so he asked them to lie, and that is the conclusion of the Imperial Princess. If you deny this thought, I will investigate you, but if everything I said is true, I will stop here, explained Charlotte. And the main question arises. The boy is being protected. For a moment, the three remain silent while Alaris thinks about how to respond. Finally, she confirms that she is indeed protecting him, apologizing afterward for not being honest. It seems something is happening with Charlotte. In the next second, the young woman appears to have fainted. Shortly after, Charlotte and Valir are back outside the shop sitting on a bench. The princess has a red face after crying. Charlotte continues to cry while our MC remains silent. He thinks this means that Her Majesty will not cause problems for the child, but he already knew that because of that boy. Alaris says that since many people are warning the boy, Her Majesty cannot reveal the truth, so she apologizes. The child is fine, but regarding where she is and what she wants, the girl believes it is better that they do not know. She then says that although she is not a very high-level mage, she is capable of protecting the child. She understands that the girl is worried, but needs her to trust her. Only part of the information can be exchanged safely, so she suggests it would be better to contact her through a letter. Since going in person might be a risk for everyone, it might be better to send someone else for the information exchange. Our MC thinks about that boy who came with her last time. The princess seems to be a little calmer. Charlotte tells Valir that this must never reach Bertus's ears, but the young man agrees with the situation. Then the princess smiles at him kindly. Taking him by the arm, she finally thanks the young man. She confesses that if it weren't for his skills, they wouldn't have been able to find him. Our MC responds by saying he just got lucky and stumbled upon it. But Charlotte remains grateful and adds that she will never forget what happened that day. Valir says his hands are freezing, then suggests they go inside because it is very cold out there. He thinks the princess will do her best to protect Ellery, and in the end, everything seems to have worked out, but he still has a strange feeling. And he sincerely hopes it is just because he is tired and has been out all day. Our young man intends to take a quick shower and go to sleep, but then he runs into Harriet. Irritated, the girl asks where she has been all day, saying she has been waiting for him this whole time. Our MC replies that he was working and questions why she was waiting for him. Suddenly, it seems she remembers why she is there. Sometime before, he had asked her to tell him the results of talking to her father. So our hero asks if the conversation went well, but the girl doesn't seem very confident. He wants to know what is wrong, and if he still has to go out, but Harriet explains that her father said it wasn't necessary. Valir, worried, asks if it didn't go well, urging her to speak if there is any problem. Then the girl starts to speak, stuttering. She tells him that her father would like to see him, and this leaves our hero a bit surprised. The young man questions why someone so important would want to talk to him, and the girl explains that her father thinks she wouldn't say something like that. Harriet says she spoke to him exactly as the boy says, but her father questioned who had written that. Considering that her father only expected her to say that she loves him or that she needed to buy something, all of this must have sounded quite strange. Arma questions if she told him it was him, but the girl explains that her father just believes that this idea didn't come from her. Valier tells him to leave that in the past and wants to know how he will be presented, but the girl asks if the boy doesn't already know. The boy asks if he didn't tell his father that he was a problematic person who attacked everyone. The girl doesn't respond, becoming a bit tense, and soon he realizes that this must be exactly what was said. Then he approaches, saying they should resolve things today, but she apologizes, saying she made a mistake. Valier says it will just be a punch in the face, and the girl screams that he really did that. The next day, someone announces that number 11 has a request to visit the Great Duke of Saint-Wien. Our hero feels a bit tense about this. Sometime later, sitting at the table, he says it is an honor to meet His Excellency. The Duke asks if he is Reinhardt and mentions that he heard he was the boy who gave instructions to his daughter about the matter. After confirming this, our amic asks the reason. Then he explains that the girl didn't want to go, so he just made a suggestion. The Duke questions if she personally asked him to do this, and a bit tense, our hero replies that yes. While drinking his tea, the man confesses that whether they go or not, he assumes there wouldn't be additional problems and thinks it wouldn't be a bad idea for her to continue. But to the boy's surprise, he adds that it is impossible. He says that Harriet said she couldn't ask anything of a common plebeian like him, and Valier questions this hypocrisy all of a sudden. Putting the tea on the table, the Duke says that his intention was not to offend her by saying this. He explains that until now she had tried not to speak with anyone below her level of nobility. In other words, considering her background, she should never have spoken to the boy. But the girl not only listened to his advice, but accepted it. He takes another sip of tea while our Mac remains thoughtful. Then the man asks if there is a possibility that she likes him, but our hero says he doesn't know, and that he absolutely doesn't like her. This leaves the Duke a bit surprised. He becomes agitated, asking if the boy has some vision problem for not liking her, and how he can say something like that about his lovely daughter. Suddenly, the girl bursts through the door violently, shouting for her father and questioning what the boy is talking about. She screams, ordering our hero to leave first. Our hero says he is leaving, but the Duke would like to talk a bit while his daughter yells for him to be quiet. Harriet questions him for saying such things and making her feel embarrassed, while Valier thinks that even the strongest mage gets shy around his daughter. Embarrassed, she screams for her father to go away now because she told him not to come there. Defending himself on the matter, the Duke says he is her father and needs to decide who deserves her love. This leaves the girl in a boiling state. She stutters a bit, trying to argue with her father, and she screams, crying that she really hates him. The Duke reacts very shocked by this. As the girl leaves the place, he is on the floor calling her name. Realizing the whole mess, our MC thinks he should get out of there. Sometime later, back at the academy, someone knocks on his door. Harriet is there, a bit shy, and Valier asks if she managed to finish her conversation well. Irritated, she questions if he really doesn't know, as her father did everything wrong, but our MC confesses he didn't know. The boy stares at the girl for a bit, then he finally asks if she doesn't like him. All shy, the girl turns red again and screams for him not to say nonsense. Closing the door, Valier says that if it weren't for that, why would she be so irritated by the teasing? And the girl is in shock, realizing she was caught. Screaming, she tells him to open the door because there is no teasing, but our MC just ignores her. She pounds her fists on the door, now very irritated, and crying, she begs him to open the door, while our hero thinks that as expected, she is indeed interested. After a while, already at the academy, our MAC thinks he can now take the superpower control class. Although his self-suggestion power is low, there is no one in the class who can match his activation speed, but he knows there is a guy who has a faster activation speed than his. This is A8. Kono Lint's teleportation. The boy can activate it as quickly as thought, but the problem of being naked after teleporting makes this useless. He thinks the boy is a poor thing. But anyway, now it's the guy's turn, and our hero comes right after. That girl is named Lena. She is a genius related to superpowers, a type that develops abilities even when standing still. Valier thinks about envy in various ways, even though he can also develop quickly. He could be fine if everything remained calm. But recently, something has disturbed him. A girl says that everyone has worked hard and will complete today's measurements with that. She tells everyone to gather strength and prepare for the mid-year exams that are not far off. For most students, this is an unavoidable event, and many may find their end there. And it means that the mid-semester tests are about to begin. Valier calls Ellen, who is nearby. He questions whether she isn't studying for the exam, as she is just swinging that sword all the time, and the girl agrees. He realizes that she is not at all interested in studying and just wants to develop her martial arts. Even Bertus and Charlotte are always involved with other problems and are focused on studying. Our MC wonders if she is the type of person who doesn't study but ends up doing better than everyone else in school. And once he understood this, it is in a way 100% accurate. Speaking of intelligence B2, called Lewis, he is the one in front, but he is a bit careless in combat. So considering all the elements, Ellen is always in first place. However, he wonders if it's right to train with someone now, as if he continues like this, he will end up hopeless with the grades. You ask if he should study for the exams now, especially since his grades are low and he is not confident. Looking somewhat desperate, he thinks studying is kind of boring. Ellen approaches him, asking if he isn't going to study. Valier questions what she just said. What the boy understands is that she means he is not that smart and needs to study, but he replies that he intends to let things unfold naturally and will not study since she isn't either. Ellen asks what that has to do with her, and our hero responds that he doesn't know but just doesn't want to study. He just saw on his terminal that he received an achievement. As much as he thinks it's just that, he can't ignore such a sweet bait that was thrown to him. Recently, he used 2,000 points to develop his sensitive magical talent and needs another 4,000 to activate the next talent. Considering this, he cannot ignore these achievements in any way. He believes he can be smarter than the others, but being in 10th place among over 1,000 students can be complicated, so he looks for other achievements. He sees that cheating on the test makes him lose points, but getting the worst grade will give him more points. He says that since everyone looks down on him, he will show how it works. Determined. Let the top 10 come. It seems he finally decided to study a bit. Ellen comments that the boy had said he wasn't going to study, but Valier explains that people try different things. She just continues watching him while eating in silence. Finally, she says she believes he will do well in his studies, but our hero finds this comment very unexpected. But the girl adds that she thinks he is quite smart. This also catches our MC by surprise, and he thanks her somewhat shyly. But he suddenly realizes something, and he thinks it's a defeat to be praised by a student without having earned it. He still bets that this girl is much smarter than he is, so he asks the girl if she wants to study together with him. But without showing any emotion, she replies, no. A bit disappointed, the boy says, okay. Then he walks around the place for a while, questioning how this exam was in the original story. Soon he remembers it was a separate chapter where Ludwig delivered a solid performance like a rock. He is that typical old-fashioned protagonist, full of fighting spirit and justice, but a bit stubborn. However, he always had problems with grades until it reached a point where he would fail. So he went to study with one of his friends and started to improve his grades. That friend was named Louis, but he was also one of the smartest in the class. But of course, he was a selfish and cunning person. So our hero approaches him unexpectedly and says he would like to ask something. The guy gets a bit tense and questions what he wants. But Valier jokes, asking if he is hitting him, and why he is resisting like that. Louis wonders why this problematic guy is acting like this. Our hero just smiled in a rather self-serving way. Then, without hesitation, he asks her to please help him with his studies. The girl seems a bit surprised that our hero is in the Class B dormitory. Then he explains that he is studying, making the girl even more surprised that he is studying with Louis. He explains that the boy is smarter, but the boy doesn't seem very pleased to be with a troublemaker. She said she understands, and that in that case, she would like to join the two of them. In the original story, Louis snubs the girl, but here it seems completely different. Then another person appears questioning why our hero is in their dormitory. Valier seems to recognize that voice and turns to see who it is. Ludwig laughs, saying it's great to see him in a place like this. The girl invites that guy to study with them too, but our hero is not very pleased about that. But the excited boy says it sounds like a great idea. Valier is not very happy, mentally calling him a bastard and an idiot. That boy just chooses not to study, but since he is diligent in everything, he puts effort into studying too. However, the grades are getting worse and worse. Our MC thinks the original idea was to receive exclusive help from Louis, but it's not a problem that Charlotte joins since she is smart. She questions the boy if, given the context, the speaker is denying his own guilt. The boy doesn't quite understand what she means, since in the text it seems the person knows their mistakes. Charlotte explains that the individual tries to occupy others. Valier is just a little irritated while Ludwig continues arguing about the subject. Suddenly, he explodes, calling him hard-headed and saying even a child would understand after so much explanation. Shouting, he asks how he thinks he will learn with such a chaotic mind. But the boy just laughs, apologizing, saying that even though he is focusing, he can't manage it. Charlotte asks our MC not to be so harsh, but our hero thinks it's his fault that the protagonist is an idiot. The girl keeps insisting with questions, but the boy seems a bit slow anyway. Valier remains irritated because Ludwig can't answer anything correctly. It seems he is not the only one like that, and Louis shouts the correct answer, calling that boy a bastard. Those two are quite surprised by the boy's reaction, who says even a 10-year-old would know the answer. He questions if that boy is human and mentions it's such an easy question that it would never appear on an exam. Louis stands up, irritated, shaking all over. Charlotte seems a little upset with the situation. She asks Ludwig if he hit his head as a child or something like that, and our MC thinks the kindest person is asking such a mean question. But that boy doesn't know how to answer this question. The girl insists on the question with a face that clearly shows she doesn't believe a normal person could be like that. Then she comments to our hero that the Empire should start the public education system soon. Determined, Charlotte says that the boy is not to blame, but the Empire for not providing adequate education. Smiling, she says he has no problem. While our hero wonders if she doesn't hate Ludwig, the girl continues talking and explains that in the future, the intelligence level of citizens will increase. She says this kind of situation won't happen anymore. Ludwig is grateful for that, but our hero wonders what the hell is going on. Returning his attention to studies, Valier asks his partner what kind of questions he thinks will come up on the exams. Sometime later, our MC has a snack while someone questions if he wasn't supposed to eat in Class A. But the boy asks if there are no rules against that. Then Louis replies that he is right since there's nothing to prevent it. Someone nearby plays a guitar. The boy approaches, calling everyone, saying he will play a song for everyone during lunch. People get excited around, but our hero doesn't seem to show much reaction. Meanwhile, Charlotte looks at him all cute. She doesn't even ask if it's not nice since the atmosphere is quite different from Class A. With an extremely bored face, he says it's fine. He realizes that in Class B, people manage to take some time to enjoy a bit, but in Class A, everyone is too focused on improving. For a while, he forgot that it's not about surviving, but about enjoying life. But from now on, aside from the training mornings, he invests all his time in studies. Study companions were impressed by his dedication, and thanks to that, he worked even harder. Because he has aged, his mind is worse than that of those children. But he definitely doesn't want everyone to notice that. His goal is to get good grades in the common subjects. Since there must be more than 100 people who scored the maximum, he cannot make any mistakes. Anyway, in the end, he ended up getting one question wrong on the midterm exam, and that was a total failure. So shortly after, the individual rankings were posted on the bulletin board. His name was in first place on that top 5 ranking. It seems that no one was believing it, not even him. His ranking was 734 in the academy exam, but in the actual class, he was in first place, for a very simple reason. In summary, he scored better on all his reinforcement tests. Since the evaluations focus on progress and not just on skills, it was natural to achieve good scores. Ellen and our MC were the only ones who managed to get the highest scores on the tests, but she got 2 questions wrong on the integrated exam. This made him finish in first place. He didn't come in first place on the partial exam, but he did in a completely different subject. And with this incident, the academy had a stir for a while. So finally, it was May, the time when flowers bloom, but there are several other things happening during this time. Harriet avoids talking about the incident with her father, and whenever he argues, she gets all tangled up and shy, wanting to disappear. Bertus, on the other hand, surprised everyone with his good talents in martial arts and literature. Moreover, his magical sensitivity was detected in an exam, which drew a lot of attention from others. And after the restrictions were lifted, he visited the Ellery store to exchange information. Now that the pursuit of the princess was over, he took on the role of messenger, and it seems that the Ellerys decided to maintain the current situation. He heard that Aerie settled in the city of Rizak. She adapted and is living quite comfortably with the help of the Ellerys. And when our MC returned to the academy, Charlotte was eagerly waiting for the letter from that child. Finally, she received that envelope. The child apologizes for disappearing without saying anything and says she was safe and hoped Charlotte was too. Then the girl was very grateful that he went to do this as soon as her restriction ended, and she made a point of repeating that thanks several times. But the feeling he has when he sees that smile is like a pin pricking his heart. Sometime later, our hero is on the ground saying that his whole body hurts. He realizes that he wasn't able to attack even once, wondering if he lost his practice because he had to study a lot. He mentions that it seems he was defeated more easily than before, but Ellen responds that he wasn't. She explains that she increased her level a bit, which explains a lot. Valier thinks he was easily defeated because she used more strength and wonders if it was because her skills improved. Then he admits that he is happy, but now a little curious. He asks the girl if she is not paying too much attention to him. Then she turns, thoughtful, without answering. Raising her sword, the girl responds that this is her, and firmly planting her weapon in the ground, she adds that this is him. Our hero questions whether she pointed to the ceiling or the sky, and Ellen asks if he would suffer a lot if she used her superpowers. The girl says they have been training together for so long that he doesn't even realize how skilled he is, and the MC comments that he is also impressed with her. He questions Ellen if she knows that speaking this way is a bit embarrassing, but the girl replies that it's because it's the truth. It is true that both are evolving in power, but the difference is the speed at which each one does it. And for our MC, that girl is a wall he will never be able to surpass. Valier noticed that during the swordsman evaluation, he was a bit slow and clumsy compared to the others. He thinks about how his ability has evolved since he awakened, and realizes that at least it has doubled, besides the fact that training with Ellen day after day made it much easier to defeat other people. Then he asks the girl if, should he take swordsman lessons more seriously, he could further improve his skills, but all Ellen responds is for him to get up because it's already time to continue training. As he stands up, he comments that it's time to get beaten by her again. It seems that is exactly what happens. His scream is heard throughout the academy. An excited girl says she met her junior again, and the boy told her that our MC came in first place. Valier says it's a bit sad when he sees people reacting this way, and the girl confesses that he definitely doesn't have the profile of someone smart. Then she suggests they do the first group mission since the exams are over, and our hero thinks it's a good idea. He mentions that the first one is like a survival mission. It seems that the topics of the missions are somewhat fixed. Sometime later, in another location, someone asks Harriet if she can use her magic to cut the trees, and she seems a bit confused, but she replies that she can do that, so the boy asked her to be careful and not get hurt. After a while, he is explaining that Ellen and Cliffman are helping with the construction of the camp as requested. When Effenhauser determined the theme of the group mission for the week, additional explanation was provided. Our hero seems a bit disappointed about something. As they walk along a beautiful beach, he thinks about the mission location, and to the surprise of some, it's a tropical deserted island. Suddenly, a boy shouts that it's very hot, but he gets scolded by the girl for making too much noise and a mess. Our MC walks while questioning why he has to write this part. As he melts in that heat, he curses the situation. The island is just one of the deserted islands of the Empire, and is 3 times larger than the Academy. The instructor says they must be there by Friday and survive for 5 days, regardless of the path they choose. The only thing they need to do is survive with the supplies from the location, and it seems one of the students isn't very satisfied. A scared girl questions whether it's not dangerous, and an instructor confirms that it's irresponsible to survive without a plan. The guy adds that those can give up at any moment and will receive a low grade, but it's different for the real class. Since it's a privileged class, they will need to prove they are better than the common students, and this is part of the process. He tells them to use that artifact if things get really bad, and if eliminated, they will be moved to a safe location. Moreover, if they meet specific conditions, the mission can end early. They will also receive an extra point if that happens. He concludes that he has explained all the rules and wishes everyone good luck. Harriet is inconsolable, wanting to know why they need to do this, and if it will really help with anything. She adds that she wants to go home. Our hero bends down, looking for something in that bag. He realizes they prepared more tools than he had thought. He questions whether Ellen isn't going to give up, and the girl replies that she won't. Then he asks the same thing to Ludwig, and the boy doesn't respond immediately. With a knife in hand, he says he will go with Ellen and asks the boy to take care of the others while they are away. He approaches the girl and tells them to go together. The worried boy questions if they are leaving, but the duo really needs to find essential survival items, and our hero completes by asking if he wants to die there. The boy says he understands and will take care of things around there. Our MC wonders if he wanted to go along. Class A consists of several nobles who managed to stay on the first day, but in the end, many couldn't and gave up. So, with the exception of Ellen, everyone decided to voluntarily give up. On the other hand, Class B, under Ludwig's leadership, will complete the mission. This is the original story before enrolling Charlotte. But now that the original story has changed, he can't predict what will happen, and he won't follow the storyline either. Moreover, Bertus won't want to get into trouble and will be more effective if he can control these kids. Suddenly, it came to his mind that in a group, a minority can become abnormal. Excited, he says they managed to secure enough water, and probably what he had in mind refers to himself and Ellen. Sometime later, several coconuts are thrown on the ground. The boy can't believe they brought all that, and our hero says they can drink that if there's no water. He watches Valier drinking water and asks to talk to him for a moment. He questions whether he has ever tried something like this before, but Valier tells him he prefers to act rather than stand still doing nothing. If he stays separated, he would just have his energy drained. This answer leaves the boy a bit surprised. Our MC tells him that now they need a place to sleep protected, and the boy questions if that's really possible. He shows the boy all those leaves and materials around, saying they can create something with that. Finally, he adds that they don't need to think about details since someone there is really good at that. Tense and trembling, the girl says that even though she knows how to do that, she has no equipment for it, but the boy encourages her, saying she can use the materials and asks if the girl has any ideas. Adelia believes she can do it, but it seems she is afraid to sleep in a place like that. Then the boy says that if she doesn't intend to give up, this is the way to go. He explains that although giving up is an option, they should try before doing that. Finally, he starts assigning some tasks to the people there. He approaches Harriet and asks if she can cut down some trees. The girl responds yes, so our MC asks her to be careful while doing that. Then he asks Ellen and Cliffman to attend to Adelia's requests regarding the construction of the camp. Valier notices that the boy seems knowledgeable and that mental recovery also improves his leadership skills. And whether he is a villain or something similar, he possesses good leadership abilities. Our MC asks Bertus if he can talk to those two separately. He explains that he believes those two are the most important among them. The girl asks what this is about. She questions what our hero means and asks him to summarize. Valier realizes that the two are worried about him and that besides not liking him, they have never spoken to each other. He tells Heinrich that he just needs to start the fire from now on, but first he should go get water. The boy asks if it's fresh water, and our hero replies yes. He asks him to ask Adelia how to make a water purifier, then to keep getting fresh water. The boy gets irritated for receiving orders from Valier. Our hero thinks it's better to treat him like a stone. With an indifferent look, he wonders if he should get rid of that annoying guy. Then our MC says that if he hears it from his mouth or Bertus, it's the same thing, and if he doesn't do it, everyone will die of dehydration. He adds that they should leave the past behind because they are now in the same boat. The boy storms off, saying he will sacrifice himself for everyone, and not because he received orders from him. Finally, he turns to Liana. The boy says she should hunt, and the girl looks a bit surprised. But our hero points in a direction, and the place he is pointing to is the sea. Then he corrects himself, saying that more precisely, he means she should fish. Sometime later, Liana is working hard on her fishing. She comments to our MC that her lightning power is still not very good, and our hero replies that it must be hard to fish like that. The girl says she knows what he is trying to do, that she would have to be close to the fish for that to work. But she adds that she can't swim, and this leaves Valier thoughtful. Then he suggests carrying her on his back to the bottom. But he realizes he would end up getting electrocuted too, and this makes Liana question how he is the top one in the rank. Finally, the girl says there must be some in shallow waters, and she will electrocute them as soon as she gets close. But it seems there's something else wrong. Then she comments that she was thinking about that, and that she can't touch the fish. Harriet screams in desperation and fear. She screams that insects are falling from the trees, and the guys in the back seem not to understand the situation. Ludwig says it seems to be enough, and that now is the time to prepare everything and build a cabin. He distributes the tasks among his companions in the most suitable way possible, but something catches his attention. He wonders what Class B is doing. It seems they are up to something over there. He realizes he doesn't know what the special conditions of the test are when Ellen arrives saying they brought food. Again, Harriet screams in desperation, and her partner asks how the girl still has a voice for that. Valier asks why she is so shocked about the food and explains that Liana got it with her lightning. Our MC says he has never seen one this big before and that it looks quite delicious. While the guys wonder if they need to check if it's poisonous, Harriet continues to be terrified of the lobster. Ludwig thinks the teachers are watching in some way and that they would warn if this threatened everyone's lives. Moreover, he says one alone is not enough for everyone, which makes Liana a bit irritated. She turns around saying she'll be right back, and the boy doesn't quite understand. Valier tells the boy that he will regret it if he doesn't save water. The boy asks if they can't get more coconuts. Now angry, he asks if he thinks it's easy to climb the tree for that, and if he wants to go get it, but the scared boy replies no. Suddenly, our MC realizes that it shouldn't be him to get that, since that boy over there can teleport. So he says that now that he thought better about it, that boy over there should be the one responsible for getting the coconuts. He's a bit irritated because he thinks the boy was shirking from work and tells him to go get coconuts from now on. Everyone needs another source of fresh water, as they can't use coconut water to clean wounds, for example. And if what he writes continues to be true, there must be a water source somewhere around there. Our MC never thought he would suffer so much for something he wrote. Even if Class A doesn't win, he'll earn his points on Friday and actually doesn't care much about winning. And if he knows that, why is he working so hard? He thinks he just wanted to hit his own head until he passed out, but at that moment he hears an animal. He gets up and runs around the area. An animal runs scared through the woods, when suddenly a woman appears above him with an arrow pointed, and the girl really managed to catch him. But she didn't think about how she would take such a big creature back to camp. But at that moment, someone calls for her. Valier approaches Delphine offering help since it seems she has a little problem there. The girl recognizes him. Then she tells the boy that she doesn't really know how she will take this back. Our MC offers to help since it's very heavy, and the girl is quite happy about it. He comments that the girl is a great archer and asks if she has experience with this kind of thing. Delphine tells that she is from Talprad, and there everyone learns to use the bow, but our hero doesn't seem very impressed. In fact, it's clear that he already knows that too. Delphine came from a mountainous region, and she is part of the Talprad patrol group. The place is known for all citizens using bows, but that girl is a prodigy among them. Even though she only has her archery at the moment, later on she will be able to use an uncommon power called spiritual magic. The people of Talprad are descendants of elves, a race that has long been extinct, and Delphine inherited most of their powers. But that will only happen later. The girl arrives excited, telling Charlotte that they are back. Confused, the girl questions why Valir is there. Delphine says that the boy helped her bring the creature, and that if it weren't for him she wouldn't have managed. Charlotte watches the girl all happy with the situation. Then she finally says, "Ah, Valir." She explains that this is still a competition, so she asks why he would be helping his opponents. But our MC questions if she's really sending him away without giving anything, and finishes by saying that a leg is already good. The girl laughs, saying that then the boy must have his own reasons. So since it was Delphine who caught him, the decision is up to her. And without hesitation, the girl happily says that the boy can take that leg over there. Suddenly someone emerges from the water. A boy appears with a big fish speared on a spear. He stands there posing with the fish on his head, and excited, the boy calls everyone's attention saying he got another one. Delphine says that idiot will get food for a week in just one day. The girl adds that this will take a little time, so she will give it to him when the sun sets, and our MC agrees. The boy asks, since Valir is there, if he doesn't want some fish too. Because to be honest, he thinks he has too much already, and can give a bit away. Our hero accepts the help, and that boy tells him to let him know if he needs more. Charlotte smiles, saying it seems everyone forgot that this is a competition. Waving goodbye, all excited, Delphine asks him to come back later. Returning to camp, the boy is questioned about how he got those fish, and then explains the situation. Bertus is curious about how he got there, and Valir explains that he helped Delphine carry a very heavy wild boar. That boy seems a bit scared at the idea of having wild boars there. He is terrified of being attacked by wild animals at night, but our MC doesn't think wild boars are dangerous. Bertus, however, says it's better for them to stay alert. But before anything, he thanks our MC, as having more food is always good. It seems the cabin is practically ready, and Valir confesses that he was surprised at how easy it was to do this. Adelia comments that the rain must be leaking through the roof, and our hero says they can make a floor so they won't be on the wet ground, although that is quite laborious. After that, everyone continued to work, somewhat dazed. It was as if they were completely absorbed in their work. Time flies when we are focused on something. Sometime later there are several fish roasting on the fire, but the people around seem a bit downcast. Harriet comments that they don't have forks, and our MC suggests using leaves as plates. A strange sound comes from the forest, and the girl wonders what they are doing and what could be so fun. Meanwhile, in this camp, the atmosphere remains somber. Bertus suddenly says he knows everyone has had tough times, and that it's also bad to sleep in an unfamiliar place. But he reminds them that it's the first cooperative mission and questions if it wouldn't be good not to fail right on the first mission. While a boy calls for Bertus, he grabs one of the fish and eats. He continues to voraciously eat that fish. He mentions that it's actually very good, and everyone must be starving, suggesting they eat. They eat, commenting that it's good, but it would be even better with sauce or salt. Harriet comments that it's her first time eating lobster and feels a bit bad for finding it delicious. Our hero observes her for a moment and calls her. He then offers her something, telling her to eat. The girl questions why he is giving it to her, but our boy asks her not to question and just eat. Harriet stares at it for a while, and the two continue in silence in front of the fire. Then she finally eats that thing. Suddenly, Ellen runs towards the sea and Valir shouts her name. Another girl questions what she is doing, but no one knows. She just jumped into the water with a spear. A short time later, she emerges back to everyone's surprise. Then they wonder what is speared on her spear, and the girl brought a bunch of lobsters. A boy looks at her in shock. Ellen approaches the fire and tells them to roast those too. Bertus thanks everyone and warns that the forest is dangerous, then organizes the night watch. Then the boy says he owes a lot to Valir for today, but our MC has no idea what he did. Bertus explains that if it weren't for him and Ellen going into the jungle at that time, everyone would have already given up. One side is constantly dark, and there's the other side that apparently acts as if they are on vacation. He seems quite satisfied with everything and comments that he is no match for them. Everyone is just holding on, but the others are having a great time, and he wonders if that doesn't already make it clear who the winner is. Our hero notices that the boy is stressed and much weaker than usual. Then suddenly the boy calls for Valier, and adds that he is happy to have him there. It's already dawn, and our hero didn't think he would have to stand guard again at his age. He wonders how he managed to do that for 2 years when he was a soldier, and at that moment something catches his attention. He sees Liana and says that it's not even dawn yet, questioning if she has already slept. But with a zombie-like face, the girl replies that she hasn't. She walks in that direction, and our hero warns her that the jungle is that way. Moreover, it's dark, and he questions if she forgot what Bertus said. But the girl doesn't respond, so Valier insists, asking why she wants to go into the jungle right after waking up. Our MC grabs her arm, saying that when someone asks, the person should answer, but she makes a sudden movement and frees herself from him. The girl seems quite irritated, and our hero wonders what he could have done wrong. Then she finally replies that she needs to go number 2, asking if they are done over there. Now our hero understands the drama of the situation. While the fire burns, the boy wonders what he should do. It's been 20 minutes since she entered the forest and she still hasn't returned. He worries that something might have happened to the girl. But if something happened, he needs to rescue her. However, he could embarrass her and cause trauma to her youth. Suddenly, the boy seems to think of something. He approaches the forest and shouts that if she is okay, she should use her spark once. If not, she should do it twice, adding that if she doesn't do anything, then he will go in. Then it seems the girl did it twice, making our MC believe she is in trouble. Somewhat embarrassed, he tells her to do it again if she needs something to clean herself. Now irritated, he tells her to use some leaves and asks what she expects him to get over there. But suddenly several sparks appear at the same time in front of him. A bit incredulous, he asks if she wants him to get some seawater. He stays silent for a while, waiting, and suddenly a spark appears. After some time, our hero is back at his campfire, and the girl walks over with a pot in hand, looking somewhat defeated. She walks right past him, going to the sea where she crouches down. Then the girl returns with the pot full of water, and with no expression at all, she says she is giving up. Our hero thinks, who could tell her, especially after everything she has been through? He could ask her not to give up, but she was a girl raised like a princess with her family all her life. Valier tries to argue that it would be a waste for her to leave, as she has fought hard to be there until now. With a face of total defeat, she replies, "Really?" Our MC confirms, saying it would be a waste for her to ask to leave after suffering as she has. But Liana comments that she believes she has to do something terrible, leaving the boy quite confused. Then she crouches down and starts crawling into the hut, until she disappears behind the leaves. Suddenly a noise comes from there, and Valier wonders who it could be now. Harriet appears calling for our hero, and with tears in her eyes asks what she should do. The boy realizes that she is really upset, and it seems the girl truly believes he can do something for her. He thinks this is quite sweet, but it's really hard to see her in this situation. Standing up, he hands the pot of water to the girl. She looks a bit confused by this. Then our MC tells Harriet to take that water. After that, they focused on finishing the camp. Harriet had more free time after finishing looking for materials, and she was able to help them get more food using her aquatic breathing on them. Human greed knows no bounds. While the others continued working on the camp, Ellen and our hero entered the jungle to look for more water. He comments that there are animals around, so that's a sign there's a water source nearby. Drinking water is very important, but clean water is also absolutely necessary for hygiene. Wearing those dirty, sweaty clothes adds to the stress, and a fresh water source could serve for drinking and washing everything. Valier thinks they might give up for not being able to wash, and although he doesn't enjoy their laments, it's better to keep enduring. The duo sits down to rest as they are quite exhausted. Our hero notices that his companion is also worn out, and that they can't explore the whole island like this. In that case, he closes his eyes and concentrates. And finally, he manages to hear the water. He points in a direction, indicating the way. The duo follows again, a bit more motivated, and they finally manage to find what they were looking for. Without thinking twice, the girl jumps right in. Valier analyzes how Ellen just threw herself into the water as soon as she saw it, and concludes that the girl must be going through a lot of difficulties. He wonders if the others will want to come there, as even if they wash, they will sweat again on the way back to the camp. But the truth is that everyone will follow the decision Bertus makes. Ellen tells him to go over there, and our hero questions why all of a sudden. The girl says she will take off her clothes, and now the boy understands. He thinks Ellen must want to wash her clothes, and decides he will do the same. Originally, it was Delphine who found this water source, but of course, with Charlotte's variable, things changed. Finally, his partner calls him. Valier questions why she wants to go back all of a sudden. If it's because she's hungry, they can just wait a bit. The girl says they shouldn't be there, telling him that when she looked around, she saw animal bones scattered everywhere. Moreover, someone made a fire there, and she believes this is linked to the special conditions. Our hero concludes then that this can only mean there is someone else on this island. When they return, the group asks if they found water, and they feel relieved to be able to clean themselves now. But now is the time to present the problems with that. He tells them they found a campfire, and believes there are others besides them on this island. People become scared of what that could mean, and Adelia questions if they could be cannibals. Valier says that the fact the island is inhabited must be part of the mission, and tells them he believes this is linked to the special conditions of the exam. The boy questions if when they find them, the mission will end, and our hero says he believes so, but he's not sure. Harriet gets excited, saying that all they need to do is find the others. Burtis says they should find them, and even if that doesn't end the mission, they need to help them. The group wants to search the island and finish this mission soon, but Burtis says that although it seems like the best choice, there is a catch. He then questions what our hero thinks about it. He remains thoughtful for a while. Finally, he says he's not sure, but asks what they think about going to the water source first. Sometime later, the group is enjoying that wonderful place, and they continue having fun and playing in the water, but Valier stays at the edge, just watching. Then he says that this is it. This is how children should be. He observes those bones nearby. Burtis questions if it would be risky to move the camp there, and our MC says he can help find the people, but there are wild animals. Moreover, they would have to leave the camp that is already set up, and in that, Burtis suggests talking to everyone later. Sometime later, now that everyone is feeling better, he talks about the possibility of creating a new camp nearby, or returning to their old camp. Harriet is excited and is in favor, but Liana seems not too thrilled about it. And she points out that she saw a snake around there earlier, and just then Ellen arrives with the snake speared on a spear. The girls are a bit surprised by this scene. Then Berta says they will retreat after all. Sometime later, they gathered several buckets of water. It seems they still have a bit of meat, and most of the cabin reinforcements have already been completed. Valier asks if they shouldn't finish the reinforcements before resting, but the group isn't too happy with that idea. But in the end, they agree, even though they thought they would rest, as our hero thinks, "Prepare to bow to me tomorrow." According to the original story, the next day, there will be heavy rain and wind, but the people don't know that. And soon after everyone finished, a heavy rain fell upon them. The rain is really strong, and Burtis orders everyone to stay inside the cabin. Valier adds that if any collapses, they should move to the other. Harriet looks frightened as part of her cabin gives way, and soon after, it collapses. Our hero hears that girl screaming and asks if she is okay. She screams that she can't see anything and feels like she will be taken by the wind. Our MC shouts for her to quickly go to the other cabin, but the girl can't because it's too dark. Harriet is very scared and wishes someone could help her. Suddenly someone reaches for her hand. Our hero went to the girl and rescued her from that cabin. Harriet is very shaken by the situation. The girl is crying and can't realize who saved her. Then our hero calls her an idiot and asks if she is hurt. At that moment, she realizes who saved her. Valier shouts that he is with Harriet, and Burtis responds saying it was a good job. Our MC tries to calm her down, saying that it's just rain, and adds that it will stop raining by morning. He tells her to use a spell to keep warm, and she will realize that this is nothing. When Harriet uses her magic, our hero encourages her. She continues to concentrate, making it grow bigger, and several others start appearing around the cabin. Her companions also receive those warm spheres. Valier questions if she did this for everyone, and the girl seems not to understand, asking if she shouldn't have done it. He smiles while thinking that the Harriet from the book only cared about herself and maybe Burtis. Then he tells the girl that it was a great job and she should keep going. Meanwhile, the rain continues to pour heavily over the island. Burtis is surprised to see our hero there, but he explains that he thinks they need more food and will take advantage of the fact that it has decreased a bit. That boy says food is important, but there is a problem. Valier says if he needs to go to the bathroom, he should do it quickly. The guy says he was wandering around checking his numbers. Then he noticed something. He reports that Kyer is gone. Our MC thinks that in the original story, everyone from Class A had already left by this point, leaving only Ellen. What Class B experienced in the novel is now also happening to Class A. People are starting to disappear. Eric says he was woken up by Kyer, and that he only went to sleep after the guy took his post. Since he disappeared at night while on guard, he should have at least been able to shout if there was any danger. Valier says this could be part of the mission, and that he might have just run into the forest and gotten lost. And considering the circumstances, he believes the latter is more plausible. Burtis says he believes there are about 3 scenarios that are the most likely. The first, Kyer went into the woods for some reason. The second was kidnapped by someone else on the island. And finally, the third idea is that Class B kidnapped the boy. Valier questions why he thinks it would have been Class B. Burtis explains that the mission is to survive until Sunday, but doesn't explain the way, so winning early could make all opponents give up. And if that happens, they could easily win by holding out until Friday. Our MC finds the guy extraordinary and got some clear explanations that even he, as a writer, hadn't thought of. The boy asks for a favor, wants Valir to go to Class B, and since he has done that a few times, he won't be suspicious, and the rest the boy will have to improvise. Our hero continues through the woods under that rain. He notices that everything there is destroyed and wonders if the Class B people evacuated the area. He starts shouting for Delphine, Ludwig, and Charlotte, asking where they are and if they are okay. Suddenly, someone appears calling for our MC. Valir questions if the boy is okay. After a while, they reach a tree they are using as shelter. Charlotte asks what the boy is doing there and wants to know if he is there as a spy. Our hero sits down, saying he is guilty and that the situation is kind of bad. The girl tells him that things are also bad around there. The girl asks about Class A, and he tells her about the damage, but not as severe as what happened around there. Valir notices that their group is also smaller, and he asks about Louis. At this moment, Charlotte questions if they also lost someone. It seems that people have disappeared from both sides, so the possibility of kidnapping by Class B is out of the question. Our MC says he can't say much, but they lost someone too, and the girl understands. Valir gives the girl a tip about the waterfall, saying there is clean, fresh water there. She just watches him for a while. Finally, our MC says he is leaving, and Charlotte worries, asking him to be careful. Then the two friends say goodbye. After he returned and told Bertus everything, he decided they should look for the island's natives. And even if this is the special condition the instructor mentioned, they first need to get food, so the people capable of fighting were separated into groups to look for food and the inhabitants. Our hero continues his path with Liana, but it seems the girl is falling behind. Valir wonders if she is weak for being a superpower user and not needing to move much, plus the cold is draining her vigor. Our MC says she is feeling a bit unwell, so he asks if they should go back, but the girl replies that they should continue. He continues to observe her in silence. Finally, he says they can't go on like this, suggesting they rest a bit. They lean against a tree and the girl is really tired. Suddenly, she asks him to give her the weapon, and our hero complies with her request. Liana starts using her power on that weapon. Finally, she says she feels good and really wants to set that whole place on fire. Our hero wonders if she used electricity to heat the weapon and is impressed by that. The girl says the boy should try, and she starts energizing the weapon again. Taking it, he wonders if she is kind or not. The girl wonders how they could find an animal to hunt in this rain, but Valir seems to notice something. The two come face to face with an animal. The duo keeps their distance and notices they are about 15 meters away. Our MC knows it is too fast for Liana's abilities. He knows he has a spear, but he isn't very good with it, and if he misses, that animal will run far away. Suddenly, he has a good idea. He asks if Liana can imbue it with electricity, as if it were an enchantment, and the girl replies that she could try. Then she starts concentrating her power, and it seems our hero got really focused for a moment. Holding that jolt, he says, "That's it." Clearly, both the boy and Liana forgot about what would happen when passing electricity through a completely wet spear. It would certainly electrocute the person holding it, in this case, himself. The deer runs away with the shout the boy gave. Valir says he asked for that, but she is the one who is the electricity user, so he asks if she didn't think that could happen. The girl debates, questioning how the boy can be rank 1 with a head like that, and Valir gets irritated for being called hard-headed. She continues, saying that since his head is empty, it conducts electricity better, while the boy wants to know who is being an idiot now. This is the difference between her and Harriet. This girl doesn't lose an intelligence battle, and on top of that, she's quite bold. Tired of this, our hero says he lost and they should move on. The girl just agrees. He suggests they look for the creature, but Liana thinks it must be far away by now. Suddenly, they hear a loud growl, making them tense. The duo approaches to investigate, and they come face to face with two jaguars feeding on that animal. It seems they've already eaten a bit of the creature. Startled, our MC realizes that this wasn't happening in the original story. Valir curses the situation and is quite anxious. He wonders why on earth there's something like this on a deserted island. Our hero says they can fight for the prey or back off, and an excited Liana wants to know what he's thinking. Valir suggests scaring the beasts away with the electrified spear, but the girl thinks he's really thick-headed and has already forgotten about the shock. But he explains that Liana will be the one to throw it. The girl is afraid of missing and being attacked by the jaguars, but our guy responds that if that's the case, they need to think of something. She was more interested in giving up, but our hero tells her to at least give it a try. Half-heartedly, Liana picks up the spear. As she energizes and throws the spear, she says she doesn't even know anymore. The jaguar stares at her as the attack advances. Our MC looks at her with a desperate gaze, as the spear hasn't even reached the creature. Then the jaguar lets out a loud growl, and charges at our duo. Quickly, our hero asks the girl to use electricity on him again. The girl hesitates, but he insists she do it quickly, and then she finally agrees. As that energy flows through his body, the guy thinks that his body is an insulator. He knows he won't be able to take down the creature with a normal hit and needs to strike a vital point, so he shouts for the jaguar to attack, and it seems the creature understands. The rain continues in that forest, and shortly after, the creature is on the ground defeated. Liana runs to the guy, worried, asking if he's okay. Jokingly, he says that sometimes you just need a shock to feel fine, and the girl questions what the hell he's talking about. Back at the camp, his companions are impressed that he caught this prey from a jaguar. Harriet approaches, asking if he's hurt, and the boy replies that he took a few shocks but is fine. Not understanding how it happened, she asks how the boy got electrocuted, and Liana seems a bit incredulous about it. But in the next moment, the girl realizes how it occurred. Bertus approaches, excited that he managed to catch an animal. The boy arrives with 2 birds in hand, and our MC asks how the hell he managed to catch those. Bertus explains that it's a hobby among nobles, and that there isn't much edible around here. The guy questions if Ellen hasn't returned yet, and notices that Erich isn't around either. One of the people says that Erich went into the woods after Kair, and explains that the boy just went, and he couldn't stop him. He finally apologizes to Bertus. While they are by the campfire, the boy says they should wait for the 2 to return. Valier is worried about the boys since a lot of time has passed, but he doesn't worry about Ellen because he knows she's strong. Bertus gathers the people who are still available to search for the boys. Our MC thinks that one person decided to act alone, and now 3 others have to suffer. This is the low-rank trio of the 3 arrogant brothers, Kair, Eric, and Kono. Fools who believe in their talents and don't put in effort because of their pride, and he thinks that Eric ultimately lived up to his role. In fact, our MC wants Class B to win. While walking in the woods, he hears someone in trouble. The guy shouts at the red-haired girl saying she's grown and is challenging him, then asks if he didn't tell her to get out of the way. He tells her not to be dramatic and to leave while he's being a nice guy. Our hero wonders if the guy is trying to steal Scarlet's prey, but in reality, that guy should be looking for his friend. Valier continues to look on in disbelief. Irritated beyond measure, Scarlet decides to deal with the guy. It seems the guy didn't expect to be attacked this way. The girl steps on his head, saying that the princess said she would protect her so she can do whatever she wants with the boy, and she mentions that the only reason she won't go further is that she doesn't want to become someone like him. The boy kneels, calling her crazy, and Scarlet tells him to be careful because she doesn't know what she'll do if she loses control. Irritated, the boy orders our Ankh to stop right there. Then he realizes it's Valier and recounts how that idiot hit him, adding that those cursed eyes are showing who he is. But our hero reacts by kicking him in the groin and telling him to shut up. Looks like we'll have omelet tonight. Our Mac questions if he is proud of his actions, also because he can't just stop crossing the line. Valier says he should worry more about Bertus's reaction for not following his orders, and the boy becomes concerned. Bertus says there's no problem in being useless, and that it happens. In groups like this, there are always a few, but he believes there's a clear difference between a useless person and an unnecessary one. He adds that the boy isn't strong enough and doesn't even know how to use superpowers, putting them at unnecessary risk. Then Bertus asks if he wants to be marked as unnecessary. The boy gets scared and apologizes to his leader. He says that since he made a serious mistake, he will stand guard for the rest of the night. Suddenly, to our MC's surprise, Ellen arrives carrying one of those creatures. He asks where she was and if this is the other jaguar. The girl responds as normally as possible that she picked it up on the way. They comment that she worked hard to bring that here, but the meat of this beast is tough, perhaps because it's a predator. Bertus thinks that maybe the hide could be worth a high price. He says that Liana and Valier caught this and Ellen brought it here, then suggests splitting the value among the 3. But the girl signals that she isn't interested. Our hero questions if he could skin it properly. Bertus realizes he can't and that it's a shame, as it would be worth 20 coins, but even if it's in bad condition, he might still get half the value. He is a bit surprised because 10 coins equal 10 million won. Now more interested, our Emic says he'll figure something out. He'll ask Delphine to do it in exchange for something, but Ellen says she got important information. She tells them she found another camp in the middle of the forest, and there were human bones scattered everywhere, seeming like traces left by the island's inhabitants. The boys are surprised by this, commenting that it's a horrible environment. As time passed, they managed to reach a conclusion based on the clues they found. The first is that they attacked the camp at night, the second is that the inhabitants have their own camp, and the third is that they can attack and kill people. It's unclear if it's one group or two, but everyone knows this is the special condition of the exam. Thus, they decided to search as soon as the sun rises, and everyone went to sleep to prepare. Sometime later, during the night, a loud noise is heard in the camp. Bertus gets up shouting and asking what's happening. From the forest, someone screams asking to be saved. Harriet is scared and questions what they should do, and the boy says that Eric and Adelia have been captured. A boy says that capturing the two should slow them down, and it's a good idea to go after them now. But there's a possibility they could be ambushed in the dark. Suddenly someone catches attention back there, and Harriet says she can do light magic. So the group moves forward. They finally find some clues. Some footprints are found around and the feet seem to indicate they are huge. Bertus follows those trails and ends up bumping into Charlotte. Talking, they realize that there are 2 missing people from each group, and this means there is more than one attacking group. Ludwig mentions that earlier they found different tracks going in opposite directions. Then Bertus tells them to follow one of those. The 2 groups agree on the path they will take deeper into the island. Our heroes group encounters their first obstacle they must pass. From the tracks, it seems the inhabitants are on the other side, but this is a dangerous place to cross without equipment. One of the boys says he brought a rope, and Bertus intends to use it. If they can secure the rope on the other side, they can cross safely, but someone questions how they will do that. Then our Mac seems to have an idea. The boy asks in fear why everyone is staring at him. Bertus approaches and says they believe in the boy. Then, in a few seconds, the boy teleports to the other side completely naked. Our hero asks if there's anything the boy can't do, but the boy is quite embarrassed. The first thing to do is secure the rope. Then crossing that river won't be a problem anymore. Soon after, the group that has already crossed notices something strange. Bertus asks why they suddenly started acting strangely, and Harriet comments that they seem to want something. The way they talk makes it seem like something really urgent. Bertus continues talking to his friend, trying to understand what is happening. Suddenly, from the other side, our MC shouts for the idiots to run. The boy looks back, questioning why that is. He finally understands the reason for all that concern. A huge orc is staring at them. The group is a bit startled that it is not a person, but an orc. The creature growls threateningly. Then it strikes, almost hitting the group. But the rope snaps, and the person who was crossing starts to fall into the river. The group screams for the boy who is falling. Fearfully, Bertus tells them all to run, and to only worry about their own survival. The group on the other side is a bit worried about their friends. Our MC sees the orc walking away and thinks it is a creature that appears in fantasy stories. Of course, he included it in his novel, but seeing it in person gave him chills. The truth is that an orc is not a normal mob, as that thing is much stronger than a human. He used to follow a lot of historical accuracy, and based on that, they are now in trouble. Our MC says that the teachers probably saved that boy. That artifact they received to use if they wanted to give up can also be used in an emergency like a recall spell. He believes that since the boy was in danger, the teachers must have summoned him, as it is not the exam's objective to risk anyone's life. Ellen questions if killing this thing would end the mission tonight, and the other boy asks if they could kill that monster, but the girl replies that she is not sure. She finally adds that they will only know after trying. Then she says that first they depend on the boy. He must cross the river and reconnect the rope. Shortly after, the boy is already completely naked again. The group continues fleeing from that orc. Bertus asks if Harriet can use attack spells. The girl can, but probably not in this situation. That boy thinks there is no way to survive coexisting with these animals. Thinking about what happened when they found the footprints, he could have realized something was wrong. He thinks Harriet can use attack magic, but it is hard to concentrate in this situation. Liana can use her lightning spells, but they are not strong enough to kill the orc, and in the end, he is the one with the best chances against the monster. Bertus says he will face the orc, asking the girl to hit it with lightning in the meantime. He also asks Harriet to try to concentrate as much as possible to attack. Finally, he tells them to climb a tree so they won't be attacked. The monster approaches furiously, and the boy thinks it is all or nothing. He believes that defeat does not mean death. If someone gave up in this situation, it would be useless in a real emergency, and he believes the mission takes that into account. He remembers when he saw a monster book. A large number died after the war against the demons. This was the most common type of monster. As someone who wishes to ascend to a worthy position, he cannot be afraid of something like an orc. So determined, he says, for the demon to come. The rest of the group realizes that everyone is fighting. Our MC shouts asking if they are okay. Liana uses a powerful lightning spell on the creature, and taking the opportunity, Bertus hits it with his weapon. The monster feels the attack and retaliates immediately. It strikes the boy's feet, and then delivers a direct attack on him. The monster hits the spot with great force. Liana wonders if she would be the next target, decides to stay calm and tries to defend herself with electricity, but the orc suddenly throws his axe at her. This catches the girl completely off guard. An axe goes through and hits the tree directly, Harriet watches in shock as the creature approaches her. Then the monster grabs the axe and throws it at the girl as well. She is scared and unresponsive. A huge impact occurs in that place. But at that moment, Ellen appears holding her weapon, and the girl delivers a precise attack against that monster. Our MC thinks there were two things he tried to show during the deserted island arc. First, that the students have difficulty working because they are spoiled, and he tried to show that Class B is better than Class A. The enraged monster charges at Ellen. In the novel, she was the only one in Group A who did not give up. Valier tried to show how her strength is unmatched by her classmates. The creature again tries to hit the girl, who easily dodges. With a jump, she positions herself to attack it from above, and she hits that huge monster squarely again. For a moment, the creature stops and puts its hand over its eyes. While our hero thinks he did that, something catches everyone's attention. Harriet summoned a huge fireball. She watches the creature from up in the tree. The monster also looks at her, not expecting all of this. Finally, she throws the fireball while shouting for everyone to get away. The orc tries to protect itself from the attack, but starts to suffer damage. In the next moment, a huge explosion occurs at the site. The group tries to shield themselves from that massive explosion. Even Harriet is surprised by the force of the attack and loses her balance. Our hero is too far to help her, but realizes she will be eliminated if she falls. He shouts for the teleporting boy to save the girl, but that guy hesitates. Shouting louder, he says the girl is going to fall, so he must use teleportation and calls him an idiot. Harriet begins to fall from the tree. Then suddenly, two arms appear to catch her. Not understanding anything, the girl questions if she wasn't falling. She tries to see who saved her and thanks him. But soon after, she realizes the guy is completely naked. At that moment, he teleports again, leaving the girl even more confused. Our hero comes running, asking if that idiot is okay, and he approaches, still questioning if she got hurt. The girl suddenly stands up and jumps to our MC, hugging him. She cries a bit shyly, saying she was terrified. Valier tries to calm her down, saying that everything is fine now. He thinks that the one who saved her was the other guy, so why is the girl hugging him? He also believes he must feel wronged. The girl is still very scared, but he says it was a great job. In the original story, Ellen hunted the orc. Now it changed to Harriet, who had given up in the original story, and her performance was wonderful, and regardless of that, he wonders what he should do. He feels like he gave them many hints. Sometime later, the girl is finally sleeping. One of the boys panics, questioning if this mission shouldn't have ended, and our MC says there might be more. Scared, the boy wants to know if he means they should go out and hunt the orc. Valier thinks that if Class B had managed to defeat the orc, the mission should have ended, but they might just not have the skill to defeat the monster. And in the original story, it was also Ellen who hunted the other, but the girl is just there beside him, looking at the sky. At the moment he was thinking about what to do, the artifact in their hands starts to glow, and everyone suddenly disappears. In another place, Charlotte is in front of that defeated monster. Before them, the instructor says that the special mission has been completed, and now the mission is over. He counts that there are a total of 4 survivors in Class A, and who defeated the monster was Harriet. In Class B, only one person survived. It was a student named Charlotte. Our Mac wonders if she managed to handle the orc alone. He is curious to know what powers she has. The instructor says that the score will be given later, and now they should just rest. Our Mac has completed an achievement and earned 1,000 points for completing his first group mission. Now they are being fed properly, very different from what they ate during the mission. In addition, they also have a calm beach where they can swim, so they can now rest for an entire week. Sometime later, our hero relaxes in a beach chair. He heard that those who gave up were immediately brought to that place to rest. Bertus approaches, realizing that our hero is there. The boy says that if he had known they were going to a place like this, he would have given up, and Valier agrees. Bertus says he hopes not to have to do something similar in the future, and our Mac wholeheartedly agrees. The boy says they should tell the same to Ellen and Harriet, but Valier adds that Bertus also suffered quite a bit. It's not like it was easy for him. Liana was relaxing in her beach chair but takes off her glasses and agrees with them. Our Mac wonders if it would be risky to say that the group developed a sense of camaraderie during the mission. Harriet finally appears, saying that her whole body hurts. Suddenly someone asks if she slept well, and the girl gets a bit shy, but answers yes. Our hero thinks that now that the girl has recovered, she must be thinking about what she did and will be like that for a while. When suddenly someone calls for Valier, Ellen emerges from the water, saying she managed to catch a lobster. The girl suggests that she should cook it, and our boy asks if she isn't tired of doing that. Someone else calls for our sought-after mech. Ludwig says to go because it's fun. Valier can't believe they are like this right after all the problems they've been through, but Bertus seems excited about the idea. The boy gets up saying that opportunities like this don't come out of nowhere, so he runs to the water calling his partner. This was the first time Bertus saw the sea, and even though he is from the royal family, a child is a child. Moreover, this is his boss's order, so he stands up and says it's fine. He runs to meet his companions and jumps into the water saying he will show them how to have fun, but people come to have fun with them. Bertus says this is how they have fun in the water and that he shouldn't get mad at him. Then in the next moment, everyone is splashing water at each other. Charlotte suggests a fun competition to break the watermelon, but she has a somewhat gloomy expression. The boy teases her, implying that she will kill herself anyway. He suggests that the girl might be trying to decide this early. He turns towards his brother's head while our hero thinks she is joking about breaking heads and not the watermelon. The girl questions what he means, and asks if he wants to take revenge for her innocent joke too early. But the boy says it's to give advice and then asks if she has talked to Valir. He adds that he doesn't want to know what it's about, but the person precious to his sister is also precious to him. And since he doesn't know which side Valir will take, he asks her not to make judgments with personal feelings, as he doesn't want to have to kill him. An instructor says that both classes have completed the special condition. There is only one survivor from Class B, and 4 from Class A, and several other factors were considered for this result. This mission ends with Class A's victory. Our MC thinks this happened because he influenced the story. He adds that the students from the winning class will earn extra points, and each student receives points through personal evaluations. And those who were very important in the mission or performed a significant act receive a special merit, and now they will select the MVP from each class. He asks them to write and put in that box who they think should be the MVP of each group. After a while, they will announce the results, and one of the MVPs is Charlotte. On the other side, it's Harriet, which leaves the girl quite surprised. The girl gets shy and asks why her, while receiving congratulations. A bit embarrassed, she sees her friends clapping. Then she looks at our hero who is applauding and smiling at her. Later that night, everyone is around a campfire. While having fun, our hero is just relaxing next to his friend. The girl asks if they aren't tired yet, but our hero says they seem fine. The two look at each other for a few seconds. Valir comments that if she has something to say, she should say it soon, but the girl gets upset, asking what she should have to say to him. Our MC says that if the girl has nothing to say, that's fine, but the girl seems a bit annoyed. Then after a few seconds, she thanks the boy. Harriet gets a bit shy and silent. The boy smiles, asking if it's true, while the girl wonders why he is laughing. Out of nowhere, he questions what exactly she is thanking for, and the girl gets confused. Our hero explains that she thanked him, so he wants to know for what, but Harriet gets tangled in her words. Harriet becomes increasingly shy as he insists on wanting that answer. It seems she is reaching her limit. Raising her voice, she says she hates him, but Valir asks why she thanked him then, and the girl tells him to go away. The break is quite long, so there is nothing to do but eat or relax. Days like this won't come around soon, so he needs to enjoy it. But at that moment, Charlotte appears. The girl asks if the boy is a mollusk, as he has hardly moved since yesterday. The boy explains that he is trying to rest as much as possible because he will have to work hard later, and his friend finds it funny. He watches her drinking something from a cup. Then he finally talks about her having taken down the orc alone. Charlotte says she doesn't even know how she did it, but wants to know why he is asking. Then Valir says she doesn't seem happy about it. The girl explains that it's because she doesn't want to depend on her superpower. Our hero wonders if that means she won't say anything beyond that. He keeps wondering what kind of ability she could have, a superpower she doesn't like to use. When the mission was completed, Valir hurried back to the temple to continue his routine. He resumed his morning exercises with Adriana and got beaten by Ellen during training. Meanwhile, Bertus sold the animal's hide, and our MC ended up earning a good amount of money. Although the buyer was his maternal grandfather, who by the way tried to kill him, he decided to enjoy this unexpected cash. He shared the 30 coins with Delphine and Ellen as he had promised. Our hero and Ellen rushed to a fancy restaurant to eat something special, and of course he wasn't too happy about spending so much. In any case, he returned to his normal routine, studying and training like crazy. The only thing that changed was his gradual improvement in skills. He noticed that his pseudo-swordsman skill had evolved to rank F of swordsman. Moreover, his self-suggestion rose to rank D, which makes him a combat level D+, and he celebrated finally managing to get out of rank F. Remembering the suffering he went through, he thought that his effort had finally been rewarded. With tears in his eyes, he said that all of this was thanks to Ellen, who only responded by asking if he was sick. But he felt a bit disappointed that his evaluation had only risen to D+, yet he had his whole life ahead of him. There was still plenty of time to work hard. This meant he would have to keep doing this for an unpredictable future, so he felt a little upset. He thought he would continue living his life and enjoying the evolution of his stats while his training partner called him. She said that if he didn't like it, he could just stop, but insisted that he should at least try once because she knew he would enjoy it. Too excited, she asked him to please go once after school, Valier thought that the church girl was becoming more aggressive with her work. Finally, he agreed, but said it would only be once. The girl got excited, saying she was sure he would like it. Smiling, the girl said she would definitely go. Valier felt a bit tense about that. Of course, the temple also had its activities. It was the essential element of any school romance. There were clubs focused on main courses and recreational activities, and there were some specific ones. And among them, there were also those with a religious focus. The girl was leading them through the hallways. To a religious club that followed 5 gods, the girl asked him not to cause any trouble, and the boy agreed. He finally entered, saying he was there. It was the club with the most members from the royal class. People were excited to meet our MC, and the boy introduced himself as Egerton. They asked if he had eaten, saying there was a snack there if he wanted. She added that the boy could eat as much as he wanted, which left our MC quite surprised. Valier wondered how there could be such carefree people. He thought these guys might have gone crazy or something. His sweet friend said he was just there to meet and hadn't signed up. But they said it was all right because many people did that, and he could see it as a way to get closer to the older family members. Valier thought he hated the villains in his stomach, who manifested whenever he was near food. Someone asked if he was the famous first-year student. The girl introduced herself as Ceres, a 5th-year student and also the club's vice president. She commented that it had been quite a while and that it was the first time they had seen each other since the entrance ceremony. And since almost everyone was there, they would start. The other girl wanted to know if the president wasn't there again, and it seemed like the guy needed to take a break. Everyone sat at the table with the excited vice president saying to start. Then she began to pray for the blessing of the 5 gods. Everyone at the table closed their eyes and followed along. Our MC noticed something and wondered if the divine power was affecting him. His fatigue vanished, and he felt comfortable. He realized that Adriana didn't necessarily bring him there to convert him. The ritual continued while the boy thought that this was definitely different from what he had imagined. Afterward, some people were selected to do volunteer work. Then the seniors surrounded him to hear about the group mission, and thus the club activities came to an end. The boy was caught by Adriana trying to leave, and now he was in an almost forced process of eating a snack. The girl asked if he didn't follow any faith, and our MC replied no, so she added that it was okay to have a place to rest his heart. She told him to think about it because the gods reward them based on the amount of faith they put into it. This left our MC a bit confused. He is the creator of the world, and what kind of creator prays for his own creations? There are some talks about the possibility of the president not coming back. They mention that the demonic church has returned, and rumors say it's because the demonic realm is intact. Our MC thinks about this church. There are some who support the demons in humanity, and they serve the demon gods who oppose the deities. After the demonic realm collapsed, they should have died naturally, leaving only a few remnants. However, with their rescue mission, they misunderstood and think the demonic realm is alive and preparing a counterattack. And that's why the demonic church, which should have ended, found hope to maintain its faith. A guy says he's not sure about this but heard there are demonic cultists inside the temple. At that moment, Ceres tells them to stop. She says she knows how they feel, but unfounded suspicions won't lead anywhere. However, the guy questions if it's not dangerous. Ceres says she received a response from the student president, and it's not like that. They are just misunderstood kids. The guy isn't very convinced and continues to be quite scared. If the rumor spreads, these innocent kids will end up facing the Inquisition. Ceres questions if they know how people are treated after being caught by the Inquisition. The guy apologizes. Wherever he goes, he hears about the demonic church, and this has spread to the temple, so he asks the boy not to say that. Then the guy replies that he understands, while our hero becomes interested in the girl. He notices she emanates an aura of authority, perhaps because she is the vice president. To his surprise, something catches his attention. A terminal gives him the quest to uncover what's behind the rumors of the demonic church in the temple. Adriana tells our guy that he doesn't need to sign up and can show up when he's bored. If he has any problems, he can share them too, and the group can help decide about his career and studies. In the end, the boy realizes she wanted to introduce him to cool seniors instead of imposing her beliefs on him. These people are always willing to help, even if the person doesn't share the same faith. So finally, he says he will spend some time there, and the girl is quite happy about it. But Valier says he has a question. He asks what they meant by having cultists of the demon god inside the temple. Adriana changes her expression and just watches him. The girl thinks the student council must know something, but that it shouldn't be anything serious, and they are worrying for nothing. Valier notes that she probably doesn't know anything at all, so he asks if there's any problem with the club president. Because many people are whispering about it, Adriana just replies, "Oh, that," and she becomes thoughtful and a little tense right after. The girl asks if he knows who the club president is, but our hero has no idea. Adriana tells him the girl is famous. She is the daughter of the leader of the Templar Knights, Riverier. The president's name is Olivia Lance. The Templar Knights are a group of paladins and priests from the 5 largest churches. This group acts according to the Pope, but their commander also has a significant amount of power. Religion is a concept independent of the state, so even the emperor hesitates in front of the Templar commander. She is Olivia, the daughter of the Templar commander, Riverier, and she is nicknamed the Saint of the Iridian District. Not only does she have incredible abilities, but she is also passionate about volunteer work. Adriana says that, to be honest, she would like to be like her, and the president said she wants to join the Templar Knights after her graduation. But for some reason the girl hasn't attended the last meetings, and she heard that she isn't attending her class. She doesn't really know what happened because the girl is a senior, and even the teachers are quite worried about it. Valier wonders if that saint has turned wicked. Adriana says she is actually frustrated for not knowing what's going on and is also worried. Our hero questions if she can't just go and ask her, but the girl feels a bit embarrassed about that. Our MC says that the girl doesn't go to classes but is still at the temple. Her friend agrees but says that Olivia is a very tall senior. Our hero questions if she's just going to wait until she explodes from stress and that it would be better to go there in person. A bit unsure, her friend says she will then go. At sunset, our hero hears that the president said she would like to leave. Valier wants to know if she wants to leave the club, but Adriana replies that it's not the club, but the temple. And that's not all. The girl also abandoned her faith. Our MC questions why this is happening, but even though the girl asked a lot, Olivia didn't want to tell. This isn't just a bit strange. The popular saint set aside her faith and also her studies at the temple. Adriana asks if our MC thinks it would be rude if she tried to find out what happened to the president. But Valier replies that it would indeed be rude. While the girl says she thinks so, our MC interrupts her, saying to let him handle it instead. His friend is surprised, but the guy tells her that he is an expert at being rude. He thinks he won't gain any points with Olivia for these things, but also that his connection with Adriana isn't very strong. Regardless of his rude or inappropriate behavior, she has always taken care of our MC. That girl is like a version of the Alaris Temple. In the end, she introduced our MC to the club solely for his benefit, and Valier feels he needs to give something in return. Although the sad Adriana was still cute, our hero preferred the version with more attitude and joy. Someone questions why Valier took the initiative and asked for a meeting. Then the guy asks if he knows a senior named Olivia. Bertus tells him that although he has seen the Templars a few times, he has never seen her before since the girl doesn't hold an official position. He mentions that they nicknamed her the Saint of the Iridian District. But he is curious about why our MC is asking about her. Valier explains that the girl is abandoning her faith and the temple, so he wonders why that is. Bertus confirms this information, and our hero replies that he heard the same thing. He adds that it's strange, and although he doesn't know her well, the girl is a celebrity in her own way, which makes Valier curious. Bertus explains that since the girl is a student, she cannot participate in the demon war, but he heard she is good enough for it. Then the girl requested a medical leave for a year and used her divine powers to save many people, thus earning her nickname. Valier comments that the girl is a wonderful person. Bertus explains that she could become the new pope or commander of the Templars, but despite that, she decides to abandon her faith and everything else, which is concerning. Valier asks him what this problem could be, but the guy says it's nothing. He just wished she would be the next commander of the Templars, and our MC questions that too. Bertus explains that having someone like her in that position would help people even more. But Valier, who isn't foolish, knows there's something behind this that he isn't saying. The Templar Knights are a threat to the Empire, so it's better to have someone chill in the leadership position. These Templars are also demon hunters, and it was natural for Bertus not to see them in a positive light. The guy says he thinks there are only 2 options for why she took this path. The first is that she was disappointed to see that the Templar Knights aren't quite what she might have thought. And the second is that the girl found a man. Bertus says this while laughing. But anyway, those who cause the most problems are just idiots. And he thinks about going to meet Olivia. Later, when Bertus returned, he told our MC that Olivia was an idiot as he thought, and he couldn't even talk to her properly. The girl said she was giving everything up because she discovered a secret about the Templar Knights. But since our hero doesn't want to cause any more problems for his friend Adriana, he personally went to meet Olivia this time. Valier feels a bit nervous since it's the first time he meets her, so he speaks to the door, introducing himself. Opening the door and entering slowly, he says he is coming in. But when he enters, something surprises him a bit. The woman with closed eyes welcomes him and says that he is Valier. She mentions that many people have been looking for her lately. Then she asks what the matter is, and our hero wonders if she is a goddess. Just looking at the girl was enough for him to understand that her nickname must partly be because her appearance resembles that of a goddess. He wonders how someone like that can exist. Then the girl pulls him from his thoughts by saying that Bertus was there earlier. The girl approaches, saying that even though she doesn't know him, the guy is worried about her, so she thanks him and asks what they will talk about. Valier feels shy and says he knows about the conversation with Bertus. Not everything, but he has an idea of it. The girl asks if they know each other from somewhere and admits she was a bit surprised when she learned that the guy was worried about her. Valier says it was for Adriana, that the girl is worried but thought it would be rude to ask, so he offered to do it. Olivia says she understands, and that it seems like she is worrying many people. Valier explains that many people expect great things from her, and some even idolize her. He adds that he knows it might be presumptuous of him, but then asks the girl if she could change her mind. Olivia questions if the guy is saying she should just tolerate all of this. He replies that it's not quite that, and that in fact the girl could aspire to a position where she would help more people. Then the girl says that the boy is saying the same thing as the prince. She asks if he is Valier, and adds that she understands what he means, and that justice knows no compromise. Olivia explains that if she gives in on one thing, she would end up giving in on others, and acknowledges and understands that this is impossible. And if the commitments increased, the girl would have to give up her ideals, then she would end up resembling the things she wants to change. Olivia says he might think she is a fundamentalist, but after careful thought, she realized that this is the only commitment she wants to have. If the girl gave up and tried to change these things at their roots, two things could happen. One possibility would be becoming what she would like to change, and the other would be sacrificing people in the name of change. Valier realizes that Olivia is not making an impulsive decision, but has evaluated everything deeply and clearly. The boy apologizes for speaking out of turn and adds that he believes he was mistaken, but the girl jumps up and hugs him, saying she appreciates him for caring about her even without knowing her. Quite surprised, our MC notices all this happiness, and that his calm words sound like a final goodbye. Sometime later, he thinks that since the conversation bore no fruit, breakfast has come again as always. Adriana and our hero remained silent while breathing in the morning air deeply until they finally finished those morning exercises, and they went to meet Olivia. Adriana asks if her senior is leaving. The girl looks and realizes who the two are that are there. The girl says that unfortunately it ended this way, but our MC notices that the mark on her cheek indicates that someone hit her. A man asks if these are her acquaintances, and the girl replies that yes, with her head down. The captain of the Templar Knights, named Reverier, tells them to end the conversation there, train, and study hard, saying for the two to take care. Father and daughter leave. The girl is really leaving, but the friends can see her crying. If the knights forced their way into the temple because of Olivia, the temple could refuse, but they cannot stop the parents. Adriana asks our MC what is going on. He tells her he spoke with Olivia the day before, and will explain everything to her, which leaves the girl quite surprised. She thinks she cannot hide this from Adriana. Then sometime later, our hero updates his friend. She becomes a bit confused, not knowing what she should do. It seems clear that the knight forcibly took his daughter to the point of hitting her, all to hide his dirty secret. Valier ponders about her being the captain's daughter. He says he heard that Olivia serves Toan, the priests there cannot marry, so he asks how she could be the captain's daughter. Adriana replies that the girl is the captain's adopted daughter, which leaves our MC quite surprised. Our MC thinks the girl was adopted because she has a lot of divine power. He wanted to support the next captain of the Templars, or Pope. The girl he raised for this suddenly decides to give up everything to harm the church and the Templars, inciting the captain's fury. Valier thinks deeply about the matter, then he suggests following the two, and Adriana is somewhat horrified by the idea. The girl is afraid of being caught, but Valier says that if they are caught, they will say they care too much about her and will be sad that she is leaving. If the guy wants to punish them, he will have to face the consequences with the temple. He can take his daughter but cannot do anything against them. The girl gets excited and says that this will work out somehow. The train continues on its way, and inside, father and daughter talk. Our duo of pursuers watches them closely. Focusing, Valier enhances his hearing. The captain asks if the girl really wants to take the hard path, and says that she will give in sooner or later. Olivia asks if he can't just send her away, and she will forget everything she heard and saw, but the captain says that won't happen, and that she must change her mindset. But it cannot change what it was born to be. Says that the girl was born with everything, and that's why she is his daughter. The guy says that no group is completely innocent, tells her she was destined to be one and not an ordinary person. The girl says she can't do this, that she is just a horrible person intoxicated by her good looks. Her father replies that instead of hurting herself, she should just accept things as they are. Our hero continues listening and realizes that if Olivia doesn't accept, her father plans to pressure her until he succeeds. She insists, pleading with her father, saying she won't change her mind. Looking out the window, the captain says he doesn't want to hear any more of her nonsense. Sometime later, Valir tells Adriana that he believes the girl's father will use methods that could hurt her. The girl worries and asks if she would be tortured, while our hero responds that she could be. Adriana is visibly concerned, questioning why they would do this. She starts to panic, asking where they could be taking Olivia. Valier thinks that Olivia never had a significant role in his story. In other words, she didn't even appear during the gate incident. This means that if the captain can't change Olivia's mind, the girl could end up ruined or dead. And just as he thinks about this, he receives a mission to rescue the girl, receiving a random trait from her as a reward. A reflection. If he saves a person who shouldn't exist and she wields some power, then this will become a turning point. The fact is that the story has already changed because Charlotte survived, making things even more unpredictable. Olivia can influence the story quite a bit, and in other words, if things continue like this, she could suffer or end up dying. Adriana cries, saying this is ridiculous and shouldn't happen. Our hero just watches her in silence. He thinks he doesn't know the girl well, but he doesn't want her to die or be ruined. If he could, he would like to save her. The reward is secondary. Our MC really wants to save her. He gets irritated that such a kind person is going through such a situation. Rescuing Olivia from the Templar barracks is impossible for them, and none of them have any reason to enter that place. Bertus or Charlotte could be good choices, but neither has a motive to save the girl. Even if they did something, it would be like the Imperial family getting involved with the Templars, which could create a diplomatic problem. Adriana questions if it would make a difference if a bunch of people found out about this. Valier says that the moment the Templars acknowledge their mistakes, it would be a point of no return, and they would do anything to stop the accusations and rumors. Their religious group already has many followers. Even if the rumors spread, nothing guarantees that Olivia would be safe. Our MC thinks it would be best if they mobilized a great power, and he wonders what that power could be. Suddenly, he realizes they know of a great power. The boy then asks Adriana to listen to him and not laugh. The girl is curious about what he has thought of. He then questions what she thinks about them talking to the teachers about this. The girl is incredulous and asks, "The teachers?" Our hero awkwardly confirms, but what he is really thinking is about creating the power of the temple itself. He suggests they can use the authority of the temple itself. Since it is an institution affiliated with the Empire, it obviously holds strong authority over the students. He assures her that they won't let this slide, and his friend responds that they will only know if they try. Valier continues and says they can involve the student council. The girl again looks a bit confused. Because if Ceres gathers students from prominent families wanting this, they might not have a way to ignore it. Adriana says that if something goes wrong, it could be dangerous. They could be sent to the Inquisition for slandering the church. Our hero suggests they act discreetly. Adriana questions how. Then Valier gives the example of an anonymous letter. His friend isn't very impressed, and he explains that he will write detailing everything. The girl questions if they would believe a letter whose author they don't even know, but our MC says they will, and that the boy will send it to the club, and they pretend to believe what he says, suggesting they say something like, "Let's at least check this out." Thus, they returned to the temple and immediately began writing that letter. Adriana was responsible for placing it inside the club room. After that, time flew by, and it was already the weekend. Looking at the terminal, he sees a review. Olivia escapes safely from the Templar Knights. It states that summarized reviews will not be discarded. Valier hoped this wouldn't work, and wonders what happens if he makes a slightly more specific suggestion. The terminal says he is doing too much and needs 10,000 achievement points for that. It even suggests that the boy could start writing a novel like this, making our hero somewhat irritated by it. He decides to try a different approach. Preview is a function the boy has never used. It seems to only be available at certain times, and at this moment he can use it. He notes that this is almost cheating, and even though he can't use it all the time, at least he can use it now. If he notices something wrong, he might be able to correct a few things and not make the same mistake. The terminal shows that he will see future events and will be able to understand the flow of actions, but he might also end up paying dearly for it. He thinks the terminal is being a bit cheeky, suggesting that the boy shouldn't even try to get the full version because it's too expensive. The terminal shows separate future events, each with its own hint, then offers a discount since it's his first time using it. He thinks this is a drag, realizes there are even different prices, and of course the more he pays, the better the vision he will receive, so he decides to start with the 100-point package. He has a vision of Olivia all bruised in a place that looks like a prison. He notices she is covered in blood but doesn't seem hurt. When he sees some things on the floor, he gets furious, calling them bastards. He thinks the knights have locked her in a dungeon and are torturing her repeatedly and then healing her afterward. He realizes that Olivia would disappear without leaving a trace, and if they continue down this path, they will surely fail, so now he uses the 200-point option. A girl says she spoke with Olivia, but since the captain was present, she couldn't say anything. besides that the atmosphere was quite heavy. And the man only said he respected his daughter's wish to leave the temple. Then he went to the teachers, but they needed to go through a meeting first, and then they could say if they would do anything. Valir realizes that the students have failed, and wonders if it was the same for the teachers. He decides this is not the time to save points. He needs to get all the hints he can. During the teachers' meeting, one of them questions if it isn't obvious that something is wrong since Olivia refused their visit. She adds that she heard Olivia was very unwell and there would be no reason to reject them if nothing strange was happening. The other person says that the temple's decision has already been made and there is nothing more that can be done. Now this is under the jurisdiction of the investigation agency, and it is unclear if the captain can be investigated since there is no evidence. The teacher cries, saying it was just for one day, that she should have paid more attention to the girl. But unfortunately, Olivia is no longer a student of the temple, and now there is nothing more they can do. Our hero realizes that the pieces of the puzzle are coming together. Since the girl had already left the temple, they had no reason to get involved in this situation. He knows he can't waste these 800 points, and he has clearly discovered the problem. Ceres manages to access Olivia, but is afraid to say anything because of the captain. Perhaps some magic has left the girl unable to speak. After that, she asked for help from the temple, but since there is no evidence, there is no reason to investigate the Templar Knights. And when the temple finally decides to act, Olivia is no longer a student, and the investigation agency does nothing either. In the end, the Templars fail to brainwash Olivia, and if things continue like this, the events will be catastrophic for everyone. Valir curses the situation and wonders how he could change the future. His friend opens the door and finds our hero. She says they should go to the club room together, because it seems that the student council president read that letter. After dinner, the meeting began with all the club members gathered in that room. Ceres directed a rather ambiguous expression at our MC, but she knows he visited Olivia, so she knew he was also worried about the girl, and that's why she let him stay. The girl says that as much as this letter might be a joke, it doesn't seem like one to her. Some saw her being taken away with a bruised face, as if she were being forced to go by the captain. Ceres also says that the letter suggests he would do something very horrible to the girl, like torture. The group is somewhat surprised by this, questioning whether this wouldn't be a terrible joke. The girl considers that it might be an insult to the Templars, but also that they need to ensure the president's safety. She mentions that she will meet her the next day and will tell everyone, but for now, they must keep this quiet. Disheartened, our MC realizes that this is the order of events he saw in his vision of the future. Neither he nor Adriana would have said anything so far in the timeline, but the boy is sure they will fail this way. He knows it will be very difficult after this, and in other words, this is their only chance. With that, Valir begins to speak and says he thinks they should consider one thing. He shares that he heard the president is afraid of the captain, so if she visits her like this, he believes Olivia won't be able to speak normally. He doesn't think she will be very willing to talk in front of her father. Ceres says she can try to talk to the girl alone to get information, but Valir knows the captain won't allow it. So he says it's not right, and he thinks it's better to make some preparations. The vice president questions what he is talking about. He suggests it would be better for the girl to take someone with her, and the girl asks if our hero would like to go along. But he replies no, because there is someone more qualified. There is a student named Ibia from Class B, and this girl has telepathic powers. He adds that he is sure she will be very useful during the meeting. Sometime later, Ceres tries to calm Ibia, who is super nervous about the situation. The girl thinks she might not be able to do it, so the vice president says it's just for precaution and they won't have any problems. She explains that if Ibia feels the answers aren't helping, she can use her power discreetly. Then suddenly something catches her attention. Olivia and her father finally arrive at the location, and the girl looks quite sad. Ceres says it is an honor to meet the captain. She introduces herself and says she is a student president of the royal class. The man says it is a pleasure and introduces himself as the captain of the Templar Knights. He continues speaking and says he heard Ceres is worried because her daughter disappeared from the temple. The girl confirms and says it was very sudden. She is happy for the meeting because she thought something bad had happened. Then the captain says that as far as he knows, students are allowed to leave whenever they want on weekends and asks if that is not correct. Ceres confirms that the man is right, but that it was still very different. That group continues talking, and time goes by. She continues the conversation and thinks the Templars wouldn't allow her to meet the president alone. Ceres asked Ibia that if it seems like the president is being tortured, to try to telepathically find out what happened. So that's what she does, realizing that now is her moment. Finally, she closes her eyes and concentrates. The president gets startled while Ibia explains that she is a telepath and that no one can hear, so she doesn't need to be afraid. She asks if she can't speak freely, and if that is true, to wrap her hair around her fingers. Then at that moment, the president wraps her hair. This makes the young student quite tense, But the girl continues and says that if she needs help right now, to place one of her hands on her shoulder for a while. The next question is if the president is being tortured. Ibiya becomes too tense with the situation. Meanwhile, the captain questions why that student is so nervous, and Ceres replies that it must be because it is her first time meeting the captain of the Templars and she is not used to these things. The man believes her but says that since the misunderstandings have been cleared up, he will end the meeting now. Sometime later, with everyone gathered, it is revealed that the contents of the letter are true. They don't know what tricks were used to keep the president silent, and they know she will be tortured and that she asked for help. Ceres stands up, banging on the table, and declares that this is not a problem the students can solve. She says they must tell everyone. On Sunday night, all the temple members gathered in groups. The teachers were accompanied by armed forces. They began their protests at the headquarters of the Templar Knights. Valier really didn't follow them, but he can say that things are unfolding differently. Bertus says that our hero really does interesting things. Valier replies that he doesn't know what he is talking about, but the other boy says he saw him trying in every way to save the senior. He mentions that the whole temple moved because the boy started this, and it is the first time he sees such a large mobilization. Our MC says he thinks he hasn't done anything. Then Bertus questions what he means by that. He comments that it was he who suggested taking Ibiya as a guarantee, and it seems he was also responsible for writing the letter. Then he asks if our hero did all this on his own. Valier is surprised that the boy knows all this, even if it's all just a guess. It's frightening how accurate he is. Bertus says he shouldn't worry, and that he's quite happy with the situation, but our hero asks if the boy doesn't want to get rid of Olivia. The boy replies that this is irrelevant now, as thanks to Valier the Templar Knights have fled. Smiling, he adds that this doesn't matter now. It seems this is something big, and if it were a different person, it would just be like a father abusing his daughter. The young man explains that His Majesty has no intention of letting this end like this. Now that they have the perfect excuse, they will take the opportunity to crush them into pieces. But there's no way the knights and the religious community will accept this just like that, and this leads to a worst-case scenario, where the Templar Knights will become hostile towards the Empire. Bertus congratulates our hero, saying that he started a war to save a single person. Valier is in shock with this information, wondering if it could really be possible. He thinks that all he did was follow them a bit and provoke them with an anonymous letter. Could what a simple person does really unfold into such a big event? Very troubled by this information, he wonders if he really caused this kind of thing. Bertus then asks if he would like him to stop this war. Valier wants to know if the boy can interrupt this, and the boy simply replies that he was bothered and asks if he wants him to stop telling these things. Our MC immediately responds that yes. Smiling, Bertus says he understands and that they will then take a break. The boy thinks he didn't reveal that the Templar Knight was torturing his own daughter. Speaking honestly, they tried to persuade her without it coming to this. Of course, if she continues to refuse, he knows she will end up being tortured in some interrogation. The temple mobilized its forces, but after Bertus intervened, the imperial family took the initiative. So they decided to reduce the incident to just the captain of the knights and not the entire order. The imperial family requested that the captain be dismissed, so a new one more favorable to the empire was appointed. While the negotiations continued, the temple preferred to keep things more discreet regarding Olivia's rescue. On Sunday, the president returned to the temple. Originally, she wanted to abandon her faith, but in the end, she managed to return safely as a student of the temple. Valier receives a reward in points, and also a skill of strength and mental resistance against magic. Then, on the last night, Olivia came to him. The girl apologizes, as she knows it's already very late, but she asks to talk to the boy for a bit. It seems the girl heard that a good part of her rescue was planned by him. Our MC asks if it wasn't Ibiya who did everything, but smiling, Olivia says she also thanked her. The girl says she thought it would be enough just to abandon everything, and she thought there would be no problem in doing so. With her usual gentle expression, she says she was quite naive about it. Our hero wonders how she became stronger during the days of captivity. Just after a few days, Olivia, who was kind and friendly, somehow exuded a lonely atmosphere. Valier asks what the girl will do now at the temple, but the girl replies that it's dangerous to go out now, as she knows things she shouldn't. Then she asks if they can sit for a bit. Our MC questions if the girl is going to abandon her faith, and the girl confirms this. Then the boy asks if she can continue with her faith without necessarily being part of a group, and Olivia replies that she knows what he is trying to say. She adds asking if she would like to show something to our boy. Then a bright energy appears in her hand. She explains that this is the power of Toan, the god of purity, and she asks how corrupt and impure people can use this kind of power. There are priests and paladins who have betrayed the doctrine and committed horrible crimes. These are the Templar Knights. And yet none of them received a judgment or divine punishment, and their divine power remained strong. Olivia asks how she can still have this power after deciding not to serve the god anymore. She says that divine power is not proportional to faith, and anyone can continue using it even if they do not follow the doctrine. The gods grant power and don't care much about how it is used, and that's why the Templars who should have disappeared still exist. What's the point of all these prayers and hymns if the gods don't care to listen? Olivia says, who knows, maybe they are just those gods. Valier doesn't quite understand and questions, but the girl replies that it's nothing. The girl wants to know why our MC wants to help her, and that she knows it was him and Adriana who wrote the letter. And then she asks if he did it because Adriana asked. Our MC becomes quite shy and feels as if his heart is about to explode. The boy finds her so stunning and beautiful that his brain isn't functioning properly. So before the boy could respond, she asks if it's because he fell in love with her the moment he saw her. Valier becomes embarrassed and asks what she's talking about, but Olivia bursts out laughing, saying she was just joking. The girl whispers to him that she mentioned she no longer serves Tawan, so she doesn't need to stay single. She continues and says that he is still young, but when he gets older, maybe around the 4th year. Valier turns even redder, asking what's wrong with her. Olivia thinks it's better to be honest about these matters, so the girl wants to know if she isn't pretty. While observing our hero, he thinks he has to admit that she might be the most beautiful girl in school. It would be quite strange if a person like this girl said she thinks she's just okay. Valier wonders if she is corrupted, as she shouldn't be behaving like this, and if that wouldn't be a disaster in itself. Then Olivia interrupts the silence, saying, Valier, and thanks him with a kiss. Our boy is left speechless by this. Then she pulls away, leaving a mark on his cheek. Olivia suggests they can do more when he's older, and our hero just touches his face, so red it looks like it's going to catch fire. The boy remained frozen in that position for some time. The girl who was a saint and served the gods somehow became a fox, flirting with a first-year boy. Adriana seems a bit tense and calls for Valier. The boy says it seems the girl wants to live her life freely now. She says that although it's embarrassing, she wants to know if he liked this situation. After all, that saint from the district of Eridion kissed him, so she thinks he should like it. The boy says he knows she was just teasing him last night, but he doesn't quite know how to handle it, while Adriana says that, in any case, it's good. Suddenly, the girl remembers something. She tells that Olivia said she wants to eat with them, and this scares our boy. He asks his friend if they could not go, but Adriana replies no. Olivia appears in a completely different outfit, questioning if they made her wait. The girl says they arrived a little while ago. Then the former saint takes both their hands and says to go eat. Our MC stutters a bit, asking why they need to hold hands. Olivia wants to know if he doesn't like it, but Valier, still stuttering, replies that it's not like he doesn't like it. The boy can feel the envious looks that are on him now. Finally, the girl says that if it's not a problem, they can keep going like this. Valier thinks the girl is definitely doing this on purpose. Already in a restaurant, Adriana comments that she doesn't want to join the Templar Knights. Olivia apologizes for causing this kind of confusion for her, but the other girl replies that she has been through much worse. Then she asks our MC because she heard he has a superpower, catching our hero off guard, but he confirms. Valier explains that it's a self-suggestion, and the curious girl questions if it's like self-hypnosis. He explains that he can give suggestions to himself and strengthen his body according to something. Our MC tells that if he believes he can run fast, he runs, but feels embarrassed for seeming like he's cheating at something. Adriana says that our MC's ability helped in her case, and the girl is surprised. Then she explains that they were able to notice her situation thanks to him using that on the train. Olivia ponders this. Then she thanks our MC again, who replies that it's all good. Crossing her arms, the girl says it seems she has no other choice. While sipping from her mug, our hero asks her what she's talking about, but the girl just smiles. With a look, Gentile tells him that he will have to marry her when he graduates from the temple. At that moment, the duo of friends spits out what they were drinking in all directions. Valier feels embarrassed, and Olivia says she owes him a lot, and that regardless of faith or doctrine, she needs to give back. Our MC thinks she is so beautiful that he can't even look at her properly. Then, taking our hero's hand, she explains that he saved her life, so she needs to repay him with something of equal value. The boy feels very embarrassed, asking what the hell is going on with her, and that he will forget people like him when he graduates from the temple. Olivia says she intends to attend graduate school at the temple, so she will be there until the boy graduates. In the original story, she would join the Knights Templar, but now she decided to stay at the temple until he finishes his degree. Olivia asks if there is someone he likes and seems to give some examples. Then she suggests that he might like Adriana, but the girl stammers, saying she is still serving God. But as if it were nothing, the girl says she can just leave her faith. Adriana is horrified, saying she won't do that. And in this way, our hero and Adriana became objects of attraction for the former president. Finally, the girl says goodbye, saying she had a lot of fun and will meet them in the club room, leaving the two embarrassed behind. That boy confesses he felt like a toy while his friend explains that she has never seen the girl act this way before. He questions how Adriana managed to endure it for so long. Then he quickly thinks of his friend Harriet and her completely different way of acting from them. The conflict between the Imperial family and the Templars continues to be resolved, but Olivia is safe for now. Valier hasn't won any favor, but he gained the trust of the members for saving the girl. Even though he wasn't an official member, the group greeted him whenever they saw him, especially Olivia, who found it quite amusing. Whenever they met, she acted very intimately. She did things like running and hugging, or even stroking his hair. Kissing his cheek was something common for her, and he felt like he was treated like a toy or a pet. It wasn't as if she did this only in private places, and others noticed this behavior. Some gossip started, and people's jealousy spread. Valier would like to say something but couldn't, as some things were technically true. Suddenly, someone approaches calling for our MC. Responding, the boy starts to stammer a bit. Finally, the boy asks what his secret is, leaving our hero a bit confused. Valier wonders if the gossip was responsible for this question. Our boy repeats the boy's question. Then the boy explains that it's because he is very close to the girls. Again, he crosses his arms, closes his eyes, and says, "The secret to being close to girls." And he finishes by saying he has no idea, leaving that boy a bit disappointed. In Harriet's case, he only teased her at first. As for Ellen, she only got close when they went to eat together. They were in the same class, and there weren't many people snacking between meals. In Charlotte's case, she threatened him first. However, things became more and more complicated, and he became a sort of messenger. The impression Adriana had of him initially was terrible. He must have seemed a bit reckless, and the girl tried to stop him. But Olivia's case is something special. He really didn't want things to end this way. The truth is, he didn't want to approach them like this. Desperate, the boy says anything would help, begging for help. Then our hero asks who the person is that he wants to get close to, surprising him. The boy tries to disguise that he isn't interested in anyone specific, thinking our hero is a bastard who gets along with everyone. Valier thinks he wasn't a womanizer and ended up single until death, concluding that the boy is focusing on the wrong person. Thinking about it, our hero sees the girls as children, so he didn't feel nervous. He realizes he can't do anything in front of the only person who seems more adult. Frightened, he wonders in what world adult women and high school boys are the same. Then he suggests to the boy to treat them more comfortably, which surprises him. He tells him not to seem like a weirdo when approaching the girls and just to clear his mind and talk to them. He explains that he shouldn't act like an idiot and just invite them to eat, for example. He should do it as if it were no big deal. The boy is quite happy with the tip and thanks our hero, saying he will try, leaving our MC behind, thinking that maybe he said something he shouldn't have. Sometime later, someone calls for Liana. The boy asks if she would like to eat after class because there is a great place on the main street. Valier observes, wondering if it doesn't seem like he is openly flirting with her. The girl responds by asking why she should go. Then she explains that they will have physical education afterwards and she will be too tired to move after that. Thus, the boy said it was true, and that he hadn't thought of that, but they can just eat together later. Finally, he turns around and sits at his desk like a statue. Our MC feels even more embarrassed than the boy. After a while, the boy tries hard and achieves the feat of being rejected by all the girls in the class. The boy wonders if this is really the best method, while our hero thinks he might get depressed if this continues. Suddenly he asks Valier if he could demonstrate how to do it, making him a bit uncomfortable. The boy pleads, asking him to just show him. He thinks of the other boys who might think this kid has become a traitor, especially since our MC doesn't have that skill. While pleading, Valier says he first needs to let him go and hits him squarely. Irritated, he says he will show him because they are not different from each other. He thinks that if he gets rejected in front of him, he might find a bit of peace. Then our MC approaches the girl who says she is really very tired after physical education class. However, Valier invites her to eat something after class. Our hero didn't do anything different, and the girl doesn't seem very willing, so she will surely reject him. Finally, she responds that she isn't really hungry, but they can get something cold. Not understanding anything, our MC thinks that wasn't the answer he expected and wonders why she is treating him differently. Quite tense, the boy asks how he did, and Valier stutters a bit. He tells that the girl really wasn't hungry, but agreed to eat something cold with him. Desperate, the boy says that this is strange, and questions what the difference was when suddenly someone asks if they are still talking about this. Bertus says he has been watching them for a while, and that this will never end, as even Valier doesn't know why this is happening. Then, without any expression, he tells the two to follow him. He asks Lint if he is curious and questions if he would like to know why the boy gets along with the girls. He asks if he thinks the boy has some special technique or method, and Lint awkwardly says yes. Our hero wonders if Bertus knows something he doesn't, if the boy knows the secret to being so attractive to girls. Coldly, the boy says he will explain the difference between the two, but he shouldn't feel hurt and should just listen. Without any preamble, he says that Valir is handsome, and he ends the topic there, leaving everyone speechless. He explains that he doesn't mean Lint is ugly, just saying that Valir is more handsome than him. Our MC didn't even think about that when choosing his appearance. Looking quite defeated, the boy calls out to our hero. With a crazy look, he says he will be the enemy of all men from now on. While running away crying, he says he didn't expect the girls to still feel attracted since he has a bad personality, and the secret is his pretty face. He runs away saying he can't accept someone like him, and the next day, the hostility from the three brothers became stronger. The boy comments that no matter how much he looks, it still seems suspicious. He asks how that boy dares to be so close to Olivia, and that boy is definitely right about that. He adds that everyone has a secret and that if they discover something, they should spread it. Moreover, they say they will show him the power of news. Sometime later, someone asks if that boy can give a brief interview. Then they ask Bertus what he thinks of the student Valir, and the boy replies that he really works hard. Later, while interviewing Lint, we can see that the boy still hasn't swallowed that story and is angry at our hero for being handsome. Ellen, in the most disconnected way possible, says she doesn't even know if the boy is handsome. Then the interviewer insists, questioning what kind of boy she thinks he is, but she replies that she doesn't know. Harriet seems a bit irritated with our MC, saying he is a pretty bad guy and is always annoying her. The interviewer asks what exactly bothers her, and the girl turns a bit red. Then she changes her attitude, asking why the interviewer is asking this. The boy says he will make a separate segment for that boy, and Harriet wants to know if he will include everything she says. Then he asks again if Valir is a bad guy, and the girl ponders. A bit awkwardly, she replies that it's not quite like that, and that she received a lot of help from that boy. So finally the question to her is whether she thinks that boy is handsome, and this catches the girl by surprise. Harriet turns quite red and says that the guy is not handsome. The next one to be interviewed is Liana, who responds that she believes the guy is indeed handsome, plus he has had a huge influence on the group mission. She says his personality is strange, but there's no way to dislike someone who works so hard, although in the end, she's not that close to him. Another guy says he is brave, but Ludwig starts to speak ill of our hero, asking if it would be published in some way. That other student says he thought he was a bully. The girl feels jealous because he is good at everything she is not, while that other younger student responds that he is smart and uses his skills well. Sometime later, the siblings are gathered and say they cannot tell if his reputation is good or bad. He explains that even the princess spoke well of the boy, in addition to all the help the boy has already given to others. It seems that the only thing everyone agrees on is that he has a bit of a bad temper. Irritated, he determines that that bastard is a villain and that other people are just afraid of him. He explains that he is not a common bully, but the other brother says it seems there are more people who like him than dislike him. But in reality, that doesn't matter because they are journalists. And even if the boy is not that kind of person, what everyone will remember are their statements. He explains that the pen is mightier than the sword. Sometime later, our hero questions about the newspaper. Ellen tells that they were interviewing her about her personality, but she doesn't know why. Valir thinks those seniors are planning something bad about his personality and the newspaper. Finally, he asks what the girl said, but she replies that she cannot answer. Valir is surprised that Ellen didn't respond even though they have so much contact with each other. Finally, the girl wants to know what kind of person he is, catching him by surprise. Then the girl approaches and repeats the question because she wants to know what his personality is like. Our MC gets a bit tense and confesses that now that he thinks about it, he doesn't know how to answer. He looks at his image in the mirror, thinking that he doesn't know how to describe himself. He believes that his friend thinks the same way and that he hasn't reached a conclusion. Valir says to continue while thinking that if he gets involved with those guys, it could become a bit annoying, and so some time has passed. Now it's already the first weekend of June. The newspaper talks about a student named Valir who has been much discussed by the royal class. It explains that he is a beggar and no one knows where he comes from. But he joined the royal class for having many skills. Plus, many are afraid of him. There was an anonymous informant who even referred to our hero as a bandit. But he thinks that in a way, many of his actions could be considered that way. He clearly realizes that the group wants to ruin his life, and the final conclusion is that he is a bad guy. Since there are many girls in his favor, they can only conclude that he is a playboy who charms the girls. Valier believes they don't know how close he is to Olivia because if they did, they wouldn't make such a comment. Irritated, he shouts that if they look at him this way, it will be as if what is written there is true. Our hero gets quite irritated with the situation, which only confirms his aggressive temperament. Someone approaches, saying that's why he is being criticized and calls him an idiot. Harriet seems quite satisfied and says she knew this could happen someday. Our MC asks if it was her who said the boy was bad, but the girl gets worked up, responding that she wasn't the one who did that. Harriet completely changes her expression, while our hero replies that it definitely wasn't the girl. She screams, calling him an idiot and saying she didn't do that. While stammering, she says she tried to help him. She adds that our hero knows nothing. Then the girl storms off, stomping her feet. Our MC thinks he really needs to apologize to her. Irritated, Harriet says that the guy is really very bad, while our hero sincerely apologizes. Finally, he asks what the girl said, making her turn super red. Harriet explains that she doesn't know, and then says she didn't say anything, so Valir realizes that she definitely praised him. But changing the subject, the girl asks what the boy is going to do now. Harriet wants to know if he isn't going to create a problem like he always does to solve it, and that our MC now has an idea of what they expect from him. Talking to himself, he thinks that if this happens, everyone will really think he is a criminal. He finally responds to his friend, saying that part of these stories is indeed true. Protecting himself, Harriet questions whether he really only thinks about doing strange things with girls, but Valir shouts embarrassed, explaining that it's not that part. The girl believes him, as he has quite a few female friends, and only Bertus talks to him among the boys. Our hero tries to explain that it was never his intention for this to happen. Irritated, he thinks that all of this is happening because of a newspaper, and that he doesn't want to genuinely worry about these small things. Thinking it over, he doesn't know how to resolve this situation that is already unfolding. He believes that Prince Valir of the demonic kingdom is capable of handling a situation like this with patience. Then he starts laughing, saying he will take care of them, while concluding that he, the criminal, cannot endure this. Kicking the door completely out of control, he says they need to talk. He shouts, wanting to know who wrote that damn article about him. Our MC observes that the brothers are together with a girl. Charlotte asks if he really came here in person. Our hero questions why the girl is there. She explains that she knew he would create a fight and came over to prevent it. But she is also there because she realized that the article says things quite different from what she said in the interview. Charlotte recounts that she definitely said something along the lines of the guy being a good person. Then she wants to know how it ended up this way. Embarrassed, the boys said that after gathering the interviews, they saw that many are afraid of Valir and tried to focus on what wasn't said. Charlotte asks if they wrote an article speculating about these things, but the boy replies that most of those things are true. Smiling, the girl inquires if they ignored that she said the boy was a good person. Quite tense, the boy apologizes, while our hero realizes that this girl is scarier than Bertus sometimes. Then she tries to defend him, saying that he really caused a lot of problems at first. It seems our MC doesn't need that kind of defense. She continues, saying that after that the boy stopped and now only maintains healthy friendships. Valir wonders if this is the carrot after the stick, while still irritated, saying she wants to see the previous articles too. The group remains tense as Charlotte evaluates the texts. Finally, she says that as far as she knows, that newspaper only circulates in the royal class and wants to know how so many people read it. The boy says they read the other newspaper more, then she seems satisfied because most of the things there are nonsense. She comments that if they believed those statements, it could create quite a problem. She gets scared seeing many articles with mere speculations and absurd things. She realizes that these people will create a lot of trouble. Irritated, she bangs on the table, saying it's a relief that no one reads this, and asks the group if those articles are acceptable. She adds that this is an insult to the royal family and the Templar Knights, and they should thank God that no one puts faith in their articles. Valir thinks that the articles may be speculative, but came quite close to the reality they want to hide. And that's why Charlotte is so irritated because other people could read this, making the lives of these boys at risk. She continues reading, saying that everything is based on rumors and imagination. Out of nowhere, our MC is caught off guard by several terminals opening and offering many new quests for him while the girl reads the articles. Charlotte questions what that is about having demon god spies in the temple. She explains that the temple has its own barrier to repel them, so she wants to know how they could cross. She grabs a few more papers questioning them, and at that moment, our hero approaches, telling her to take a break. A while later, she tells our MC that she doesn't believe there is a teacher in charge in the group, and that's why the articles went through like that. She says that our hero is the victim here and asks if he is okay. Valir tells her that no one saw that, and besides, the girl has already warned the boys. He explains that if he leaves the idiots together, it will be easier to control them, but if he separates them, it will be harder to contain them. Charlotte agrees and questions if she shouldn't have stepped up. Valir replies that he is truly grateful for what she did. Otherwise, things could have ended badly, and the girl thinks it won't be too late to decide after seeing the next edition. Charlotte says that some rumors are worth investigating, and comments on the Church of the Demon God and the revolutionary forces. She explains that after the incident, There were rumors about the church of the demon god around, and it wouldn't be a surprise if there are some worshippers out there. And about the revolutionary forces, she explains that when people's minds expand, they tend to have thoughts, and the temple is a place that fosters that. Valier wonders if it would be stranger for these revolutionary forces not to be in the temple. Charlotte doesn't understand what he's saying. Then she wants to know if he would like to investigate this with her. He becomes tense as the girl explains that she heard he likes the Empire a lot, and adds that these two forces are enemies of the Empire. The young man thinks he mentioned to Bertus that he liked the Empire, but never imagined he would become a loyal subject of theirs. He is the Demon Prince, an enemy of humanity, and wonders if he shouldn't help these forces cause chaos for the Empire. It seems that our hero's mind is a mess, and his friend questions why he is making that face. Then she says that thinking about this, she would like to ask him a favor. Sometime later, our hero is arriving at a shop, and a girl opens the door, happy to see His Majesty there. She happily welcomes him and wants to know how he is doing. She mentions that she noticed everyone who was eavesdropping has already left, so he can relax a bit whenever he is there. Our hero asks about Aerie, and the girl seems to have already known he would ask. She explains that things haven't been smooth, but she took control of the Adena Islands, which surprises our hero. Ilaris tells that she recruited important agitators and captains, and they are trying to manage various businesses. So in the end, it seems that everything is going well. Our hero realizes that their scale is growing more and more. He notices that even without magical power, it is very easy for succubi to seduce others, even if they were blind. So our MC tells her to be careful because things can go south suddenly. Finally, he pulls out a letter, surprising the girl. He explains that the letter Charlotte wrote to that boy is there for him to write the response. In the letter, he mentions that he asked Valier to deliver it, and since he believes he is a knight, he won't open and read the letter. He talks about the group missions at the temple where everyone completes together, and that it would have been great if he had participated too. She says it was a difficult mission and that she thought she would do well given what she has been through. But that wasn't the case. Charlotte wouldn't want to rely on her power but ended up having to use it, asks him to take care, and says she doesn't know when she will see his face again. Our hero reads that letter looking a bit melancholic. He thinks he should write a response. He believes he wouldn't be able to keep this excuse for long. He thinks it's not just her and knows that everything will crumble when the truth comes out, causing all the relationships he had at the temple to end. Then the young man starts writing the letter. The young man puts his hands on his face, looking a bit desperate. At that moment, the girl approaches, hugging him to give him some comfort. Valier thinks the situation is not good for either him or Charlotte. Curiously, our MC asks if she knows anything about the Church of the Demon God, and the girl didn't expect this curiosity. The young man explains that there are rumors that this church is returning. The girl smiles a bit awkwardly, and finally responds to His Highness that this demon god business doesn't exist, leaving the young man completely surprised. She explains that the demon god is like the god that humans believe in. However, humans do not want to admit that demons believe in the same 5 religions as they do. She tells that they started by changing the names of their deities and then teaching that demons believe in gods opposed to theirs. Over time, the truth became more and more distorted, until this distorted truth became the absolute truth for humans. The realization hits our MC, who understands that demons and humans worship the same gods. Valier is surprised to learn that worshippers of the demon gods can also use divine powers even if the nature is different. He realizes that this is why Olivia fell into despair because no matter how the power was used, the gods don't care. Our hero questions if it's not irresponsible to give power this way, but the girl replies that it has been this way from the beginning. Valier has an existential crisis thinking that the gods do not care about humanity and that everyone worships the same gods. In the end, it was he himself who created the gods this way and is the cause of all this. A little later, he returned and handed the letter to Charlotte. The girl thanked him several times and went back to the dormitory to read, carrying it as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. She felt as if there were a thorn in her heart, but was insensitive to it until that moment. Finally, June arrived, and the day when he and Charlotte decided to investigate the rumors was here. But the girl said she thought she couldn't do that on that day. It seems that the swimming class was a bit too much. The girl suggests going the next day, but thinks it might be even worse, so our boy tells her to go rest. Charlotte walks away, being helped while saying she can't feel her legs. Our hero just watches the girl leave under that rain. He considers not training today precisely because it is raining heavily, but at that moment, he notices Ellen passing by him heading to the training room. He realizes that the girl is going to train hard even today, so he couldn't skip it. Sometime later, already training, he seems to be getting the better of the girl. The boy says that the girl isn't doing well today because she let several of her attacks pass. Then she looks back and says, "It's just that." But she interrupts herself, looking at the rain through the window. Valier asks if the girl feels down when it rains, but she doesn't even respond, saying that she actually likes rainy days. So our hero is a bit unsure about the reason. He questions if she would like to take a little break. To his surprise, the girl agrees. While having tea, he comments that he didn't know she liked the rain, but she just continues in silence, observing. When suddenly she asks if our hero also likes the rain, which catches him off guard, and he replies that he doesn't think so. Ellen asks if he is close to Charlotte. Our MC is surprised by such a question but answers that he believes so. The girl falls silent again, just observing. Finally, she asks if they are really close and if there is something between them. But Valier tells her that it really isn't anything special. Ellen seems a bit tense with the conversation. Finally, she smiles and says that the boy is like her brother, and she continues telling that it was on a rainy day like this. Her brother had just returned from a long trip and was already saying goodbye to her to go on another. But he said he would be away for a while, and when he returned, he would meet her again. But why would he have given the sword to Ellen if he believed he would return soon? She recounts that her brother knew everything about her, but the girl knew nothing about him. She didn't know what he thought or what he intended to do. She knew he cared about her, and that was important, but in any case, the boy never told her anything significant. Ellen feels the same way about our MC because she knows nothing about the boy. Valier remembers that the girl couldn't say what he is like, and this isn't because she is disconnected but rather because she is too close to him. He thinks that the girl is quite close, but close enough to feel that she doesn't know how the boy truly is. It's not as if she doesn't think about him, but in fact, she thinks more than all the other people, and she spoke about it because she wants to know more. Ellen wasn't distracted because of the rain, but rather because of him, so she tells the girl that she never asked about it. She questions if the boy will answer if she asks the questions. Then she asks why he looks at Charlotte the way her brother looked at her, why he trains as if someone were chasing him, among other things. Finally, she asks if he will answer. Our hero thinks he is the successor of an organization of beggars, but even that is a lie. He is not truly a member of this gang but the son of the Demon King, attending the temple to prepare for the gates to open. But that is also a lie. He created the world and is there as punishment. Our MC is burdened by all the tragedy that has happened and will happen. And this is the greatest truth. He lowers his head nervously while the girl demands an answer, thinking she knows what Ellen wants to ask. His relationship with Charlotte wasn't built solely on good things. Sometimes he felt guilty and looked at her differently. The girl never noticed, but Ellen did. The question was why he looked at Charlotte that way when he was close, as if he were lying to the girl. Ellen had said that our MC was like her brother, who didn't tell her the most important things, and he thinks it can be like it was with his brother, disappearing suddenly. He explains that he doesn't want to go through something like that again. Our hero realizes that no matter what he says, it will always be a lie. Then the girl interrupts his thoughts, saying that she actually doesn't like rainy days. She smiles at him kindly. She mentions that she also doesn't like people like him as she gets up from the table. And after the girl says that, our hero can't find her in the training room again. He thinks he can sense that boy feeling sorry for him as if he knows what's going on. And suddenly the boy says that if he did something wrong, he should apologize, catching our hero completely by surprise. Surprised, Valier wonders if this is what they call a soulmate. Then suddenly the guy puts his hand on his shoulder, honestly telling him to do his best. This was the first conversation he had with Cliffman. In fact, he hadn't spoken to that boy since his admission in June. Finally, our MC goes after his friend. He asks if he can talk to her for a second, but the girl just ignores him and walks away. Harriet wonders if they had a fight. The girl says they were very close, but now they don't even talk anymore, and that seems like a fight. Harriet suggests that the girl got tired of hanging out with someone strange like him, and our MC wonders why the girl seems happy about it. She explains that he seems pathetic, but at least she can listen to him. Valier thinks the girl seems motivated to help him after seeing him in trouble. In the end, what the girl really wants is to help. Our MC says it's fine, and that it's not that. Then Harriet responds that she wants to do her best to help. Our hero thanks her for caring, but the girl turns red and responds excitedly that she doesn't care about him. She comments that it's been raining a lot these days, and if it keeps up like this, the river might overflow. Harriet planned to go to the river this weekend, but the flooding ruined her plans. Valier worries about his gang that used to stay under the Bronze Gate Bridge. The boy suddenly runs off saying he needs to go. Sometime later, our MC is in the rain with his umbrella. He notices that it is completely flooded, even in the area where his gang lived, and he worries about that. Then he asks a soldier about the homeless people who lived there. The soldier says they must have left because they wouldn't stay there with everything flooding, so Valier asks if he has any idea where they went. He assumes they went to the market since there's no other place they could find shelter. Going to the location, he thinks it's a place where security is poor and not recommended to go. He continues walking around and realizes there's nothing, just trash. It certainly seems like a good place to hide from the rain, and also that no one would notice if someone died there. Suddenly someone says this isn't a place you can just walk into and leave. He suggests that he should leave before he sees something bad because this isn't a place for kids. Luckily that guy is quite polite for a gangster, and our MC doesn't intend to stay there for long. He realizes he needs to leave soon, so he thanks the man. But that guy catches his attention again. He asks if that's not the temple's symbol printed on his umbrella, then Valir confirms it. The guy suggests that since he studies at the temple, he must have plenty of money, telling him to let him take a quick look at his wallet. He tells our hero not to worry if he just gives him his money. While saying he would send him somewhere, our MC reacts by hitting that gangster. The guy seems to have really gotten hurt, while Valir questions who he thinks he is to tell him what to do. He adds that he does what he wants and wants to know what he was talking about before. He asks if that hit made him understand what's going on, but the man on the ground tells him to finish him off. This catches our hero by surprise, but at that moment, another guy is already behind him preparing to attack. Valir realizes this too late and only has time to look and curse, while he realizes that the man wasn't alone. Someone says he is brave for acting this way and has a good punch, but this is the result of his actions. Our MC thinks the man is right because he was reckless. He hit the guy to avoid being robbed, but didn't consider that he wasn't alone. The problem is that they took his belongings. They didn't take the invisibility ring, but took the Tuesday flame. If he tries to recover it in any way, it will become even more suspicious. One of the gangsters looks at the card reading that he is from the first year of the royal class of the temple and seeing his name. He wonders if he is the boy that the beggar gang sent to the temple. Our MC is surprised that the man knows this. The gangster asks if he is surprised that the guy knows. Holding him by the hair, he says that there's no way a gang of thieves wouldn't know what the beggars do. The two gangs have a symbolic agreement, as without the help of the thief gang, they couldn't survive. The relationship is actually quite hierarchical, and Loyar did everything he could to stay in line. They managed to become self-sufficient to a certain point, so they intended to leave the agreement behind. In other words, there will be a conflict soon between the two gangs, and this is the worst time for something like that to happen. The guy says that as long as Loyar's dog is out of the picture, the gang will disappear and mentions that it has recently become a bit out of control. He explains that he will be the bait to lure that wild dog. Back at the temple, the rain continues. Effenhauser says he heard that number 11 didn't return from the weekend and is missing. He questions if something might have happened to him. He wants to know if anyone knows anything, leaving Ellen quite worried. As she walked, she thought she had made another mistake. She remembered pushing someone, telling them not to lie. Her brother tried to argue, but the girl said he didn't love her because he didn't say so. The boy questions what she was saying and replies that he loves her very much. Then Ellen asks why he is leaving her there and going far away again, asking him to tell her what he is doing. The girl wants to know how many years it will be this time since he never says anything, and also what the point is of wielding that stupid sword. Her brother apologizes, but the girl is agitated, saying that this is more important than her and her family. She says that the things he can't tell are more important than his family, adding that her brother doesn't love them. Then crying, she screams that she hates him, but an older man suddenly slaps her. This leaves her completely surprised. That man tells her brother to go while the boy apologizes. She cries, repeating that she hates him. Without stopping crying, she screams that she hates him very much. She didn't believe his empty promise that he would return, but she still waited for him to come back even if that didn't happen. As always, she believed he would just show up at her door after a few years. Sometime later, she was at a grave, and before her brother's tomb, she finally realized that the boy was prepared to sacrifice himself and went to say goodbye to his family. All the girl did was curse him. The last time Ellen spoke to her brother was to say how much she hated him. She decided to never hurt anyone again, thus deciding to lock her heart, and with that, she made another mistake. Valir is missing and may even be dead. She thinks of the last memory the boy would have of her. It is precisely when she gets up from the table saying that she hates him. She thought she could be fine even without him, but felt as if she needed to push him away before he became too precious. And that's what the girl did, realizing later that it wasn't okay to be without the boy. She wonders if this is her punishment for saying such things. She was careful and swore to herself not to make the same mistake again. As she walks in the rain, she wonders if this would be karma and finds Harriet crying on a bench. Ellen approaches her friend and covers her with the umbrella. Harriet can barely contain her tears, falling into tears again. In the most direct way possible, she says they should go. Harriet seems not to understand what she means, and determined, she says they must find him. Sometime later, they arrive at the location. Harriet explains that it's the place he mentioned. Ellen says there's no way anyone is under the bridge. She confirms with the girl the fact that he ran away quickly after hearing about the river flooding. She believes he might have been mistaken about people living there and is looking for them, so they need to find where those people are first, but Harriet suggests they might not know where their friend is. Ellen says that if they don't know where he is, she can at least tell the group that the boy is missing, then asks where they should go. The girl suggests asking the guard, so they approach the man. Sometime later, they are walking through those alleys. Harriet explains, and her brother told her that that place is dangerous and has many criminals. Normally, they don't hurt a student, but there are organizations that don't care about that, and she warned to stay away, especially from that alley. Ellen says she has an idea of what might have happened. She explains that the boy must have gone there to look for something, and that he was confronted in some way. Harriet says that thinking about this and Valier's temperament, something strange probably happened in that confrontation. The other girl says they should go to the alley for information. Realizing that her friend is scared, she mentions that it is patrolled by soldiers at night. So the girls continue on their way, questioning some homeless people. She thinks that both the temple and the guards know that their friend has disappeared, and Harriet then asks why no one has found him. Ellen thinks that many must have asked about Valier, and they also didn't get much information. If the boy were dead, they would have already found his body, so this means he is still missing. Harriet comments that there is something strange about this, and her friend questions what it could be. The guards didn't just ask the homeless, but also ordinary citizens. And all of them seem to have no idea where our MC is. If the homeless at the Bronze Gate were around, it would be impossible not to know about Valier, and Ellen concludes that the group wasn't even there. Harriet says they should find someone who knows something about their friend, and Ellen agrees with that. They then agree to go back to the beginning and look for the homeless at the Bronze Bridge. The guards are surprised that the homeless haven't gone to the market, as they wouldn't have any other place to go. Another guard says they don't stay at the market anymore, but at the Mana train, as they can sell things on rainy days too. He mentions that he heard their income is quite good. Sometime later, already at the train, the girls ask for permission from apparently one of the staff members. The boy asks if they are interested in this top and says it is really cheap. When they ask if he knows Valier, the boy seems startled. Ellen explains that this boy has disappeared and that's why they are looking for someone who might have an idea of where he could be. The guy says it's the first time he's heard something like this and will tell the big sister soon. Then he asks who the girls are, and they explain that they are classmates of Valier. The boy says the place is dangerous and they should leave, committing to inform them about everything, but the girls don't intend to do that. Ellen insists that they will go together. Then the guy tells her not to regret it later. He explains that they are just starting to settle properly. He thinks the rain was a good opportunity to move their base there, and they are gradually relocating. The boy says he brought her there because the girl said she would follow him, but he really should be careful with what he says, which leaves Ellen confused. He continues talking about the big sister's personality. He explains that the sister doesn't care much if the girls are from the temple or not. The people around are curious about the girls being from the temple, finding them pretty and wondering why they are there. Someone approaches asking what is going on and why they are being so loud. The girl asks who they are and where they came from. She looks on and analyzes the situation. She says they are classmates of Valier. Then the sister asks why they are there. Ellen tells her that her friend has disappeared. She explains that the boy was mistaken about them and went to the bridge, disappearing after looking for them at the market. She explains that the guards in the temple are searching but haven't found anything. The sister gets irritated that this is happening right during their move. She says she will take over from there and that the girls should go back to the temple, but Ellen replies that she wants to search for him with her, which surprises the sister. Harriet stutters in fear, calling for her friend. The woman says she understands, but that they are very young and could get into real trouble, so they should go back. When she goes to touch Ellen, she just dodges her hand. Loyar is a bit surprised by the attitude. The woman tries to touch her again but is dodged once more. Ellen explains to Loyar that they can also be useful. The woman tries once more and is frustrated again. Ellen says she doesn't want to fight. The woman asks if she means that if she fights seriously, she could get hurt. Loyar explains that she is doing this because she is worried and knows how things will go wrong. Considering that Valier is fine, they should go. Complete that will ensure Valier returns to the temple safely, but Ellen insists she wants to go along, and finally the woman says, "All right." Loyar jumps over the girl who realizes how fast she is. Ellen manages to defend herself quickly. Harriet screams, worried for her friend. The girl notices that even while defending herself, her arm seems close to breaking. She believes she will die if she fights against her while holding back. Then the woman attacks again, but Ellen manages to dodge and prepares to counterattack. It seems she manages to hit her opponent squarely, but at that moment the woman says, "Hey brat," questioning if she dares to go easy on her, looking quite irritated. Then Loyar attacks again, forcing Ellen to defend herself as best she can. The girl flies away from the force of that blow. This time she runs without intending to give time to recover. But again, Ellen manages to defend just in time. The people around are scared, and if they try to stop the big sister, many of them will end up hurt. The rain continues to fall heavily, and Ellen on the ground shows signs of being badly hurt. Loyar realizes they are training well at the temple, knows the power level is different, but the girl defended all her vital points. She thinks that if she keeps getting stronger, she will become a problem for the reconstruction of the Demon Kingdom, wonders how Valir became her friend. This girl is a student of the temple, and killing her could become an inconvenience for Her Majesty. But if she lets her live, undoubtedly, she will become an obstacle to the reconstruction of the Demon Kingdom. She then concludes that she definitely cannot let her live. She thinks she can kill her after all. They can always make new plans. Apologizing to Her Majesty, she attacks Ellen thinking she is committing an unforgivable sin. The girl realizes there is a tremendous intent to kill, and everything indicates she is really trying to kill her. The two opponents stare at each other. In response, Ellen draws her sword, and it seems she will strike Loyar in the neck. Shortly after, the girl is dragging herself on the ground while the big sister has her weapon. Loyar observes that weapon in her hand. Ellen watches her in disbelief at what happened. It seems the woman blocked the attack of her sword with empty hands and still found space for a counterattack. Impressed, Loyar wonders how the girl can do something like that. She is sure she was holding the sword just a moment ago, but suddenly, it disappeared and somehow returned to her. She wonders if the sword has a spiritual bond with its owner. Loyar realizes the girl has something very rare in this world and wonders if it could be a trump card for Her Majesty. Looking at the big picture, she is struggling to find Valir, and there is no way they can be friends if he didn't have a plan in mind. Moreover, she failed to kill her. The woman says that now the difference between the two is clear, so she must go back as she will only be a hindrance, and Ellen is left speechless, all hurt. Under that rain, the two friends start to return. They proceed in silence while Harriet seems to want to say something. Ellen thinks she invoked lament, but still, that woman blocked her. A normal person could never block a divine sword. She knows she is not the strongest in the world, but wonders how a leader of beggars could block the weapon like that. And she also didn't expect to lose in that way. She wonders if it could just be arrogance on her part to think she could help, and also about what kind of woman this is. In the end, she really knows nothing about her. Harriet tells her friend that they should return to the dormitory, but the girl replies that she will stay there a bit and rest, but that she should go in first. Her friend tries to motivate her, saying that woman was really strong and that there was nothing they could do about it. Finally, she takes her hand, saying they should go in, explaining that she could catch a cold if she stays there. Ellen is surprised by her friend's attitude and says it's not because of that. She explains that she just wants to stay there for a moment. Harriet understands but tells her not to stay there too long. Elsewhere, Ilaris is surprised that our MC has been kidnapped. Loyar explains that the two girls told her this. As the gang has grown, the complaints about them have also increased. She recounts that they moved because of the rain, but Her Majesty didn't know and looked for them on the bridge. Then it seems there were problems at the market. The woman believes he was kidnapped, wanted to tell her right away as there is no way to warn the temple now. She believes the ones responsible for this were the Thieves Guild, who consider them a problem. As they couldn't do anything to her directly, they took the boy, since they have a lot of information. Ilaris asks to show where the gang's base is, but Loyar tells her to calm down because something is strange about it. The temple and the soldiers have already searched for them, and if they aren't idiots, they should know that the gang is the suspect, so this is quite strange. The girl stands up and says they will find out what's going on if they pay them a visit. Irritated, she demands to show where the gang's base is soon. At the temple, someone asks why Harriet only returned now and where she has been all this time. Soaked, she replies that she was just out for a while. Adelia becomes worried, telling her to go take a shower, while the girl thanks her. Suddenly, someone asks where she went. The girl realizes it was Bertus approaching. He wants to know if the girl was looking for Valir, but she stammers and says no. Harriet finds Bertus a bit scary. She wanted to be his friend, but now it feels different. She can't figure out how he thinks, and that's where her unease comes from. Bertus asks if she discovered anything, but the girl replies no. Then the boy says it's all right and that Valir will return. The girl is surprised and asks with a trembling voice if he is serious, and Bertus confirms. In another location, the two women seem to be opening a passage. Loyar says that this is the base, and Ellery says that of all the places she pointed out, this is the only one that reacts to her life detection magic. Suddenly, she questions if the environment is responsible for creating the person, and Loyar doesn't understand what she is talking about. The girl says she thought Loyar was a bit dumb and stupid, so she is impressed, and Loyar says she is already used to this kind of work. Putting that aside, she asks how she hurt her hand. The woman explains that the girls wanted to accompany her, so she tried to kick them away. Ilaris is shocked that Loyar got hurt fighting with a child, and in her defense, the woman says it wasn't a normal child. The girl keeps teasing her for getting hurt fighting with a child, but Loyar gets annoyed, saying she already told her that she is not a normal girl. The woman then explains that that girl will be capable of defeating her in a few years even if she used all her power. She mentions that Ellen had a linked sword and believes that the injury on her hand will take a long time to heal because she wasn't normal. Alaris scolds her big sister for trying to kill such an exceptional child who was trying to save Her Majesty, and she tells her not to tell Sarkagar as he would be furious and try to kill her. Loyar seems to agree with this, but they decide to move forward, even though the sister still thinks she should get rid of that girl, being reprimanded by Alaris. Someone asks if their teacher could please explain something, but the person says no, questioning why he is their teacher, while the boy gets a bit tense. He asks if the boy doesn't know how to call him after already saying his name and tells him to keep pressing him if he wants to lose everything there. But the boy says no, and that he understands what he is saying, but finds it strange that the guy said to give up the whole organization like that. The supposed teacher replies that he only said to serve him, asking if he wants to go all the way, but that boy seems to not want to. Suddenly something catches everyone's attention. Loyar bursts through the door angrily asking where her subordinate is, and she screams that she will kill them all, when suddenly something catches her attention. It seems our hero is sitting there calmly. Our MC asks if the big sister didn't arrive a little late. That boy was holding a cloth asking if anyone was crazy. Desperately, he says that if someone kidnaps someone from the temple, that person is going to be screwed. Valier realizes that at least the guild leader is smart, while the guy argues with the henchman for wanting to bring trouble to the gang. Fearfully, the leader apologizes, saying that the guy there made a mistake, and asks if the boy saw him reprimanding him. Our hero asks for his belongings back, and the desperate man works on that. He asks if everything is there, and if nothing is missing. Valier tells him to throw the student ID somewhere or use a dispersing magic on it. He explains that there is a tracking magic on it, and they can be found with that. Not understanding anything, the leader questions why the boy is saying this to him. Our hero says they are all just trying to survive, so why would he want them dead to save himself? The guys are shocked by this, and Wednesday after the kidnapping, the gang members say that the prince and princess's forces have joined the search and are getting too close. Tenso the leader questions our MC about why the prince and princess are looking for him. Smiling, Valier explains that it's because they are both his friends. Now also scared, the leader says, so that's all. And on Thursday night, the Solarian Knights found him frighteningly quickly. The commander asks if he wasn't kidnapped, then our hero starts to explain that he actually was. That soldier says these people are the scum of society and asks if they should really let them live. Valier tells him that even the plague has its uses, and if he says what he just said to His Majesty, she will understand what he means. Then he asks him to keep his status as missing, at which point the soldier realizes it seems the boy is planning something. Putting that aside, the commander orders everyone to leave. Shortly after, people under Charlotte's command appeared, and our Emic sent them away, just like the previous ones. Neither the guards nor the temple managed to find him, but Charlotte and Bertus had no issues with that. This means they have much more public information from the authorities, and the Thieves Guild is in their hands now. If the two understand what our hero meant, they should keep the searches just as a facade, and know exactly what he plans. It seems everything was going as he planned. Now the entire existence of the guild depends on his will. Lawyer is surprised he isn't scared, but the boy replies that somehow he knew it would be like this. And now that they are there, he will tell the essentials. Our Mac will just pretend this has nothing to do with the Thieves Guild, asking what the woman thinks about making her the next leader of the guild. This leaves Loyar completely surprised. Desperate, she replies that she can't do that, but Valier doesn't understand why. Our hero asks the reason, already irritated, but the woman responds that she would rather die than be the leader of this gang. The boy realizes that after resolving everything, he faces opposition from the wrong side. Our hero insists, but she says controlling 200 people is already exhausting, so how could she manage an organization so large? Valier is quite upset with this answer. After a long conversation, they left the thieves' headquarters, making it clear they owed him. The destruction of the guild was avoided, and they were quite excited that Loyar had refused the leadership. So in the end, everything turned out more or less well. In the end, the two women talked a lot, and he ended up lucky to be kidnapped by the Thieves Guild, as there are much worse factions. And our hero sincerely apologized to those people who found him and cared. Finally, he returned to the temple and worked hard to give them his fabricated statement. He just repeated that he knew nothing, but he doesn't know if the investigators believe that. However, he wasn't bothered anymore after, until the investigation ended. Of course, some dangerous things came up, but they were properly handled. But changing the subject, Valier wonders when this rain will stop, and he notices ahead Ellen sitting in the rain looking thoughtful. He approaches calling out to the girl. She looks quite surprised when she sees our hero. She stutters a bit calling the boy's name. Valier heard that she was beaten by Loyar and that she had been looking for him since he disappeared. Our Max sincerely apologizes to his friend for his disappearance. He starts telling her something about his secrets. But at that moment, Ellen approaches and hugs him saying, "No." Happily, she adds that she doesn't want to know. She says the boy doesn't need to tell her his secrets. And if the boy is safe, that is enough and all that matters. He feels Ellen's warm touch on his neck, and also her sincere concern for him. He can't help but freeze in that scene. Adriana was worried and asks if he is okay. Olivia is also relieved he is fine and says she was worried something bad would happen. Charlotte thinks Valir is the biggest idiot she has ever met, while Bertus wants to talk more about it after he rests. Our Mac thought his school life was a tragedy, but he realized there were many people worried about him. Anyway, now everyone he knows has already come to see him, so he should take the opportunity to rest. But he realizes something. It seems someone is missing. So he knocks on that person's door. Valier stays silent, waiting. From inside, the person asks to talk tomorrow, giving an excuse. He notices that by the voice she must have been crying, but he wants to thank her since she was also worried, looking for him. So our hero says he will return tomorrow. He turns and leaves. But at that moment, Harriet opens the door and holds him back. The girl asks him to wait, tears in her eyes. And our hero looks at her somewhat suspiciously. Valier mentions that he heard Harriet was looking for him, so he thanks the girl for that. She tells him she was so worried, afraid he might not come back. Valier wonders if this caused her so much anguish. Cursing, he realizes he should have returned sooner as he hugs her. As he walks through the temple, he thinks that Ellen must be going through a tough time. Harriet says she just followed him, but it was the girl who went through so much, even fighting against his boss. And when they returned, she sat in the rain until the boy came back. And even though she tried to convince her, Ellen wouldn't listen. So soon after, he goes to his friend. And as expected, the girl looked terrible, seeming to have no energy even to speak. Valier tells her to look for a priest if she's sick, but Ellen replies that she's fine. Our MC already expected this answer and, thinking the girl wasn't eating, ordered them to make her some porridge. Then, banging on the bench, he tells her to sit with him already. Our MC starts feeding his friend. He heard that Ellen was lucky to survive and says she should have sought medical attention, also asking why she sat in the rain. Then the girl replies that she thought it was all her fault. After saying all that, the boy disappeared, so she believed it was because of her. The girl wanted to do something, but there was nothing she could do. She felt so frustrated and pathetic, and couldn't bear doing nothing. There was something she thought while the boy was away, that she didn't hate the fact that he had secrets, she just hated the idea of losing someone precious to her again. She also hated not being able to do anything and being so useless, which left our MC thoughtful. The boy touches her hand, apologizing, but the girl says he doesn't need to, and holding his hand, she replies that she's very sorry. That's how the incident of her kidnapping came to an end. In the temple corridor, someone called for Ellen, now recovered. Harriet calls her to go eat something outside since the rain finally stopped. Valier thinks that with the kidnapping incident, there were some changes with Class A. First, Harriet and Ellen became quite close, probably because they went to look for him together. Starting with Adelia and followed by Liana, all four of these girls formed a naturally strong bond. Harriet became the pillar of this group, and our hero began to wonder if they would all change too. As for another situation, after the incident, Ellen started avoiding eye contact with Valier. It seems she was trying to pretend she didn't know him before, but now it looks like she's trying not to even look at him. He believes it's because the girl said our MC was precious to her, or maybe she's embarrassed for having cried. Our hero feels guilty and also has trouble getting close to her, feeling a bit strange since they seem to be quite close. And finally, a boy says it was a good job. He was talking to Cliffman, and since Ellen was distant, they were the only two who could train together. The boy asks about her, and our MC replies that it seemed they were fine, but they weren't. Valier notices that the boy seems worried, like a girl who gets anxious about her crush. Our hero feels a bit apprehensive as the boy asks if he wants to do something, which would be to train with him, but Valier thinks he shouldn't be doing that. But he ends up accepting, mentally asking for Ellen to come back. Some people wonder if that was the girl from before, and what she was doing around. The big sister wants to know why the girl is there, and discovers that Ellen wants her to become her tutor. Our video ends here. If you liked it, leave your like. See you next time. Bye-bye.